All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first day of boot camp. Welcome, 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 welcome. We got some news coming out at 8:30. I don't think it's that big a deal. Ken, do we still like 59.25 here? Do we wait till after this news? Still like the 55 if we spike down. Now that news is out, so it's not that big a deal. Not that big a deal. So let's give it another minute or so. One hour 30 EMA is 57, and then we got 55. Again, for all those who are joining us for boot camp, please do not worry about trading this week. We are about 80% futures at this point. All right, yeah, we'll still try it if it gets down there fast. We're looking at the ESs, guys and girls. We have a Fibonacci of 59.25, and then we got our 30-minute 65 EMA down at 55.50. So we'll give the 59.25 a couple of minutes. We had some news come out at 8:30, which is not a big deal. Let's see what else we got coming out for the rest of the day. Those of us who are joining us on YouTube, this is our boot camp. I'm going to give you a preview of our most of the day here today. Getting a little bounce. Short side, we got 68, and then we got 74. We like 74. Let's put a little 74 out in the MES is short. That is our pivot point, our VWAP. Let's pop that out there. 64, 74. All right, so we'll try a couple of levels that we have out there for a few minutes. Let's see what happens with that. Boom, 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 boom. Just getting my news set up. Morning, MS. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is still summertime, still our last big vacation week. We'll take it nice and slow, like we always do. Let's go over some stocks. What's up, Orge? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see what's doing here. Bitcoin's getting smacked down today. Good morning, Sylvia. Got a little bounce. There's a very big level of Bitcoin around 11,000. If we're going to trade Bitcoin, we trade this MBT, the micros. We were trading in slow markets last night, and we caught a nice bottom. Where were we last night? Yeah, down here. Went up a couple hundred points from there. So got to watch around 11,000 in that. Yeah, you can trade the Bitcoin futures. It's MBT. You cannot trade stock with Apex. It is only for futures. To trade stocks, you need at least a minimum of $25,000 to avoid the pattern day trading rule. Or you can go with a prop account. And I think even now in a prop account, you need a minimum of $10,000. Keep an eye on oil. Gold, we trade a lot of gold. Keep our eyes on gold. Again, for those of us who are joining us for the boot camp, please do not worry about trading this week. This is all about learning. YM. This is the Dow futures, guys and girls. You know, we're almost getting down to a 20 RSI. Let's see what we got. We have a pivot point down at the 45,438, which we would certainly like. That's down 180 points from here. Bootcamp starts at 8:30. All right, here's the schedule for everybody for this week. Okay. Room opens at 8:30 every single morning. I have the room open by 7:30 every single morning for our boot campers. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, boot camp is for anybody who has purchased our course. We go over the entire course live in real time this entire week. Today is going to be about everything not to do. We're going to talk rules. We're going to talk psychology. If we have time, we'll get to some Fibonacci's later in the day. I always tell everybody this is the most important day we're going to have in here because trading is not about these charts. This is the easier part of trading. Everything we do is based on technical analysis, but the hardest part is what's between our ears, and we all know that. So that's what we're going to talk about all day today. So that's why I say don't worry so much about trading. This is my live trading account with Interactive Brokers that you see up here. I have $26,100 in it. That is my Interactive Brokers trading account. This is my Apex accounts. So I can show you on my Apex accounts. I have a bunch of PA accounts. I have 60 grand in that one, up 10 grand, up 4 grand in that one. And I don't spend a lot of time trading these. And then I got a few that I have hooked up together. So I have like 5 PA accounts through my Apex Trade of 8 I use. You can use Trade of 8. You can use Ninja, whatever you're comfortable with. All right, we still got this 59.25 out there for a couple of minutes. Let's see what happens. And then we got our 30-minute down at 55 for a trade if we get down there. So let's give this 59.25 another minute or two. It's only a 3-point move down from here, but it's a little fib. Let's see what happens in a couple of minutes. Obviously, we got a nice pivot point down at 48. That would be down 14 points from here. Well, everything we do is rule-based. We don't make a trade until our charts tell us to make a trade, period. Let's look at some stocks, see what's going on. Now, if we don't get to this 59.25 fast, we're going to cancel it, go a little bit lower. So if you're trading Bitcoin also, guys, and this thing gets low enough, you can buy some of this BITO. So this is what I would use to swing if Bitcoin got to a certain level. I mean, it doesn't really trade, though. It's not even worth it. It's got like a 3-point range in it. How about IBIT? Is that a little better? These are the ETFs. Yeah, this is a little better. At least it's a $60 stock. The ETFs for Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin goes down, these things go down. Bitcoin goes up, these things go up. You see Bitcoin got smacked down to the 65 EMA. It's up 5 points from there. So we keep an eye on that. I'm in Australia, 6 hours ahead of New York time. This trade futures during the outside hours. Is there special to consider? Yeah, we do slow markets on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yes. Good morning, guys. Yes, it's different after hours. The ATRs change. Things aren't as volatile most of the time. Why not trade Bitcoin itself? Well, here's the gig, Luis. Do you have $111,000 to buy one Bitcoin? When we trade the micro Bitcoins, it's only like $5 every tick that it moves. Doesn't mean you can't make money in it. We had some people make a few $100s last night. but not many people have $111,000 to buy one Bitcoin. So that's why we don't trade the actual Bitcoin. Yeah, like I said, we will buy the ETFs for it, $60. RTY set up for a fall from moving average trade. Yeah, there it did. Check it out. Okay, and Scotty mentioned this before. So what we're looking for, guys, in this little trade that we were looking at here, one of the most important things we look at is relative strength. Okay. And when the relative strength gets below 20 on a stock, on a future, on anything, we start to look for this little reversal. And the way we get into this trade is one of the only times we'll go to a 1-minute chart. So this is the Russell. This is the small cap index, follows the IWM. So the great thing about trading futures, guys, is we can trade almost any index. So when we find that, yeah, it's still bearish for the day, no question. But I want to show you this little trade that just set up. So if we go to a 1-minute chart, okay, and you can see when we got this first little green bar, we rallied 5 points. We got the second little green bar, we rallied 10 points. So this is the trade we're looking for. Once we get that signal that it's going to reverse, we jump in with a little bit with a market order, and we look to make our little 5 to 10 points. Most of the trades we do, we are scalping, unless we get into a trend trade, in which case we want to stay in it all day or until the trend changes. Yeah, YM right now is in a little downtrend, right? I don't like doing trend trades until at least like 9:45, but you can see everything rallied up to our 65 EMA here. It was a beautiful rejection off that. You know, maybe it's setting up for a trend trade now. So the technical analysis, some of the technical analysis that we use, guys and girls, is moving averages. And we use a 9 EMA, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. Okay. So if this truly is going to stay in a trend, we could short some on our 9 and our 15 EMA. But we don't do trend trades at 8:43 in the morning. I know ES is rallying now. So for now, we still got the 59.25. And you can see up here, guys and girls, usually we're looking for at least. Okay. Well, I want to get into YM, but as soon as I get in, it's going to reverse. You got to use technical analysis, Marshawn. That's the bottom line. So we have a couple moving averages here around 68, but I usually look for at least a 10-point move before we get into a trade. So 74 would be perfect if we can spike up on the shorty for a little trade in the ESs. Gold 34.08 is a daily level. So guys, for everybody in YouTube, I am in my private trading room right now, trading live with all of my traders. We do that all day. All right, gold's coming down to 200 EMA. Is that enough of a move? From 16 to 09, it's like 7 points. 34.03 is a daily. 30 and 30-minute 65 EMA. 34.03. Let's take a look. Daily chart. I don't see it. I have 33.97 as my daily chart, JR. 33.97, which I like. Nine and a 15 are both around 97 and 96. Well, let me check the 30-minute. Yeah, 34.03 is correct. So we got 34.03 and then we got 33.95, 33.97, which I would like if we got down there. You can try 34.03 for a quick trade. I think you get a bounce off that for a quick tradey, weighty, datey. So if you're getting into YM and every time you get into it, it reverses, you're getting in at the wrong places. That's the bottom line. So it's just hit on 9 EMA, which is the morning trend. And we rejected a couple of points off that already. So gold around 33.97 is a huge level. We'll write it down. And then we got 33.92. Gold. All right. I'm going to put a little out of 33.97 in gold. You can try the 34.03, but I like the 33.97, especially on the opening. We take it easy. Take it easy. So I will put a couple of contracts out at 33.97. Everything we do is if something hits one of our levels, we're going to make a trade. Not to them. What did I just do? Oh, I put a bad order in gold. Very nice, David. I got long at 34.0970. Get me out. Sell. All right. See, I put a bad order in. So I want 33.97. 33.97. 3,300. There we go. Probably get a nice bounce off the 34.03. I wouldn't be object to that. So kind of quiet right now. Sitting around. Let's go through some stocks that we normally look at. All right, Palantir. Palantir was one of the most overbought stocks in the history of stocks when it got up to $190. Pulled back 40 points. Now we're kind of just sitting in nowhere's land. 149 is a little level. NVIDIA has earnings this week. When are the earnings? Let's see. Earnings come out on the 27th, Wednesday night. So NVIDIA will go a long way as to what's going to happen for the rest of this week. No question about it. Especially in the NASDAQ futures and stuff. I mean, this stock has been on an unbelievable run. Might look at some options in it. They'll be very expensive, but maybe we'll take a look. This is priced for perfection. So we'll see. We'll keep our eye on it during the day. Spies are bouncing around in nowhere's land. Tesla, nothing. Point and Mister have been getting smacked down. Nothing doing in those right now. I got a marker in Mister down at $212. I love it, Bob. Nobody cares. So we're kind of flopping around doing nothing. Let's go over our schedule for the week. Okay. So today, day one of boot camp, we're going to trade the market until it slows down, which is usually about 10:30 or so, depending on the day and the news events. So we'll trade for an hour, hour and a half. We'll take a little break, and then we will start our morning lesson, usually right around 11:15. 11:15, I am going to talk about some just general rules of trading, stop orders, profit targets, when to stop when you're making money, when to stop when you're losing money, not averaging into trades, a whole bunch of different things. Then in the afternoon, Ken, who is our resident psychologist and psychiatrist and has a degree in psychology, is going to beat you guys up a little bit, get into some statistics and some math. And again, today is going to be the most important day we ever have in here, period. Maybe we'll get into some Fibonacci's later in the day. Tomorrow is going to be all things futures with Kevin and getting our charts set up. Anyone in the trading room that doesn't have their chart set up properly, please let us know. We'll get that straightened out. We are using Thinkorswim for charting. If you can't get that, we are using TradingView. So we all are looking at the same thing in the same technicals. Every single time we are looking to make a trade, We help you get that set up with one button in our course. So we will talk about all things futures tomorrow, how to open up an account, all the rules for the accounts, bracket orders, which we are going to use on every single trade that we do. Wednesday will be watch lists, scanners, and beginning technical analysis. When we start with our technical analysis, the first thing we teach everybody is how to read our charts, what the technicals all mean, how to find support and resistance, because that is everything that we're trading. That's where we look to find our trades. Morning, Karina. Yeah, Karina, take care of it later. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Been making consistent gains, but am I creating? All right, let's see. On the trend trade for ES this past week, I've been writing the 5-minute down. If we get a big drop, I'll switch to the 1-minute chart and write it down. Then what comes back? Yeah, I mean, that's been working, Carol. Anything that's been working, I say stick to. Been making consistent gains, but I'm creating bad habits. Not if it's working. If it's working, you're fine. Just keep tight stops and you're fine. When earnings are posted, what do we keep in mind as scalpers or need to know? I am not able to set up pivot points on TradingView. You should be able to. We have them, Sabab. We'll get you straightened out with that. A few things when earnings come out. We have to know the expected move. Let's go to NVIDIA, for instance. And we'll go to our trade. We'll go to NVIDIA. Shabbat shalom. Well, not yet. And we can see NVIDIA, the expected move on Wednesday is $13, which is pretty subdued for NVIDIA. So what that means is on average, when earnings comes out, it moves up or down $12 or $13. But I have seen NVIDIA when it was a 25-point expected move 100 points. So not the beat all end all, but it's a place to start. So when NVIDIA earnings come out on Wednesday night, which we will do live with everybody, maybe, I'll go to my daily chart and I'll look for moves up or down 12 or 13 points and put markers out. Our first spot will be like 162. That's down 15 points. That's a daily on the downside. Weekly, we got about 160. I mean, there's plenty of things on the downside. So I'll still use my technicals when the earnings come out. But just because it's expected to move 13 points doesn't mean it will. So we'll put some markers out so that we can't get hurt and then look to trade it once the earnings come out. It is still summertime. This is probably the last gigantor vacation week, right? So I think Friday we have one of the Feds. Why is this like this? This is BS. Give me a minute here. Friday. Here we go. Tomorrow we got durable goods at 8:30. That could move the markets. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Okay. This is tradingeconomics.com. This shows all the news that's coming out every single day. So tomorrow morning, we got durable goods coming out at 8:30, and we got Fed speak at 8:30. That could definitely affect the markets. Home price index. Yeah. Consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. It's not the big one, but it could do something. Wednesday, of course, we got NVIDIA in the afternoon. Nothing prior to that. Thursday, we got GDP. That definitely moved the markets and initial jobless claims. And Friday is one of the biggest numbers that the Fed looks at, the PCE indicator. So that's going to be a huge news event on Friday. When we see these big news events coming out, we do not put any orders out. We react after the news comes out and never have an order out because that's a good way to blow up your accounts. Period. So let's go around the horn. Bitcoin, I like if we can get down to the 11,000 level. Oil's not doing anything. Gold almost got to the 200 EMA, but is not doing anything. Bitcoin's dead. Future's so bright, I got to wear shades. We got nothing. Still got our 59, still got our 74. is good for the opening. So we got no news coming out. I want a free account on Avery, but the code I applied was expired. Yikes. All right, I'll get you another one. Send an email here. Tell them I said to give you another account. You were a winner, and my apologies. Gabishi? Okay, cool beans. Yeah, so again, not expecting a hell of a whole lot out of the day, but sometimes those are our better days when you don't expect anything. So, yeah, again, YM still hasn't been able to get over the trend line. See, if it got up to a 15 EMA, that was a nice little short up there, coming right back down. Again, I don't like doing trend trades this early in the morning, but it has not broken this downtrend yet. You know, if you shorted the 15 EMA up at 85, whatever that was. You know, it's already gone down like 7 or 8 points from there. Most trades that we get in, if I'm trading the ESs, I'm looking to make 2 to 5 points on every single trade that I do. Unless we get into a trend trade, then we look to ride it down longer than that. But like if this were to spike up to 74, I'd look to make between 2 and 5 points on a pullback. Always taking some profit right away for a couple of points and then lowering my stop loss so I cannot lose money. What's your stop loss on ticks typically on a trend trade? My ratio has been off switching to futures. It's been doing about 2 points. You got to give it more than 2 points, Carolina. Well, when you're in a trend trade, here's the bottom line. Okay. Let's say we got in this trend trade right here on our 9 and our 15 EMA. Okay. And we're in at, I'm trying to see what this is. Let's call it 64.70 just for an even number, right? Okay. You know, we could have rolled this all the way down and it broke the trend at about 65, 66. So the trend is broken when it gets above the 15 EMA by a couple of points. But from 70, this thing went down to 62. So, you know, I'm taking profits. If I'm in a full trend trade, I'm taking 2 points. I'm taking 5 points, staying in it till it breaks the trend. And I would have locked in 5 points on the last little part of that trade. Good morning, phone. Hey, Pete, you here?
Yes. Yeah.
Sort of.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, good. Give a little, I'm going to let Pete guys talk for a few minutes. Just give a little synopsis of his little forensic accounting of what's going on in the market overall.
Absolutely. I'll give you a quick one, then I'll come back after my show.
All yours,
I'm
Pete.
about to go on FinTech TV. So anyway, look, everyone knows that this market, the Federal Reserve had a spectacular meeting, actual policy pivot, right, on Friday, which was quite unheard of, right? That's a big deal. So we're talking about the Fed is going to be changing hands in the coming near future, and that's a big deal. So some of the players were more aggressive than there had been dissent in the last meeting, right? 2 dissenters, the first time since 1982. I'll be back to you.
Good morning and happy Monday. I'm Remember, and you're watching Market Movers, the opening bell live from the New York Stock Exchange. All U.S. stock futures are in the red on this morning, and this is after a massive rally. The Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped nearly 850 points on Friday, closing at a new record high. Now, Wall Street surging after Fed Reserve Chair Jay Powell indicated rate cuts could be coming soon. Now, Powell speaking at the Jackson Hole Symposium last week, where he said, quote, the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Now, investors welcoming the shift after the Fed held rates steady throughout this year. Markets anticipate a possible cut starting in September. Now, Powell saying inflation is still a concern, but also pointed out that the job market is starting to show signs of slowing. Take a listen.
Reserve Chairman Powell speaking on Friday, talking about aggressive rate change, policy change, minimum of 25 basis points.
And Canada saying it will drop most retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods starting September 1st. This includes many consumer and agricultural products under the USMCA. But tariffs on U.S. steel, aluminum, and autos will stay as talks continue with the U.S., which still imposes a 50% tariff on Canadian metals. Now, Prime Minister Mark Carney says he's confident that a deal is coming. Trump also saying the U.S. will be conducting a major tariff investigation on furniture imports over the next 50 days. Meanwhile, the Trump administration securing a 10% stake in Intel, buying shares at $20.47 a piece, below market price. Now, the deal will give the U.S. an instant paper gain of $1.9 billion. And Trump saying, quote, building leading edge semiconductors is fundamental to our future. Meanwhile, as August comes to a close, investors are eyeing a final round of key economic data and earnings reports. Results are expected from heavyweights like NVIDIA, Abercrombie and Fitch, Best Buy, Dell, Dollar General, and Ulta.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta talk quietly because I'm on TV. Anyway, the Federal Reserve had a great meeting on Friday. She's amazing.
Meanwhile, Friday wraps the week with core PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, and also personal income and spending. Meanwhile, Dr. Pepper announcing it will acquire Dutch coffee giant JDE Peet's in an all-cash deal valued at around $18 billion. Now, after the acquisition closes, Keurig Dr. Pepper plans to split into two independent publicly traded companies, one focused solely on coffee and the other focused on beverages, such as Dr. Pepper, Canada Dry, and 7-Up. Now, ahead of the market open on this Monday morning, let's take a look at stock futures. Dow futures are off about minus 0.3%. NASDAQ futures pointing to a lower open on by about 0.4%. As for the S&P 500, we are looking at a slightly lower open, off a little over a quarter. And crypto majors are pulling back after the rally, keeping an all-time high.
The hell is that? All right, we're sitting in nowhere's land, guys and gals. Pete, we can't hear you. Pete trying to talk? Pete is muted. We were so... Oh, he has to be quiet. Gotcha. Gotcha, Pete. Bump, 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 bump. Just missed the 65er. All right, I still like the 59 on the opening. Let's get rid of the 55. What's gold doing? Anything? Of course, the boot camp is open to any boot camp, any WSGTA members. Yes, 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 yes. 100%. YM. It still hasn't broke, but I wouldn't be doing trend trades this early in the morning anyway, Marshawn. It's too early. Too early, I say, for trend. Usually I don't like doing trend trades until like 9:45. Let them open, set up, pick a direction. Bitcoin's hanging out. Nothing doing YM. Nvidia hanging. Tesla getting a little bouncy bounce. Palantir's not doing anything. Let's see what we got moving and shaking. Do we got anything moving and shaking that we want to look at? Let's see. Oh, what's Ethereum? ETH? Yeah. This is the Ethereum ETF. Yowza, got to 45 on Friday. Setting up for a short soon. Yeah, right. Slow and steady on the opening. We got our orders out. 59.74 hike. Not much going on outside of that. YouTube, do you guys have any questions about anything? Please don't hesitate. Okay. The 64.59 is a fib. ETA on new recording trading vids. Oh, just the futures course? Yeah, it's going to be up and ready within a week. Yes. For those on YouTube, we have just curated a course for futures only. It is 5 hours long. We're going to put it at a very, very special price. It's going to include a boot camp. It's going to include lifetime mentorship. We're just in the final editing stages. It is spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. All right, so the 59.25, Michael, is a fib in the ESs that we have. And we're going to go over Fibonacci's today. You guys are going to get a Fibonacci lesson today. Okay? Yeah. And the 74 is our VWAP, which we will use to make trades if something moves far enough to get there. So that's where we're out now in the ESs on a fib. And then below the fib on our 30-minute, we have our 65 EMA at 56, basically. So we'll see how it goes. We are not married to anything. Okay, if this starts leaking down towards 59, we'll go down to 56. And then, of course, we got our beautiful pivot point down at 48. Usually, again, to get involved in a trade, I want a 10-point move in the ESs. So it's kind of not really a 10-point move. Well, it's still a 10-point move up. And it's about a 9-point move down to hit our fib. So we're good. The reason we want at least a 10-point move is so we have room to make money when it hits one of our levels and reverses a little bit. Yeah, if you have TradingView, it's anyone who purchases our course, guys and girls. And by the way, you don't have to wait to purchase the course. Well, actually, I would wait for the futures part of it because it's going to be a lot cheaper. So wait. I'm going to do this every Monday and Friday on YouTube. So I'll keep you guys updated. Just show up at 8:30 on Mondays and Fridays. And I'll keep you guys updated. Or send me an email and I'll keep you updated. So a couple of things. You guys have any questions in between? My personal email. Posted for everybody in the room. Everybody in the room already has my email. And you want to follow me on Twitter, I do post swing trades and stuff on there. Obviously, everybody pushes their own buttons. Had a couple of really nice swing trades set up. Not that often, but when they set up, they're usually pretty damn good. I'm currently up 54.3 in my PA account, hoping to get to 55. So then I requested $2,000 payout. Thanks. Oh, great job, Peter. Excellent. 54.3. All right. 54.3. And you have enough trading days and you don't go over the 30% rule. I would take a little something out now. Quite honestly, why wait till you get to 55,000? Right? My username on X is @trader2179. Morning, Shade. Again, guys and girls, mega important for everybody who is here for the boot camp in the live trading room. Do not be in a hurry to trade this week, especially if you've been struggling or you don't understand exactly what we're doing here. This week is not about money, okay? If you want, these are the trades we're doing. These will always be posted up here. We will never post a trade after we get in it, okay? Everything we do is posted before we get into a trade. And we'll give you our stop orders and our profit targets. When we're trading the ESs, our stop is 4 points, period. That is our risk when we're trading the ESs. I'm only putting the MESs up here because, guys and girls, this is my real trading account. I don't recommend anyone trade the ESs in a real trading account. There's no reason to. Why risk your own money when we can start taking money from these people if we follow all our rules and do things correctly? That's the bottom line. So no reason to risk your own money. None whatsoever.
Hey, Davey, can I hop back in? I'm sorry about that. I got thrust into a live thing. I apologize. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, do it.
Interrupt the thing. Okay, so let's talk about what happened, guys. So Federal Reserve meeting on Friday, right? It comes out of Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole very often is a bit of a snooze fest, but this was not the case. Very often there are bombs that are dropped at Jackson Hole and Davos. There are these big economic conferences that happen a couple of times a year, and this was one of them. Okay, all eyes have been on Jay Powell to, the president has been pressuring him to cut interest rates, and he has held his ground because economic data has not called for it. However, after last Wednesday's meeting of the Fed, where they did not give guidance or did not cut, a lot of economic data came in. We had a weak jobs number, looking for 147 jobs, only 47,000 were made. Unemployment went from 4.1 to 4.2. So the economy got a little bit softer, and basically the bag was unpacked and the table was set for him to make a decision, not by being pressured by the president, but because it was called for. And he came into Jackson Hole and he unpacked the bags, ladies and gentlemen. He actually completely pivoted his whole policy. And that's why the market was so strong and so forceful of a rally. A number of factors also contributed to that. Everyone needs to know, and this should be careful tomorrow, and Dave, just be aware of this, that the MSCI, which is the largest global rebalance that is supposed to be on Friday, right? Always the Friday before Labor Day, was rescheduled for the first time in history for tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow is going to be a hugely volatile day. That was probably one of the contributing factors to Friday's exorbitant rally as well, because indexers have already gotten their orders for Tuesday. Those are guys who are going to be buying a look. It's net. It's the rebalance trade is an even trade, but there is still a large buy program that's going to be coming into the market. And if you think about it, these guys have to beat the average price over the next couple of days. So as they watch the market rally 1,000 points, a lot of them had to play catch up and get a little bit of stock under their belt. So that was it. There was some short covering because there is apparently a huge put trade out there in the NASDAQ. I've been watching it over the last number of days. There's a big option put trade out on the NASDAQ. There's somebody making a big bet that the market is going to fall. So there's so many moving parts to this market. Economically, the market is not the market, the economy itself is softening. All the economic data, the PPI, CPI, jobs number, unemployment unemployment have all come in a little bit soft, and that's what set the stage for Mr. Powell. Now, we know that Mr. Powell, this was his last Jackson Hole. We know that he's going to be pivoting out of being the head of the Federal Reserve. We know over the weekend, Bullard, who's another one of the Fed governors, is probably the one who may take his place. He talked about as much as 100 basis point cut between now and the end of the year. That is pouring gasoline on this fire. And so that's going to probably contribute to a market rally coming into the end of the year. A pullback today is normal. I'm sure David, probably looking at the market, overbought short term on Friday. Probably, I'm sure it hit up against resistance. I'm sure he'll address it. But a lot of people, when the market rallies 1,000 points on the Dow, breaking all records, and then 120 points, I think, at the peak on the S&P 500, that people are going to call for a little bit of a pullback, which is probably what we're seeing this morning. You know how stocks trade technically, right? We get up against resistance, and then we come back down, pull into support. So a lot of economic news on the table this week. We've got NVIDIA earnings, another major game. We know that where NVIDIA goes, so does the market. So keep an eye on a few things, and I'll pass it back to Dave. Tomorrow is the MSCI rebalance, the largest global index rebalance. Unusual to have it on a Tuesday. It's always on Friday. That's a big deal. That's big volume in the market tomorrow. Wednesday, NVIDIA earnings. Calling for good stuff and good guidance. However, you never know with the market and tech having been under pressure over the last couple of weeks. I'm sure you guys have been trading it. Palantir down $50 from its high, and NVIDIA and a number of the tech sector got a little beat up over the last couple of weeks. What we've been waiting for, the market's been in a bit of an August doldrum for a few weeks, and I'm sure you guys have been seeing that. However, we were either going to have something negative or positive come into the market. On Friday, we ended up getting the positive one, and so we'll watch the market do it. At the end of the day, we don't care what happens from all of this. We are traders. Volatility is the lifeblood of traders, so just watch what Dave does. Follow the rules. Do not get caught up in all the chatter and the noise. This is a great time to be in the market. It's the end of August already. I'm still in like last July. I think it's crazy that we're already at the end of August 2025. Just, hold your ground and be aware that this is going to be a busy week. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Peter. All good, guys and gals. Yeah, the bottom line, we're going to cut rates in September. Mike, we usually try to trail after a point or two, and then move our stop loss up so we can't lose money on the trade. Long EMS is on a fib at 59.25. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I got nothing moving and shaking that we even want to look at. Really not much going on stock-wise at the moment. Bitcoin's dead. Oil, which we trade. Gold, we got our order out a little lower. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, and guys and girls, Top Step, Take Profit Trader, Apex. You guys use whatever you're most comfortable with. That's the bottom line. We recommend Apex. Got to follow the rules in all of them. Yeah, we're dead right now. Everything's dead. Well, we'll see what we get on the opening, if anything. Everything is just sideways, going nowhere. Roblex setting up far from moving average. Let's take a look, Isaiah. Yes, it is.
Oh, look at that.
Almost there. Well, we have a little level at 124.03. That is a pivot point. So let's slap a little marker out up there. I'll explain to you guys what a marker is. Okay. So I want to know if this has got a 50-cent spread too, guys. So I'm not crazy about this. Show you what I mean in a minute. Okay, here. This is not something that we are going to trade, and I'll tell you why. Okay, at least not until after it opens. The spread is 80 cents, guys. Look at that. 122.02, 122.82. You cannot trade a stock that has a 40, 50, 60, 70 cent spread. That's a recipe for disaster. It'll tighten up once it opens up. So the reason I put a marker out, one share, is just so I know if it gets there. Then we can maybe, if the spread is okay, look for a far from moving average trade. By having one share, it'll put me into a position, and then we go take a look at it. But I am not trading a stock that has a 50, 60, 70 cent spread. So we'll leave a little marker up there. We'll see what happens. But yeah, Isaiah, it is. The problem with the far from moving average trade is when you hit that market order, you're going to sell it down like 50 cents and there's no edge then. So we'll see if the spread tightens up in that next little bit. I recommend the MESs early in the morning, guys and girls, so we don't start our day off getting blown out of the water. Let things settle in a little bit, and then very quickly we'll switch to the ESs. You know, these early morning moves can blow you out of the water. So, you know, if I'm doing 2 contracts and I lose 4 points on it, I'm losing $40. Not going to be a big difference during the day. So, until things settle in. Go with the MESs. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm just going to fill up my coffee. Orders are all good. I am always doing at least 2 contracts in every trade that we do so that we can take a quick profit and then trail and see if we get a little bit more out of it on the second part of the contract. And once we have a profit, guys and girls, we will raise our stop so we cannot lose money on the trade. Period. Yeah, we're bouncing a little bit. Again, that's why we don't do trend trades at 8 o'clock in the morning. My short would be up here on the VWAP and the YM. 45,637. That would be my short. Again, just not a lot to do right now in anything. So take a chill. I'm going to fill up my coffee. Back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I'll pick it up. Hey, what's up, guys? All right, I'll pick it back up. Let me see. Am I on mute? Okay, I'm back in. So, guys, I'm here on the floor. Not really supposed to be, but I am. I'm in my booth here. Everyone can get a sense of what's going on. This is the action here on the floor. I'll give you an idea of what's going on for the opening bell. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Dave's out there getting his coffee. So we've got a bit of a mixed bag. What's the market doing? Market's down 16 handles. Let's see what we got here. Numbers are really small. People really don't know what to do, but guaranteed that you're going to have a lot of volume coming in after the opening comes in because of this, what I had spoken about the MSCI, right? That is the largest. It's the Morgan Stanley global rebalancing, right? So that is the largest global, like you have the S&P rebalance, right? You have the Russell rebalance. These are those rebalances that basically a lot of the indexers and hedge funds, institutions have to get in and out of large blocks of stock, right? So that's where they rebalance every quarter, okay? Based on how far the stock has moved from last quarter's numbers, right? So the indexers get orders to buy and sell stock, and it's net and even trade. But at the end of the day, it can be very directional. So right now, the market is just sort of 50-50 for the opening. The numbers are small. But as I said to you, one of the contributing factors to Friday's rally is if I'm an indexer and I have, let's say, 1 million shares of NVIDIA that I have to buy tomorrow for Tuesday as part of the Morgan Stanley rebalance, and I have to really go back to my customer and show that I worked my order. Well, if the market's up 1,000 points on Friday, I'm going to have to participate in some of that rally because I need to be able to at least beat the VWAP or the closing price at the end of the closing day's trading tomorrow afternoon, right? So I cannot be caught, with my pants down, as it were, having not bought any stock. I mean, depends. Look, do I think the market's going to come in 1,000 we took up on Friday? Absolutely not. I think that we're going to see a bit more fueling of the market. If you really wanted the SPY has only come in about 15 handles, maybe 20 handles over the weekend, based on that sort of overbought, very aggressive 1,000-point rally that we had in the Dow and the 1,200, 120 point in the S&P from Friday. But basically now, what time is it? So we've got about 4.5 minutes to play. The imbalances are now a little bit for sale. For the opening bell, we've got probably about 60-40 for sale, smallish numbers. But tomorrow is a big factor. And then NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday is also a big factor. All eyes are going to be on NVIDIA. We know that where NVIDIA goes, the market moves. And we know that tech has been under pressure for the last, I would say, maybe almost 6-7 trading days, right? Palantir, off its highs in a big way. So the Magnificent Seven has been sold off quite aggressively over the last probably 7 to 10 trading days. But we needed some kind of a catalyst, taking the market either higher or lower from where we've been over the last couple of weeks. It's been in sort of like August summer doldrums. And look, we got what we were looking for in that Fed meeting. It's super important to note that this was a big policy change, right? And, there was a big question whether did he surrender to the pressure that the president's been doing. I don't think he did. I think he waited until the economic data called for an interest rate cut. And all the information that's come into the market and the economy since what was it, maybe 2 Wednesdays ago, when they had the Fed meeting, where he gave us no inkling of what they were going to do interest rate cutting wise, right? We got that on Friday. We got a complete pivot in policy. We got the idea that there's going to be anywhere from 50 to 100 basis point cut over before year end in 2025, and maybe another 100 in 2026. So these are things like higher rates for longer does not benefit anybody, but you just can't cut rates sort of inadvertently without understanding all the other mechanism of the economics of it all. Anyway, I'll pass it back to Dave if he's back. Yeah, a little more sell side coming in for the opening bell.
All right, ladies and gents.
There you go, Dave. I just gave a little more of an update, and then I'll leave it.
Let's show you a trade that just set up, guys and girls. If anyone in the room got it, check this out. Ken posted it. This is your 1 minute Momo breakout. Okay, we tested around 67 3 or 4 times. That's your 1 minute. Grab it around 67.50, and it just gave you your 2.5 points. That was the first trade of the day. Set up very nicely. We'll leave 74 for a couple of minutes. See if we spike up there in the next couple of minutes. Above 74, we got 84. So we'll give 74 a couple of minutes. Sometimes early in the morning, I might want to cancel everything and be a little more conservative now. It's only like a 5-point move to get there now. So we'll give it another minute or two. We'll leave it for the opening. Again, just small in the MESs. Gotcha, Pete.
Thanks, buddy. See you soon. I'll be back on after the open.
Yeah, the 1 minute Momo trade was absolutely perfect. Right above 68. And it gave you a quick couple of points. I don't think so. Did anyone else grab the 1 minute, guys? Adolfo grabbed it. There you go. Gold's not doing much of anything. Sometimes a couple minutes before the opening, we'll cancel everything, let things settle out. We don't have a lot above this 74, so let's give it a minute. We don't pop up right on the opening. We'll cancel and hang out. And if we pop right up to that 74, we'll look to take a quick couple of points out of it. Then we'll see if we set up for trends or something else. Gold's not doing anything. YM popped up. This is our 5 minute opening range. Leave that up there. Kind of wanted it to spike up right then, guys and girls. We got the 72.50. Let's see if we get to 74. And this pop up. 82 is a valid fib. Okay. Roblex just hit 124. Ripped up $1. We'll keep our eyes on it. All right, we didn't get our 74, so let's chill on that. Relax. Came close, but we didn't quite get it. Yeah, 74 would have been beautiful. Obviously, we didn't get it. Now we're getting a smack-a-dacka, whack-a-dacka. Damn, that would have been nice. All right, we're leaving out our 59 and a quarter for shizzle. Probably would have got a nice far from moving average trade in Roblex up at that 126 level. It got the 129 Roblex. The hell out of here. You're insane. And just way too spotty to do anything. Got the 127. That thing's too spready. Still got like a 40-cent spread. No, I like Ken's fib at 59 if we get down there, guys. Well, it got exactly the VWAP and paid 5 points. So that wasn't too shabby delicious. Gold bounced, nothing to do there. No, I like the fib at 59 if we get down there, guys. That's fine. 59 the Carter. Palantir, let's take a look. Yowza. All right. Let's go to the 1 minute in Palantir. Let's check the spread. Spread's not bad. Like to see it make a new low below 151, and then we'll take a look. Little spready. I'll put a marker in at 150. We'll start looking. $149 is a daily. You love it. Still hasn't thrown in a green bar on the 1 minute. We got to 150.34. And the reason why we won't do this now, guys and girls, check it out. Still hasn't thrown in a green bar and it went up $1. So it just gave you the green bar up $1.20 off the lows. So not a good trade. We wanted that green bar around 150.50. Then we would have grabbed a nice buck out of it. So let's wait. I'll leave the marker out at 150. See if we get back down there. MES is a dead, sitting in nowhere's land. YM, I certainly can. Yeah, Again, sitting in nowhere's land right now, YM. Could be setting up for a better buy. I think we go to our 15-minute orb now. See if we can get something off that. 5 minutes a little too wide. Gold we can cancel for now. I don't have my 15-minute orb. Oh, I gotta go here. Oh. Ah, here it is. Yeah, Roblex is an out of control roll. Could be a decent trend trade though. Nothing going on in stocks. Bitcoin, no big rally. All right, guys and girls, we're in nowhere's land. Anyone got anything above 74? 80 is a fib. Let's do it. Thank you, Vish. We're going to learn about fibs today, guys and girls. 64.80. Chaka laka laka. This whole game, guys and girls, is about patience and discipline. That's it. We don't trade unless something sets up for us to trade. Bottom line. Otherwise, you get yourself in trouble. Let's see if we spike up to 80. We look like we're setting up for a better buy than sell. Still nothing moving and shaking. NQ 75-point open range. Yeah, that is a killer. Nice rejection off the VWAP though. Previous day close 84.75. I like. We will do 80, guys. 80 is a fib. It's still up 10 points from here. It is a go-go. Wake me up before you go, girl. I'm not planning on going solo. Looking for a buy side, maybe. We set up for a trender. But it's early for that. Good traders should be bored most of the time. That's the bottom line. From 59, it went to 57, Vish? No, the market's never going down again. Ever, ever, ever. Well, Ken's got a fib at 59.25. From where is that 80 fib Trying to draw my fib and it doesn't the same. We'll talk about it later. We're going to have a whole fib lesson today, Philippe. All right. Yes, sir. There has been a lot of this, guys and girls. It is summertime. Deadsville. 11,000 is a gigantic level in Bitcoin if we go in that direction. Yeah, you got to measure fibs correctly. AMD getting a little smackadaka. Eye on AMD, 161.80. I like that. Let's get a marker on AMD, far from moving average. 161.80. Laka. 62.50 is a fib. I like that. Let's do it. Modify up. Boom. Boom, chakalika, laka, lika. Anyone on YouTube have any questions about anything that we're doing? Not that we're doing anything right now, but taking it easy. Roblex is setting up for a trend trade, but I don't like the spread. Nice bouncing Palantir. Not much though. We haven't had any trolls yet. Everybody's behaving themselves. It's a beautiful thing. It's inevitable that we get them. Well, 15-minute orb could be setting up if we get a breakout above. I like to get a pullback because I like the long. We got no news. We got nothing coming out that can affect anything. So. Garbage. Trump signs executive order at 10 a.m. That's a nice story. All right, Palantir hit 150. Again, we just have a marker. We had a little 149. We get to 149. We'll try a little far from moving average. All right, coming in a little bit in the ESs. Pump, 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 pump. Put our little Palantir at 150.30. What's coming out at 10 o'clock? Home sales. All right, maybe that does something. Getting a little smack-a-dack. Not quite far from moving average yet, guys. Doesn't have the 20 RSI. Let's check the spread. That's like 40 cents. Not horrible. But doesn't have the RSI yet. Oil, 64.90. Whoa. 64.91 oil. I like it. Let's do it, JR. Yes. Boom. 64.90. That is our pivot point, guys and girls. All right, ES is coming in, coming our way. We like the 62.50. Do it. Do it. Ain't gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Give it a couple minutes. Have a fib at 78. I like 78. 100%. It's up 10 points from here. Boom, chaka-laka-laka. Thank you, guys. Give the 62 a couple more minutes. Then we get Ken's 59. What's AMD doing? Not far away from that 161.80. Not a lot of volume this morning either, guys and girls. Coin bounced $2. Palantir still acting horribly. Roblex pulled in. Roblex spread's only 20 cents now. Not bad. Can I trade stocks with $2.5 thousand? No. Philippe, think about it. I mean, you can. You'd be trading, you know, 1 share, 5 shares, 10 shares. You can trade options, definitely with 2.5 grand. That's plenty enough to trade options. Palolenti. Gold double top. Oh, look at gold on the 15-minute orb. All right, broke out above. So I guess if you get a retest, it's a long. Not that big a move for a double top, though. Oh, it's just a nice Momo above the 15-minute Orbi. All right, so let's see if we get this 5-point pullback on this pop down. Do something. Jeez Louise. YouTube, got any suggestions for trades? Don't be shy. Pop them up there. Again, guys and girls, it's summertime. Summertime and the trading ain't easy. I know,
Hey,
Bob.
Dave, good morning. It's Mike. I can't see any of your levels. I could see your smiling face, which is nice, but I can't see any of the levels there.
What do you mean? What levels?
Whatever you post then for trades.
They're right here. You can't see this?
No, I only see you.
Anybody see my anybody else see my orders? Yeah, it's up there, man.
Wow.
All right, we're in an AMD at 161.80. I'm not crazy about it because the far from moving average trade ain't working. So let's take some profits up here.
Blow up my screen here.
I took 30 cents out of AMD from 161.80. The last quarter for stocks? Man, I don't think that far ahead, Shabab. I hope everything goes up. You just got 50 cents out of AMD off the pivot point. Perfect spot. Anyone grab a little AMD down there? So this is what I'm talking about, technical analysis, guys and girls. That was our previous day low. Okay, 161.80. It went 8 cents below it and gave 50 cents. That's what we're talking about. Perfect trade. Boom, chakalaka laka. MCL, 10 cents we give oil. Stop. Give it a couple more minutes here. Freaking Emmy, the futures are dead. Just horrible. Weed stocks are ripping again. Look at that. This is the index. Piece of crap. Gold orb is working out. Yeah, it certainly did. Look at that. Gorgeous. Well, where do we like to short? Our previous day high is 17.20. You like it up there? Scotty? But here's your breakout of the 945 orb. Boom. 1860, I'm down. Let's do it. We are looking at MGC at 34.1860. Boom. A boom, chakalaka laka. Could be a buy on a pullback to the orb too. Yeah, it's getting it up. It was a little higher. Could be a nice trend trade in oil though. I'd love to see a retest of the bottom of the orb. I'd be all over that. That's a good question. Probably not, because they got in at a good price. Shade. I don't know what price they took their stake. You know, this has been just an ugly stock for years. I'm getting a little bounce because of that, but yowza. Thanks, but no thanks. We are bopping in nowheres now. Well, thank God it's boot camp this week. It'll give us something to do anyway. This is untradeable. In the middle of everything. Oh, it's summertime. Yeah, 10% is no big deal anyway, right? Nice little trade in AMD. Just going through everything here. Roblex getting a smack a dacker. Where do we like Roblex? We got 120, 160. We got 120, 55.
Hi, everybody.
For your information, Intel sucks. Yeah, it certainly does.
Did that Roblox set up for a trade?
Yeah, too spready. It did, but it's just, it had like
Even
a dollar
after the-
spread at the time.
Even after the opening, the spread didn't tighten at all?
Not much.
Wow. Yeah, right. Everyone knows that, right? There's no room in it. It's a 50, 60% spread.
You all know that.
Yeah.
Are all the trading setups going to be in the new futures course? Yes, Michael. Yeah, it's spectacular, man. I got to tell you, I was looking at, we editing a bunch of it, but it is 5.5 hours long. It's just unbelievable. Spectaculicious.
Kevin, Ken, they were amazing, guys.
All right, we got a fib at 78 if we go in that direction. Yowza. London is closed today? Is that true?
What is?
London?
Oh, I do not know that.
Haven't done anything in Palantir yet. AMD was just a spectacular setup, guys and girls. Look at that off the pivot point. Off the previous day low. Up a buck now. Boom. ATR is only 50 cents, though. So, you know, that's why we took 50 cents out of the trade. But that was perfect. Perfection. It don't matter to me. Getting a little bouncy bounce. God, we're trading in a 10-point range the whole day.
Yeah.
Horrible. This is when people force stuff on and blow up their trading accounts. Nothing to do.
You know, I sort of discussed earlier, I think, you know, you may start to see some of the order flow for tomorrow's MSCI come into the market now that the market's open, sort of stabilizing. You may start to see people start, you know, coming in with some volume. So just be aware that may set up for some nice trades.
Monday, August 25th is a summer bank holiday in London. There you go. Chaka-laka-laka. All right, we like our 78 if we can spike up there. It don't matter to me. 74.25, trying it again. Risk on. Let's do it. MES. MES on your head. Mazel tov. Mazel tov.
News, Dave.
We got news? What news?
Home sales.
New home sales. That could do something. Who the hell knows? And you said 74.25. We're still good with the news.
You good?
You were on the CNBC website last night.
Oh, it's news, Ken.
Hold on.
Don't trade news. They like the home sales. I'll try to take one off break even, see what happens. Cover, chameleon. There's 2 points, guys. Boom. Boom. We don't care about no stinking news. Chameleon. You come and go. 5 points. Boom.
What's that?
Go, guys and girls.
COVID-19 vaccines with
2 and 5 points.
Pfizer mRNA tanking.
Hey, David. Trump and RFK just banned all Pfizer COVID vaccines. All the stocks are getting whacked. Look at Pfizer, look at Merck, look at all the drug.
Everybody get that trade, guys and girls? Give me some ones, please. Boom, chaka-laka-laka. There we go. So everybody on YouTube, Ken had a fib 74.25. Certainly didn't come close to getting stopped out. Got 2 and 5 points. All right, what was it? Drug stocks? Yowza. Now give me some other ones. Pfizer's too cheap. Lilly? No, not going down. Merck? That's down a couple bucks.
You heard me on that, Davey?
Yeah, I'm checking the stocks now. Nothing's really setting up for a trade.
Pfizer sell off a little bit, or?
Yeah, they all sold off, but
Yeah.
no trade setting up.
Okay. That's contributing, obviously, to, so just everyone knows, right, that Pfizer is a heavy weight in the Dow. So Dow, which for otherwise is sort of a dead index, a couple of UNH and Pfizer are some of the bigger players in that heavier weighted stocks in the index. So when stuff like that happens, you'll see those guys move.
Spiders are doing nothing. Spiders don't care.
Yeah, they're flatlining in dead bill. Yeah, completely. New home sales. July home sales, 652,000 annual rate versus 632. So they are better than expected home sales, but market's not reacting.
Chameleon. Maybe we get a far from moving average trade in the YM, guys. Let's keep our eyes on it. It just went down 120 points, so let's keep our eyes on it.
What is YM, Dave?
That's the Dow futures.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it was a nice break of the year, but it's news, so. You come and go. You come and go. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, I would like to short if we get back up there. All right, we got 78 out in the ESs now. If we get a big spiky wikey. How high do we get on that? We got to 76.75. Yowza. What gold short hit? Oh, 18 and change. I didn't get it. It got to 1840. We were at 1860. Did not hit me. Anyone in gold? Yeah, no. Did not hit. Oh, good, Ken. Thank you. Right around 1 o'clock. That's when the fun will begin.
That gold hit for me, David, because I have Chase on my ATM and Ninja cheated for me.
Yeah, but it missed it by 20 cents.
Yeah, 2 ticks. I have a 2-tick Chase on. That's why it triggered.
All right, nobody cares.
I know. I suck.
Dow gave you a far from moving average down there. Let's look. Yeah, it kind of did. We never quite got to a 20 RSI though, Martin. Fib was good in the ESs, right, Mr. Wise? 2 and 5 points got out of that one. That's good. You got, oh, look at that. A couple of YouTubers got gold. Scotty. Boom. There you go.
Okay, that officially means I suck a little less.
Oh, that's funny. So guys, you're not seeing anything P&L wise here, but all my Apex accounts have done well this morning. All right, we're at 62 and 78. I still like all those. Hanging out now. Comma, 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 comma. You come and go. You come and go. All right, let's see if we spike them up here to 78. We got 78 and then we got 84, guys. So we'll say 78 on this Papa Dappa Wappa Dappa. We missed 78 only by a quarter of a point, or 1 1/4 point. So if it doesn't happen on this pop up, we'll cancel. I'm leaning long now. We can get a pullback. Give it a couple minutes. $77.75. All right, let's do it. Don't get tickled. Boom, chakalaka laka. Comma, 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 chameleon. You come and go. What's oil doing? We can cancel that for now. Palantir, I think we can cancel for now. Yep. Nice rally in Palantir. So support, got back above the 15-minute orb, and good night, Irene. Boom, 5 points. Nice. I like the short in Palantir if we get to the 65er. 155.74. Do we go long on gold on a retest of the orb? Yes. And it's a trend. 1350. Yes, 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 yes. Shane. $45,848. What is that? $45,848. Where is that? Yeah, give me another number. 848 don't work. It's 400 points away, according to my calculations. 45,484. Oh, on the downside, 45,484. Got it. Got it. $45,845. 45,484. Got it. Chameleon. That's down a bunch from here. $0.25 on Palantir. Okay, good. Yes is coming in a little bit. We still like our 62.50. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That'll almost give us a far from moving average trade in the NYM down there. No pullback in gold. We got our previous day high in gold up at 23.40. I like that for a short if we get up there. I mean, you got 65. All right. 65, 62. Hike. I'm okay with that. Either one. Good morning, Anthony. Good morning, Starshine. The early morning sing-a-song. Who gotta doody, who gotta doody. Just YouTube guys, if you're here, hang out because we're gonna do the boot camp starting at about 11:15. Let's see if we can spike down to. Yeah, we got the 68. Could not get lower. That was our 200 EMA and the 65 EMA. Problem was we only moved 5 points to hit that, so it wasn't really a setup. Chillawine, dig that girl. NYM's coming our way. We got 484. How low do we get? We got to 492, guys. You still like 484? Yowza. We were only 8 points away. I don't know. That's kind of close for me. I'll give it a couple minutes.
Remember, the YM moves like NASDAQ. This thing will hit like 35 points ATR.
Yep.
But it's trailing the 50% targets, David. I need to give you an updated, because last week the guys had asked me to add the targets to the ORB. So I have the 50% targets, and we're currently at 2R ORB for YM. It needs to go all the way down to 438 for me to take it again.
Yeah, let's wait. I like the 438 too. We ain't gonna get that though. That's the PP. It's down 100 points from here. $383. Okay. See if we go in that Direzione. Song, 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 sing, 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 sing a song. Good morning, starshine. Oil a little trendy. No pullback in gold yet. I am still spiky, wikey, dikey down. 45, 438. I mean, let's definitely have that out in case something stupid happens. All right, guys and gals. Nowhere's land. Anyone know what time it is? Anyone know what time it is? It's peanut butter coffee time. Orders are good. Back in 5 minutes. Back in 3 minutes. All right. MES looks like it's setting up for a long after a double bottom. Well, let's see if we get our spiker down to 62.50. I like that. We got 64 and then a fib at 62.50. I don't think it's setting up for anything right now, Ant. Be patient. Be patient. Got our orders out. Take a chill pill. Starting to lose volume already. Just sitting in nowhere's land. Keep bouncing off the same level. But there's nothing to do here. I ain't giving away nothing today. Who said giveaway time? Did I say I was giving stuff away today? Let me see if I can grab a few accounts. Maybe we'll do something later. Oh, they're all coming in now. Lisa, didn't you win one last time? Good morning, Starshine. You're in it. You're ineligible. All right, let's do something. Dow's getting a smack at that. Schmackadacka. Martin's going to join the raffle on YouTube. Good morning, sunshine. Oh, there they go. Yeah, free account. Yeah. They're all waking up now. I'm trying to see if I can get a few for you guys. All you got to do is hang out till 4 o'clock. We have 2,000 people registered for our webinar tomorrow night. 2,000 people. Yowza. We're doing a collaboration with Boris. Boris and Kathy. I believe that's his name. Yep. Yeah, Bob, we're doing a collaboration tomorrow night. 2,000 people are registered. Wow. Yeah, check out our Twitter, Wall Street Global Twitter. You'll see it there. You can register. No, this is pathetic, guys and girls. No, it's summertime. It's not pathetic. It is what it is. Good morning, starshine. Yeah, I hear you, Kev. We had a few good trades this morning, Shane. We had a good stock trade in AMD. Boom, chakalaka. Ken had a beautiful fib up at 74.50. Boom, chakalaka. Scotty had a good trade in gold that a couple people got. Boom, chakalaka. Yeah. Last Monday, I don't think we got a trade the whole day. I can tell you this, we're going to slow down from here. Here was your Momo. That was beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. Quick couple of points. Now, we are definitely in nowhere's land. Ken has taken away all my emotions. Oh, that's good. That's how you have to look at this. Pfizer's still getting shellacked. Pfizer's still getting bagel schmeared. Yeah, rallied up to the trend line, and then, I mean, you can't trade that. You got to trade 10,000 shares. My goal is to kill your emotions at birth. It's funny. How about Lily? Same chart. Merck. Same chart. Myrna. Same chart. No trades though. Bitcoin, nice bounce. How about Bitcoin hit that 11,000, guys, and went up 1,200 points? Where were we, guys and girls? Check this out. It went below it by, I don't know, a little bit, but that was our daily level. Boom. So here, once we got back above the orb, boom. There's your 945 orb. Scotty mentioned this earlier, right? Yep. Look at that. There's your 945 orb. Hello. Hello. I can't figure this market out for beans. I like the 77.75 that we're at. Otherwise, this is garbage time. Garbage. Good morning, sunshine. $60.75 is probably safe to have out. 67. Well, we still have a fib at 62.50. Someone had a fib there. But we'll go 61. I might be shocked if we get a 10-point move the rest of the day. What do you think of
News
that?
coming.
What news?
Dallas Fed.
Dallas Fed manufacturing. This could be something. I have no idea. Gold coming in to retest the orb. Do we like it, guys? 313. What is that? I can't even tell. Oh, just missed it. 34.13.50. Look at that. Got the 34.13.80. So just missed it. The retest of the orb. That would have been nice. But we didn't get it. That would have been nice. That would be something. Really would be something. That would be something. Reaching the falling rain, mama. Reaching the falling rain. All right. I think we can get rid of this. I don't think we're going down 100 points anytime soon. This is a bloody mess now. Let's check Chen trades. Let's see. Nvidia could be a little trend. Tesla, nah, I don't even like any of these. God. Roblex. For those of you who are joining us, have you ever taken August off? No, Peter. take a vacation. I just got back. I was away last week. But some people have. Not the worst thing in the world. Look, we've had a good month. I mean, by any stretch of the guys in the room, this has been a really good month. Give me some ones. I mean, you know, we're not getting as many trades as we normally do, but this has been a good month. No question about it. Yeah, I mean, there's no debating that we've had a good month. Just not a lot of trades. So good, I made too much in Apex. Ugly. Mister. SoFi. Yes, SoFi's been a nice buy and hold. Right? It's been great. I was in on the IPO on this, I think at $8. Oh no, I think our price was 13. Getting a little extended on a daily chart. But good looking chart. How do you use the orb, Dave? Now, Pete, you have to have it set up and you think of swim charts. There's a few ways to use it. So first way early this morning was when we broke above the 15-minute high. That was the first time to use it. So it's a range. If we break below it, we want to get short. If we break above it, we want to get long. And when it pulls back to that orb, now that it's in a beautiful uptrend, we want to get long. So a few different ways. Good question. You can do the orb in trading view. Yes. Boom, chakalaka. Every single thing. Well, you guys all have purchased the course already. But for those on YouTube, everything that we talk about in here is in our courses in great detail. And you get this live boot camp. And you get a lot of me singing. Because this is dead. I definitely like a short in gold at the previous day high. If we go in that direction. I mean, we're sitting in a 5-point range and a half for 45 minutes now in the ESs. Garbage. That would be something. So here, there was no orb trade. Nothing. Gold set up. This is peanut butter sleepy time. But like I said, we got the boot camp this week, so we got lots to do. All right, I got 5 free codes. We'll give them away later.
David,
Say what?
does our monthly membership allow us to get in tonight? Or is that separate?
Tonight. What's tonight?
I thought you said you had a big Zoom coming. Was it tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow night.
Oh,
Anyone can get into that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go to our WSGTA Twitter. You can just register. Yeah. Monthly membership gives you everything except the personal invitation to my house. Schedule for today, Brad, is I will be going over all the rules this morning, stop orders, profit targets, when to stop when we're making money, when to stop when we're losing money, averaging in, We will take our lunch, and then Ken, who who put together a beautiful presentation. We'll talk about psychology. Beat you guys up a little bit for the afternoon. And then we'll see if we have time for fibs today. Don't want to overwhelm anybody. Try to take everything nice and slow. We don't move on to another subject until everybody is good with the subjects that we're talking about. No man or woman will be left behind. There will be no replays of Bootcamp, Lenovo. We do not record Bootcamp for obvious reasons. But you have the course at your fingertips that you can go to at any point, and you have the Thursday night mentorship meetings, which you get forever. Thursday nights, we get together for you YouTube's peeps every Thursday night. Anyone who belongs to our family, any of our course members, we get together every Thursday night, me and Peter, live in real time, go over trades, talk about problems that anybody's having, usually there for at least an hour, hour and a half every Thursday night. That's also included. Check out our courses here, guys and girls. And anyone who buys a course now, that futures course is going to be part of it. You're going to get that. It's going to replace what we have in there now. So, and with that course, you get options, stocks, swing trading, all of that stuff included. So the new one we did is just going to be futures. So what we have in there now is going to have the futures course, the new one, and stocks and options. One-stop shop for everything. All right, I still like the 77, 75 if we can pop up there in short order. Anytime we're looking for a trade, and this is very important, we want it to go to our level as fast as possible. What we're trying to do, guys and girls, is put the odds in our favor of our trades working. And the faster something gets to one of our levels, the better the odds are going to be of that trade working. If we crawl up and crawl up and crawl up and crawl up, it is not going to be as effective. So speed is mega important in any trade that we are looking to set up. Mega, mega, mega. Faster, and the further it gets to one of our levels, the better the odds of that trade working are going to be. All we can do is put the odds in our favor by using our technical analysis. Still going to have losing trades. If we already inside yes, Philippe. If you already own the course, we have a futures fast track in there now that's going to be replaced with the new course. So you're going to have an option. You want to buy the entire package that has stocks, boom, ba-boom, 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 everything. And a boot camp, that's going to be the $6.99. If you just want the course with stocks, options, and futures, that's going to be $4.99. And I haven't decided what I'm going to do for this separate course, but we're going to make it really affordable. I think I'm going to look at like $2.99 for the 5-hour futures course with a boot camp and with lifetime mentorship. So if all you want is futures, just wait till we have the course up there. I think we're going to do $300. You'll get lifetime mentorship, you'll have the course forever, and you'll get a boot camp. Well, if you only want the futures course, hang out. And if you can't afford $300 for a course, you shouldn't be trading. Especially when you get lifetime mentorship. Born free, as free as the wind blows. That's Tuch. All right, coming in a little bit here. We like the 61 if we can spiky dikey wikey dikey. I've done everything for you. All right, coming in a little bit, breaking down a little bit. See if we can get down to that 61er. YM is breaking down too. Let's get that order out in YM again, in case we spike all the way down. As far as courses go, you guys are leaps and oh, thank you. Yeah, you get your money's worth with us. That's for shit sure. And we are accountable for every single thing that we do. Yeah, do we like this 38? 450, 438? Yes, we do. If we spike down 40 points in the MYM. Pivot point, 450, 438. I can put it in correctly. Boom, shakalaka. Faster the better. Let's see if we get a spike and dyke down to the pivot point. Bitcoin. That's why I wish I had Jesse's girl. Yep, if we get above the 200 EMA, we can go a little bit ski. Let's see. What is the ATR in the YM? I think it's like 30 points. Yeah, the ATR is 35 points. So 30 points, what's that? 150 bucks on a contract? So $300 max risk. Yes, sir. Give me some ones if you can hear me in YouTube. We're going to take our break in a few minutes and then we're going to get rolling. Can you hear me in YouTube? Thank you, Ken. Ba, 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 ba. The waiting is the hardest part, guys and girls. The waiting is the hardest part, as our buddy Tom Petty would say. Yuck, 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 yuck. Just ugly.
Trump is speaking live at the White House right now.
Is he really?
He is.
Cancel, cancel, cancel. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. I've done everything for you. Let's not get caught in anything now. Bum, 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 bum. We know everything. Just better safe than sorry, guys and girls. We have spies everywhere. I wish that we had Jesse's girl. But can I find a woman like that? If he wasn't talking, I'd still like that 78 level, but who knows what happens now. There will be no money. But on your deathbed, you will receive total consciousness. So I got that going for me. This could be a breakout above the orb, which is nice. cancel that too. This is a guessing game. Bitcoin could be the Momo above here. So we're talking about a momentum trade, everybody, okay? See how many times we pushed against this 200 EMA. So the idea is finally when we break above it, it'll continue the momentum to the upside. But here's one thing I don't like, and Scotty will tell you the same thing. Look at this volume. It's non-existent. It is gone. So it's hard to get these breakouts unless we get a little volume, of which there is none. 0.0, Mr. Blukowski. Leaving previous day high out on gold. Gold. I like it. Previous day high, previous week. Well, obviously it's the same thing. The waiting is the hardest part. Garbage. Now, NQ could be a buy on a pullback to the orb now. It worked right there. Look at that. Boom. Still not a big bounce in YM. Little bounces in these drug stocks, but not a lot. Dun, 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 dun. Can you hear me turning, turning? Ay, ay, ay. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Where can I find a woman like that? Look in the mirror all the time. Not the way things supposed to be. Well, I'd rather have a slow winning day than a slow losing day. How do you like them apples? I got her number. Look at a trend trade in Roblex from 950 this morning. Hit our trend at 123. Boom. Right there, 15 EMA. Up 4 banana skins. Boom, boom, boom. See, might have got a false break out there because there's no volume. 1280. The waiting is the hardest part. I would love it if we could spike down that far. Top of the orb is like 1350. And, you know, we got the previous day high. Yeah, 20 could work for a little trade. This is just deadness. Hello, deadness, my good friend. Oh, boy. What did I do today? I made $143 times 3. It is what it is. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, sing a song for me. I would have liked to known you, but I was just a kid. Goldfinger. Deadsville. Deadsville. Now we're rallying. We're up, we're down, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. I don't get it. Boom, 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 boom. We'll hang out a couple more minutes, then we'll take our break. No break yet. Let's see if we get up to do we like the 78 still, guys? Let's say we try 78 on this pop-up small. This bopper. 64.78. This pop, otherwise we'll take our break. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Jesse is a friend. This popper. Yeah, I hear you, Scarlett. Could be worse. Now Bitcoin's trying to break out above again. Again, no volume in anything. Gold trying to break out. Everything's going in the same direction. Weird. All right. No orders, guys and girls. We're going to take a 20-minute break and then we're going to get to work. Yeah, there's nothing to do, guys. So Don't force anything on. It's dead. You can try for a quick point or two, but again, we're moving on no volume. I don't know if Trump's still speaking or not. I have no idea. It's just dead. He's taking questions now. Yeah, so just don't do anything. Let's take our break. We got a lot of work to do. We'll start our boot camp when we get back. Could be YM done for the day. Everything could be done for the day, especially when this guy stops speaking. But we got a lot of work to do today, so it's all good. Still like the YM at that 45438. It's down 40 points from here. I would like it if it goes fast. Be a decent trade if we get down there, but let's take our break and take a chill pill. Jesse is a friend. She feels so crazy and feels so cool. Got a little friend that I want on mine. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Let's say like 11:25, and then we'll get some work done, then we'll take lunch, and then Ken will take over the afternoon, and blah, 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 blah. Deadsville. No orders. I mean, I would definitely do 84 if we spike up there. You feel so crazy and you feel so mean. All right, back in a few ski. No orders. Yeah, all right, ladies and gents. Nice little breakout. Let's go through a bunch of stuff and then we'll start talking about our morning. We'll start talking about some rules. Bitcoin finally broke above that. Gold is dead. ESs, let's put out our 8450. We like that. Let's get that out there while we're talking and learning. 64, 84, 50. Boom, shakalaka laka. All right, as we go through our lessons, if anybody has any questions about anything, okay, you must stop us and ask. Boom, boom, boom. I am in longs in NQ. Do you think I can get some more points off? What do we have? Anything set up for a trade? What are we trimming? NQ at previous day target. Anyone trim or profit there? Did we have a trade anywhere, Scotty? Did I miss something that was posted? Anybody in any trades? All right, good. Perfecto. We got our 8450 out. We like that. If we go in that direzione, we likey. Okay. Can take some long ES off the 9. Yeah, you can try. 76, it's only a 4-point move down. Even 75. 72 is our 30-minute EMA. I like that. Let's put out 72. Down 5 points from here. I'm down with that. Okay. So if anyone has any questions about what we're doing as we go along, please stop us and ask. Jesse is a friend. If you're doing a 9, you got to add on a 15. I just like to get a little bigger of a pullback. Let's see what happens. We do, we do. If we don't, we don't. Am I still associated with Top Step? No. But that being said, anybody is more than welcome to trade where they are most comfortable. If you're most comfortable on Top Step, trade on Top Step. Take Profit Trader, wherever you're most comfortable. We don't tell you where to go. I will just tell you that we are associated with Apex now. But anyone who can trade with us can trade on any platform that they would like. That's the bottom line. So don't feel like you have to trade on a certain platform. Platform isn't as important as what we're going to teach you. So it's going to work on any platform. Does not matter. All right, we're going to talk about stop orders, guys. A minute. I'm back. Back in the New York groove. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Everybody got me? Yeah, I just had a little glitch for some reason. I don't know what the hell happened. You can do whatever you want now. Let me get my yeah, I don't know what happened. It must be working in the area or something. But everybody got me now, right? Give me some ones. All right, cool beans. Let me just get my trading platform open again. For some reason it stopped. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we're opening back up again. If the problem persists, please contact client services. Can't get back into my trader workstation. I think they're having a problem with interactive brokers. Yep. Anyone trading on interactive brokers? And it's all good, JR? Mine's not working for some reason. Ah, it's my computer. All right, here's what I got to do, guys and girls. Hold on a minute. Here's what I got to do. I got to reboot everything. So I'm going to make, it doesn't matter. I'm going to make Scotty a host. I got to reboot because it's my computer. Nothing is updating. So give me 5 minutes. I got to reboot everything. Bump, 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 bump. You can see how my Thinkorswim isn't working either. So let's try something else before I have to reboot. Let's see. Let's try something else first. Get rid of that. Nothing else is open. Get rid of that. Okay, I got my Zoom meetings. All right, let's try this again now. Nope. All right, I got to reboot. Scotty's the host. Give me a few minutes, guys and girls. My computer is a little messed up right now. Let me reboot. Stop share. Give me 5 minutes, guys and girls.
Is this lunchtime? Yeah, it is for me. Philippe, I cut everybody loose at 11:30 for lunchtime. This is choppy time. We've got declining volume, yada yada. So there's nothing to do. You can see I don't have any orders on. Gold was a nice runner up today. There was your liquidity sweep. We took advantage of that a little bit there. If you look at the ES chart, one thing I want to note to you guys that I was looking at, people were asking me about channels last week. And while I don't trade channels, notice that the ES has been, even in the channel, every one of these candles that's in here has been retracing itself, right? So even in the channel, you'll see that this candle is inside this one, is inside this one, is inside this one. So even though you have this slow melt up, you're getting retraced. So in those cases, you guys are getting, you're getting your trim stopping out, getting your trim stopping out. And so it would be better to either slow down your stop loss for the trim off the ORB, or see money, take money. So when you start seeing candles that are all inside each other and we're not getting that full breakout like this is much easier to trade than this constant retracement, because every trim is going to get stopped out and you're just giving up $100 every time. So it's not been a lot of trading for me today, full transparency. I've been trading really slowly. I do keep the 15-minute eyeballs on it, so I got this Momo here. But most of my trades are on gold and YM today. Oil is back at far from moving average, threatening 77 RSI. Do a little analysis there. But it's lunchtime. Look at that big spike in oil volume. Ken, you got any levels on oil? I know royalty trades that. Yeah, that's way high there. What do we have to the left? This is going to be a quick analysis on my part. Did that answer your question, Philippe? 11:30 to 12:30 is about my lunchtime. I look for the market to wake up around 1, so I tend to come back at 12:30 and start drawing my charts. And I don't have shit to the left over here. What's all this? That's very interesting to me. Oh, of course, TOS is loading data terribly. What's today's price right now? Let's put a price line on that. There's a guide wire. Extend to the left. Let's scroll it over. See who's talking. So we're sitting inside this little supply. There's a big move down here. This is a big oil resistance zone here. I want to see where we are inside this move. I know I'm going fast, guys. I'm not trying to show you this. I'm just trying to do this. So bear with me. Whoops. There's your oil levels right there. Coming to the 23.6. So if we get up around 65.32 and we get a move and get this far from moving average, I don't mind 65.32 on oil if you're an oil trader. This 38.2 is likely to pin at 65.12, but it's only 12 cents from here. So I'd like to get at least twice that move. So if we can move from 94 up 32, that gives us about 38 cents, 40 cents. I like 65.32 if you wanted to do it at lunch, but it's lunch, so you probably shouldn't. I keep Chart Trader open. You'll see that I have 4 of my windows up here like this, moving these things around. This is CL, MCL, YM, MYM, and then I have 4 other charts in a grid that do ES and MES. And so you'll notice that I color sync. So the dark colors is ES, the light colors are MES. And then I place all of my order trades using this ticket next to TOS. One of these days, I'll take some screenshots and show you guys my Ninja configuration, but remember that I have 5 monitors. So I have a market watch monitor, I have this monitor I share, and then I have my primary monitor that I trade. Kevin, I didn't realize that was you. I thought you were a student in the room. I thought you were asking me, man. There you go. There's a quick and dirty. I've been watching this micro Bitcoin since last night. And it's been slow. But here's your NQ levels. Big moves up here. I've got huge time frames on. You guys caught me with my pants down doing a bunch of analysis. I wasn't expecting that. But look at that beautiful pin short. Well, it's an NQ. That's a miss. Don't be chasing it down. But you guys can see a lot of supply, demand, open range. And this is something else to see. When you turn on open range, if you guys turn on targets, it will show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 R. So if we clear the drawing set, there's your open range breakout. And then this 50% line here is measured here, here, here. So you can see the open range breakout came out. We take so you Momo out, target one, see money, take money, and then retest and go. So if I look at that same move on a 5-minute chart, there's your Momo trade. So you Momo out, retest and go. We can turn targets on here and show you that as well. So those of you that are big open range traders on YouTube, this is your guy here. So you're going to Momo out, see money, take money, retest, trend. That's your shot. And other than that, now it's just lunchtime and things are quiet. It is what it is. Go back to sleep. Yeah. That's a recent study that we just developed. This is your open price. So this is today's open. This is and on this org
Reloading
study.
everything, guys and girls. I'll be right there.
Yeah, thanks, DG. You can see, which open range do you want? Because anything over 30 minutes is the initial balance. And so adding that to our chart then allows us to just put that out there. I actually took this from an old trading view study that I had back in the day. So, but this all comes, you guys will get this with the course, things like that. But one of the key things, and I think the most important for me, is just we take the Momo out, see money, take money, try and catch the trend. And as long as we stay above the 15, we ride the 15 and stay in the trade all day if we can. Talk to Philippe, ping Ken. Ken's a good guy, buddy. But what you guys just saw was me mapping out supply and demand, and then I put fibs inside that. So effectively, think of it like this. If I draw a zone, let's say I find a bunch of wicks down here and I create a zone, and I say this is obviously a demand zone down here, and then put fibs on that zone, as long as my zone is based on my candles, I could do the same thing here. Let's say, for example, this. And the fibs worked inside that zone, because effectively this 1 5-minute candle is 5 1-minute candles, which would be the same as drawing a fib on this chart on 1 minute and drawing them here, right? So if I were to draw fibs here, there they are. So this 1 minute fib line is very similar to this one. So I actually fibbed my zones and my chart, and I use my Fibonacci to get into, so I know where to get into zones so I can manage risk. That's what you guys are seeing. And I know this is a trial by fire. I didn't expect David to have a tech problem and then say, hey, Scotty's hosting. We're on YouTube. So, but again, you guys come into the course, take a look at those things. Ken does an all-day amazing Fibonacci lesson. Pretty powerful. Good times. Yeah, I draw fibs. I draw supply fibs, demand fibs, and then fibs between the two. So if you think about that, if you look at my drawings, you'll get, and maybe this is worth hearing even for the kids on YouTube. When I draw my Fibonacci levels, I have reversal zones on them. And so what they do is, and I'll see if I can get a view here for you. If I draw these fibs, you'll notice that my Fibonacci layers are not the same as yours. And so most people are going to draw their fibs within the fib retracement levels, right? These are just levels I was taught. But if for some reason the market were to break out from here and come up to the negative, this is my negative levels and my 100 plus levels, I'm looking for a rejection there. So volume profile is a big part of my trading back in the day. And what I learned was that by taking the fibs and the fib extensions and combining them into one tool, I can trade, and instead of redrawing my fibs, I look for a short off of a rejection of higher value or lower value, which brings us right back into the fib structure here. So this is your fibs, high to low, and you can see that on the trend line here.
Guys, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, okay? Because I don't want to start talking about Fibonacci's now. Ken's going to do this later.
Oh, I was talking about to the YouTube question out there, David. I don't have to just one for the room. Yeah.
I don't want to go through Fibonacci's now.
Sure, no problem.
going to be a whole lesson later on today or tomorrow. So I don't
Am
want
I trading order flow every day? That's
I
what
don't want people to
Bootcamp
get
is.
confused. That's all.
All that stuff, Philippe, is in the course in slow market. And the order flow, I don't like read the tape. But trading order flow, yeah, I want to see supply demand. I want to see order flow. I'm not watching time and sales and trying to market into big blocks. I don't do that. I'm not that good. I blow up my account.
Just waiting for a call from Roman. Everybody chill out for a little bit.
But since I've run the targets out here, I'm gonna turn them off. And now I'm just looking for much larger moves. Where's the ES? Look at that. This was beautiful and I didn't take it. We'll do 71. It's lunchtime, so I don't recommend anything, guys. But this consolidation here, just not 10 points. I guess 69 then. 64, 69. Which product deal? Is that a 10 level? $82.5 is a double top from China. $84 from last week. 84.75.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the technical issues. We are back on YouTube and the trading room. Let me just take this now. Host. Okay. Share. Yes. Boom. 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 All right. Everybody good?
Perfect. Yep.
We're still offering up at 84.50 is good. Welcome back, YouTube. Let me just get this open. Sure, I don't have any orders out in this thing. And we'll get rock and rolling. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. Built this city on rock and roll. This city. Okay, good. Good. All right. Let's get rolling, guys and girls. So we're going to talk about stop orders to start, and we're going to go over a bunch of simple rules that everybody's going to follow every single time they ever make a trade. And we're going to make you a little bit better of a trader just with this lesson alone. Okay. So how many people in both YouTube and our room are not using stop orders? Give me a one and be honest. No lying. How many do not use stop orders? All right. Every single person is using a stop order when they make a trade. All right. That's a good thing. All right. Beautiful. Okay. I call bullshit too. Because there's no way on God's green earth that every person in here is using stop orders. But okay. We'll go with it, guys and girls. So how do we figure out where to put our stop orders? What mental stops? Yeah, no. Mental stops are for, I'm not going to say it, but don't use mental stops, guys and girls. The problem with using a mental stop is, how often are you going to stick to that? Think about it. When you're in a losing trade and it starts going against you, your tendency is going to be to say to yourself, let's give this a little more room. Okay? Let's give this a little more room. Yep. It starts going against you. Give it more room, and you've blown up a trading account. We are going to have losing trades, guys and girls. Okay? We are going to show you tomorrow how to use bracket orders on every single trade that you do on every platform that we trade on. We want you to be using a bracket order on every single trade that you do. Okay? We are going to have losing trades. What we don't want to do is be blowing up accounts left and right. That's what we don't want to be doing. So we're going to have a stop order on every single trade that we do. Generally speaking, okay? Generally speaking, we are going to use the ATR. For those of you who don't know what that is the average true range. By the way, guys and girls, when you become part of our family and to buy any of our courses, there's going to be one button that sets up your charts to look exactly like mine does, with all this information on there, all of our moving averages, our VWAP, what the spread is, the ATR, 5-minute orb, high and low, range of that. This is all going to be set up on your charts on TradingView or Thinkorswim automatically by pushing one button so that we're all looking at the same thing. And that's mega, mega important because we want our technical analysis to be the same. Okay? So we're going to have a stop order on every single trade that we do. In the MES, our stop order is 4 points. If we are wrong by 4 points in a trade, we get out of the trade. So if you are doing 2 ESs, you are risking $400 per trade. And once we get rolling, I want everyone to be doing at least 2 ESs when we get going. Okay? 4 point stop. Once we get into a trade and we have taken our first profit, let's say we spike up to 84.50 and we are short 2 ESs. I want to take a profit between 1.5 and 2 points, sometimes even 1 point, but we try to shoot between 2 and 5 points on every trade that we do. This is on trades that we are scalping in and out of. If we're in a trend trade, we're going to stay in it all day. For most of our trades, okay, we're going to use the ATR for our stop order, and we're going to be looking to make 2 to 5 points. If you make 2 points on 2 contracts in the ESs, that is $200. For some people, that is an entire day. If you make $200 a day, you're making $52,000 a year on average. So we're going to start with 2 ESs. Once you get a little more comfortable, you do more. Okay? So you have the stop on the contract. If we're in at 84, our stop would be 88.50. That is correct. But here's a mega, mega important part, guys and girls. Once we have taken our first profit, let's say we're in at 84.50 and we took one off at 83 for $1 for 1.5 points profit. You are now going to lower your stop order to break even. Once we have taken our first profit on any trade that we do, we no longer have any risk on that trade. Does anybody have any question about that? This is a huge mistake that traders make. Number one, they're shooting for big home runs on every single trade that we do. No. You get to the point where you're trading 5 contracts. If you make 2 points, you made $500. Do that on 10 accounts and you made $5,000. And we know on Apex, you can have up to 20 accounts and copy trade on all 20 of them. I'm not telling you to do that at the beginning, okay? I have 5 PA accounts. 3 of them are connected. 2 are not. Because God forbid, if I blow one, I'm blowing them all. So I don't suggest putting all your eggs in one basket. But mega important, the first profit that we take on any trade that we do, I don't care if it's a stock or a, yeah, I know, Kev. We're giving Bootcamp all day to YouTube today. They're getting a preview of our entire day. Yes. Boom chakalak. Keep in mind, guys and girls that are joining us on YouTube, you're getting a preview of our entire first day. This is included with any course that you buy from us, including lifetime mentorship and this live boot camp that you get, okay? That you get. So you're getting all this as a nice preview for the entire day. Can anyone tell me how many trades that we had today? 2 or 3? If you got them all, I know Ken gave us 2. I think Scotty gave us 1. Yeah, I think we had 3 trades today, and we made money on all 3 trades. Not a huge day, but we had 3 trades. We made money on all 3 trades. I'm not even counting the stocks. Yeah, because we had AMD and we had Palantir also. AMD we had down on our pivot point. That was a beautiful hit. Look at that. Gorgeous. Palantir, I think we got the far from moving average trade, right? Whatever that was down there. Yes. So whatever. We had a few trades today. Some days we have 5, 6 trades. Some days we have no trades. Okay. 0. Happens. Very rare, but it happens. Where is the download link for TradingView? All I see is the Think or Swim link in the course. It should be in there. Let me find out exactly where it is. Yes, we are singles and doubles hitters. Let me see. Let me just text Roman. I'll ask him, where is the TradingView? We have it. I just don't want to post that in YouTube. Does anyone in the private trading room need that link? All right, Martin just posted it for anyone in the trading room. Yep, that's good. Keep in mind, guys and girls, we also, for anyone who's interested, we have payment plans for all of our courses. So you can buy our courses for like $40 a month. And you have it, and it's lifetime. I have to set an alarm. What time do I start? Figure, Ken, 1:30, because I got a bit to do now, and then we'll take lunch. Yeah, I'm going to find out exactly where it is. Lutz. I'll find out where it is. Send me an email, and I'll get it for you. That's the best way to do it. Best way to do it. Send me an email. Okay. So when we're trading the ESs, we are going to have a 4-point stop. But more importantly, once we trim our first profit, we're going to lower our stop so that we cannot lose money on that trade. If we're doing it in stocks, it's going to be the same thing. I'll talk about stocks in a minute. Okay. When we're trading oil, our profit target is between 5 and 10 cents with a 10-cent stop. Unless we're in a trend trade, then we're going to try to get more out of it. Okay. Good example of a trend trade in oil. We hit our 15 EMA down here earlier at 64.60, and it gave us a nice, beautiful trend trade. So in oil, 10-cent stop. First profit target, 5 cents in oil. So I look to make between 5 and I'll trail my second one in oil, try to get 10, 15, 20 cents. Okay. And it's the same thing. If you're trading the CL, it's the same amount of profit, same amount of target, same amount of stop. So 10-cent stop between 5 and 10 cents. If we're trading gold, same thing. Okay. We're going to have what do we have? Like a 5-point stop in gold. Look to make between 2 and 5 points. Kind of the same thing. I know sometimes we take them off a little earlier than that, but kind of the same thing. If you are going to trade NQ, and this is why I don't like trading NQ, I will if it really moves. Okay. The ATR in NQ right now is 18 points, which is kind of calm, right? But at least a 20-point stop in NQ. Look at this beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yeah, I'm with you, Ken. Look at this beautiful trend in NQ today, guys. So this is a trade. I'm going to go over it. I'm going back and forth. I'm talking technicals. I'm talking all different stuff, but that's okay. This is a trade in the NQ where I am not looking to scalp out of this trade. When I get in on a trend trade, I am going to stay in this trend trade with a part of my trade for the entire day or until the trend breaks. So if we go back here, guys and girls, we hit our 9 and 15 EMA at 10.20, at 23,527 and 23,520. 7 points apart, we hit our trend. We are in a full trend trade, okay? And we started at 23,528. This is up 90 points, guys and girls. 90 points from hitting our trend. Here it hit our trend again. Boom. Spectacular. It's up 70 points from there. We are going to hold on to a part of this trade. So if I had 3 contracts in the NQs, guys and girls, I'm selling one for 10 points. I'm selling one for 20 points. I want to put money in the bank. I'm going to keep raising my stop. I am holding this last NQ contract until it breaks this trend. When it breaks the trend, it gets below the 15 EMA. We are up 90 points on one contract right now. That's $1,800 with no reason to sell that in any way, shape, or form since 10 o'clock this morning. So when we get into a trend trade, which we're going to teach you about later in the week, I want to ride this until the cows come home or until it breaks the trend. Everything else, we're just scalping. ESs, let's see if we still like our 84. How high do we get? Not really, guys and girls. I mean, this is going to be a 4-point move to get there. No. Let's cancel all orders for now anyway, while we're teaching. If something sets up, we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll cancel everything for now. There's no reason to have anything out right now. Better buyer than seller on a pullback. So maybe we'll leave something out on the buy side, but don't want to have anything out on the sell side. Not enough of a move anymore. Will it still work that level? Yeah, I bet it works for a few points. But it doesn't fit our trading criterion anymore, so we will wait. Chill out. Okay. We are going to show you how tomorrow to build a bracket order. Your bracket order, when you get into a trade, is automatically going to set at least your first target price and your stop order. So when we get into a trade and you have a bracket order, it's going to take you out of part of your trade. Then you're going to raise your stop and see how much more you can get out of the trade. And you're going to have a bracket order on every trade that you do, whether it's a stock or a future, because it takes the emotion out of the trade. Another thing, guys and girls, I don't see any reason for you to be looking at your P&L while you're trading. There is none. If we have losing trades, we know we're in a losing trade. If we're in winning trades, a lot of times, especially in a trend trade, there's no way on God's green earth you're going to stay in this for 100 points. Am I right or am I wrong? Because you're going to be looking at that P&L, and it's going to keep ticking up and up and up and up and up, and you're going to say, I got to get out of this trade. I got to. It can't keep going up. I don't even suggest looking at your P&L when you're trading. Okay? I don't. And we're going to talk about this in a few more minutes also. There's no reason to. You're just going to get emotional when you start looking at your P&L and it's going up. This is not, Ken's going to tell you this later. I don't want to get into Ken's game, okay? But this is not about money, guys and girls. Trading is not about money. It's a system. Okay? I never let my runners run hard not to make money and go, yeah, Z, but think about how many bad trades this would overcome if you were in this trend trade. 20, 30, right? Yep. We let our losers get out of very quickly, and we let our winners run. Again, it depending on what kind of trade that we get in. You know, if I could average, quite frankly, 2.5 points on every scalp that I do, I will have these accounts qualified in 10 days and start taking money from them 10 days after that. You will. And again, you got to throw in losing trades. We're going to have them too, but how you handle them is the most important thing. Okay, so we've gone over all our stop orders for futures, right? How many people in both rooms here are trading stocks? Give me some ones so I know what we're dealing with. Alex, Martin, a few of you. Okay, it's the same theory, guys, if we're trading stocks. Okay, let's go to Palantir. All right, so we got into this, whatever it was, the far from moving average trade. The ATR is 70 cents. So if I get into Palantir, and whether it's long or short, I can't look to make $5 on a trade. The ATR is 70 cents. What that means is trading it right now, if I make between 50 cents and $1 on a trade, that is a good trade. Again, unless we're in a trend trade, in which case we're going to ride it till the cows come home again. So I can't get into Palantir with a 70-cent ATR and expect to make $3 on the trade. So this is where you have to adjust your size, okay? If I'm doing 100 shares, then I could expect to make 50 bucks, 50 to 70 bucks. If I'm doing 200 shares, I'm making $100 to $140. And your stop order, 70 cents. And once I take my first profit, quite honestly, if I'm looking at a 70 cent ATR, if I make 35 cents, I'm taking half of my trade off. Then I'll try to get the full ATR out of it, and I'm raising my stop to break even. Every trade that we do, when we have a profit, do not let that turn into a losing trade. Ever. How many people before you got here not only did not take any profits, but ended up making that into a losing trade? Give me some ones. Everybody. Every person in here should put in a 1 unless you're lying. Because we've all done it, right? One of the best things about what we do here, okay, is I have made these mistakes 100 times. Everybody has made these mistakes. If you're just beginning or you're struggling, the best thing about what we do is it should not cost you a lot of money to learn how to do what we're doing. No matter whether you're trading stocks, options, or futures. Especially with futures, because we can open up accounts for $16 or $33 with Apex, whatever it is, when they have their sale, right? That's why we want so many people to be trading futures, because of the low barrier to entry, and you can start taking some money from them if you figure this out and you do it the right way on a consistent basis. All right, if I'm trading NVIDIA, okay, same thing. ATR in NVIDIA is 50 cents. It's 40 cents. You can't expect to get in this unless you're in a trend trade and make more than that. And if we look at NVIDIA at 10 o'clock, we pulled back and hit our 9 EMA. Okay, check it out. At 178.50, let's call it. It's up $3 from there. Is there any reason to be out of your whole trade? No, not a single even pullback to the, well, maybe we hit the 9 here, but here's your trend trade. No reason to be out of it. None. These don't happen very often, especially in futures. Doesn't happen very often. But when you see this in an NQ, oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Depends on what kind of trade we're getting in, Michael, but that's a great question. So Michael says, when you hit your first profit target and move the stop to break even, how do you decide where to take your second profit? If we're in a regular, what we call a regular moving average trade, like we spike up to 70.84, I'm looking to make 2 to 5 points would be a full second target. Okay, 5 points would be a full second target. So here's what we do. Let's say I took one off for 1.5 points. Okay, now it's down 2 points. Well, I'm going to lock in at least a point profit. Down 3 points, let's lock in a 2-point profit. Down 4 points, let's lock in a 3-point profit. And if it hits our 5-point profit, we are out of the trade. So keep lowering your stop to lock in profit, lock in profit, lock in profit. Okay. And let's say we do the ES, right? And we take a point out of our first trade. Then let it go a point against you and break even on the trade. Got to give our trades a little time to work, right? So if I take a point, I'm not going to go to break even. I'll let it lose a point so that I break even on the trade. Got to give things a little room. And also, we got to give things a little time to work. As long as something's not going against me, every trade's not going to work in 30 seconds. Okay? It might take a little longer for our trades to work out. The only trade that we're going to hit very quickly, more often than not, is our far from moving average trade. When this got below a 20 RSI, and this is Palantir stock, at 9:30, okay, right here, got below a 20 RSI. If we look at the next 5-minute bar, this bar was $2. So we're looking to get in this on the first green bar and then take our profit as it goes up. Do you have a time limit when you might get out if it takes too long? No, not if it is going in our direction. There is no time limit. it's not going against you, just be patient. See if it works. Okay. But a lot of things that a lot of people don't do is take those quick profits and then don't turn it into a losing trade. Okay. Move it to break even and capture the first profit. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. And again, guys and girls, unfortunately, trading isn't all black and white. There are some trades we get in. Okay. I'll get into a trade and we'll take a point out of it or a point and a half. And just experience-wise, I can tell, guys, this is not a great trade. Let's just get out of the trade. And that's just something, something that comes with trading. Hey, Arndt, how are you? Welcome from Germany. Exactly, Wise. All right, so let's look right now and see if we want to get in on the long side of the ESs anywhere. Again, look at the volume now, guys and girls. It's lunch. Here's a rule for everybody. I haven't talked about this yet. Do not trade during lunch. If you're in a trend trade in NQ, stay in it. That's fine. But I do not initiate any new trades during lunch. Why? Because there's 0.0 volume. Lunch is for lunch. We take an hour every single day. Now, if I'm looking at this, I would be interested if we pull back to 73. I would be interested if we pull back to 70. That is my 200 EMA. Our moving averages go in order of strength, guys and girls. 9 and 15 are the weakest. They only work when stocks are in trends. 30 is a little stronger. 65 stronger still. And 200 we call the Great Wall of China. 99% of the time, when something hits my 200 EMA, I am making a trade. So even now, if we just look at the little trend, okay, it was 78 and 77, basically. So, your average right now would be 77.50 in this trend. Well, it just went up 2 points. I would take the first part of my trade off at 79.50. Raise my stop up to break even. I still have 2 contracts left. If I get 3.5 points, I'll take one off, and then I'll let the rest just go for the rest of the day because we are in a trend trade. Okay? So if you have 2 contracts, you're up $200 off this trend. Can't lose money on it now. Have 1 contract left. I'll just keep trailing it now. If it gets to 80.50 where I have 3 points, I'll lock in a 2-point game. Gets to 81.50, I'll lock in a 3-point game. So on and so forth. But let your trend trades work. Okay, so that's stop orders for stocks. That's stop orders for futures, gold, oil. Anybody have any questions about this? The first and most important thing is have a stop order on every single trade that you do. Okay? And tomorrow we'll show you how to do bracket orders on both platforms. All right? For those of you who are in the boot camp. Everybody good? Everybody good with taking that first profit? Give me some ones. I want you to make sure everybody understands this. This is going to make a gigantic difference on your P&L. Take some profits, guys and girls. Unless we're in that trend trade, and let it go forever. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Rule number 2. Quick question. Taking 2 contracts on ES. That is correct, MS. You can take 1 and just shoot for a little more. If you take 2 contracts on ES with a stop loss is $400, 5 trades in a row will blow your account. Anyone want to tell me when in the private trading room when we've had 5 losing trades in a row? Never. I don't think ever. Okay. And take profit is going to be with a limit order on your first one. So as soon as you get in a trade, let's say we're in at 84, I'll put my 84.50. I'll put my limit order at 83. Try to get a 1.5 out of it. Second one, you can trail down and then just get out of it with a market order. Yeah. Not this year that I've been in the room. Yeah. Here's the thing. Okay. Anyone want to tell us what our hit rate has been for the last couple of months? I can tell you it's been extremely high. I don't know if anyone in the room is keeping track of it. I don't have mine right here, right now. But I'm betting for the last couple of months, we've been over 80%. I don't know if someone in the room want to share. Everybody should be journaling, so someone should be able to tell me from our trading room. Yeah, it's been at or close to 80% for a long time. Scotty was 84% last week. Okay. So if you're 80%, guys, right? You're never going to blow up an account, Martin, if you're managing it correctly. Arn's between 75 and 85%. So there you go. Here's what I'm saying. We make on a lot more than we lose. Plus, if we have 3 losing trades in a row, we are done trading for the day. I'm going to get to that in a few minutes. Okay? Yeah, I know we're around 80% for the last few months. We've had a good run. And then we don't talk about it. Okay. Next rule, guys and girls. We do not average into trades in stocks or futures. This is how you blow up a trading account. When I get into a trade in ES or a stock, I'm getting in with my full amount of contract or shares. I am not going to average into that trade if it goes against me. I'm not going to average into the trade if it goes in my favor. Okay? If it goes against me, I have my stop order. I will get out of the trade. This is one of the only ways. Oh, there's 2 ways you can blow a trading account. One we talked about, not having a stop order. This is the second way, by averaging into trades. For those who don't know what averaging into a trade is, let's make it clear. Palantir starts going down on this bop down. Okay, it's going from $157. This stock, I don't think it's going to keep going down. I'm going to buy some at $156.50. Well, then I'm going to buy some at $156. I'm going to buy some at $155.50. I'm going to buy some at $155. By the time it gets to the place where we should have first bought it on our far from moving average trade, you have blown up your trading account. We do not average into trades. That's the reason we have our far from moving average trade, so we don't have to average into it. It's going to tell us when it's done going down and is going to start going up for a trade. How many people in both Twitter and the room have blown up trading accounts by averaging into a trade? Besides me. Give me some ones. Come on, guys. Please. Yeah, we all have. Okay? It is a recipe for disaster. I'm getting in with my full amount of shares. I don't need to average in. And I'm not going to average up because once I'm in with my full amount of shares, if I pay higher than that, I'm increasing my cost basis. I don't want to increase my cost basis. I'm in where I'm in. Okay? Do not average into trades. There's one exception, and that is when we're getting into a trend trade. And we'll talk about that when we start getting into individual trade setups. When I'm looking to get into a trend trade, I'm going to enter on the 9 with 1/3 of my trade and the 15 with 2/3 of my trade. That's the only time I will ever average into a trade, as long as there's not a big gap between the 9 and the 15. The reason I want to do that is I want 3 full contracts when I get into a good trend trade, so I can sell some and take profit, sell some and take profit, and hang on to that last one until it breaks the trend. So that is the only time we will ever average into a trade. All right, let's just look now for yits and giggles. I know we have 84.75. We also have our previous week high at 86. Oh, that's 96. Okay. So 84.75 does not fit our criteria anymore. That's only up 4 points. If for some reason we spike up to 96, boom, we are in. When we have a gap like this, what I also want to do, okay, and I'm giving YouTube another preview for some technical analysis, I want to look and see if I have any other moving averages on a different time frames in between 84 and 96. So I'll go to my 15-minute chart, and I don't have anything. I'll go to my 30-minute chart. I don't have anything. I'll go to my 1-hour chart, and there's really nothing there. I'll go to my 4-hour. No, and then I'll go, quite frankly, right out to my daily where I know I don't have anything. So when we have a gap on a 5-minute chart where there isn't any support and resistance, that's when we start expanding our time frames. Okay, so we are never going to average into a trade. Cool. We're going to have a stop order on every single trade that we do. We're going to use bracket orders on every single trade that we do. All right. Now, we got to know when to stop trading, both when we're making money and we're losing money. By a show of some twos, how many people in this room have started out in the morning like gangbusters and giving every penny of that back and ended up losing money? Give me some twos. Everybody, 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 everybody. I will never turn a winning trade into a losing trade, and I will never turn a winning day into a losing day. I don't really like to talk about having a target as to how much you want to make. You got to have some kind of number in mind. If you're a beginning trader and you're trading 1 or 2 ESs, $200 is a good goal. Okay, $200. If you have a few accounts, 3, 4 accounts, you're making $800 a day. That's good money. Once you do, look, it's your goal should be dependent upon the amount of contracts or shares that you trade. Right? If I'm a 100-share stock trader, $100 is a good day. If I'm a 500-share stock trader, $500 is a good day. If I'm a 1-contract trader in the ESs, $100 is a good day. If I'm a 2-contract trader, $200 is a good day. If I'm a 5-contract trader, $500 is a good day. And then you're going to have to adjust your risk parameters also. Okay? So the good thing about what we do is it's totally scalable, right? Start out trading the MESs. You'll never blow up an account if you're doing the right thing, trading the MESs, ever. It's impossible. We don't want you to stay on the MESs too long because you'll never qualify an account. Unless you do, 10 at a time. Then you can do it. A lot of people like to do the 10 MESs because they'll take some profit, and then they'll really see how much more they can get out of the rest of it. So I don't have a problem with that. Ken, because there's a method to my madness. Leave me alone. Yeah, I know. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. If at some point during the day you come close to or hit your goal, turn off your machine and go home. Do not trade anymore. Time is the most precious commodity in the world, guys and girls. We are not getting it back. Get out of here and go do something else. Sometimes that happens to us in pre-market. How nice is it to go and spend a day with your family, play golf, go to the gym, go to the pool, go to the beach. I don't care what it is. Just don't be here. Because I can tell you guys, all right, and this morning wasn't gangbusters. Probably not going to get any better than that for the rest of the day. The market's dead. There's nothing going on. It's still summertime. I always tell people if we had a really good morning where we hit our goals, just get out of here. Do not trade anymore. It's not going to get better than that. Okay? So if you come close to or hit your goal, you are done trading for the day. Get out of here. Go do something else. First of all, you guys tell me by some ones, is it not the worst feeling in the world to be having a good day and ruin it? Is that not the worst feeling in the world? My gosh, you do that on a Friday, it ruins your entire weekend. And here's what's going to happen, right? First of all, when you start giving money back, our mindset is going to be to increase our size to get back where we were. 100%, right? All right, I had a losing trade. I'm going to double up on my contracts to get that money back. You have another losing trade. Now I'm going to triple up on my contracts or stock to get that money back, and you've blown up your trading account. Just get out of here, okay? Leave. What about when you are seeking to pass the account? Same goal for each day. Yes. If you're only trading 2 contracts, Greg, yes. Yes. So it takes you 15 days to pass your account. You have 30 days to pass these accounts before they reset. right? Yes, take your time. Yet a lot of people with these prop accounts, whatever firm you're trading with, think that you have to rush to get these things done, and they end up going through 50 of them before they qualify one, right? You know, you go through 50 accounts, even at $16 each, it's $900. I have tasks many times in one day, but then I blow them up. Yeah. This is all about patience and discipline. 100%. It's not even close, guys and girls. Okay? It's not. All right. Know when to stop trading when you are making money. Last thing I'm going to talk about is to know when to stop trading when you are losing money. Okay? I am not going to sit here all day and blow up trading account after trading account. Especially important if you're trading stocks, okay? Because that's your own money. It's real money, right? If we have 3 on balance, cumulative, losing trades in one day, we are done trading for the day. We are done trading for the day. I do 2 contracts, I lose 4 points, I'm done. I do 2 contracts, I lose 4 points. I do 2 contracts, I lose 4 points. If that happens 3 consecutive in a row, I am done trading for the day. It was a bad day. It happens occasionally. I can tell you it doesn't happen to us very often. We can probably count on our hands how many times that has happened to us too, right, guys and girls? Does not happen very often. When it does, we are done. It was a bad day. I haven't blown up a trading account. Tomorrow's another day. We are going to have days where we lose money. If markets are dead, do you give yourself a time when you call it a day? Yes, Michael. That's a great point. Yes. A lot of days, especially in summertime, which we're in right now, I don't know, by 1 o'clock, 1:30, we are done trading for the day. Done. I would say that today. How do you like them apples? So if I lose 3 days in a row, how many days does it take to make that up? What difference does it make how many days? It'll take 6 days. However long it takes, Greg, is how long it takes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Ken's gonna, Ken, I'm specifically not reading these because I know you're gonna go through this all. Right? Learn how to control this. If you want to go 100 miles an hour out of the gate, just mail me your money, punch yourself in the face, and save us all a lot of trouble. Well, learn how this works, learn the rules, keep your data, trade MES until your data says to scale. That's it. Bottom line. It is a marathon, not a sprint, guys and girls. It is a marathon, not a sprint. There is no hurry. Like I said, you have 30 days to qualify an account on any of these accounts. That's $100 a day on average. You average $100 a day, you're going to qualify your account. And it costs you $16 to do it. Then you pay your fee and you're off to the races. Yada, yada, yada. Okay? I can tell you, I can count on one hand how many times we have had 3 losing trades in one day for the year. I can count that on one hand. So it doesn't happen very often. Caveat, if you are following the rules all the time, which is the most important part of this, guys and girls. It's not even close. That's why we spend this entire day talking about this. These charts, we can teach a chimpanzee how to read these charts, as Ken likes to say. We can. This is the easier part of trading. Does it take time? Yes, absolutely. It does. But it's the easier part. Everything we're talking about today is why traders fail. It has nothing to do with technical analysis. Okay? 0.0 to do with technical analysis. That is not why people fail. And, you know, first of all, without sugarcoating anything, anyone know what the success rate for people who try to day trade is, or any kind of trading? Anybody? 0.0. No, it's about 90% failure rate. About. Probably a little higher than that. I can tell you this, anybody who's been with us, okay, and has followed all of our rules all the time has net made money since I've had this room open 5 years ago. It's the bottom line. And I'm very lucky and blessed, and nobody else has this, guys and girls. I don't care where you go. I have Ken, I have Kevin, I have Scotty, every person in our that bought our course and in our private trading group is part of our family. Nothing is hidden here. We take full accountability for every single thing that we do. And we have some of the best teachers that exist. And I'll tell you this right now, you will not get a better bang for your money anywhere. I guarantee that. I guarantee it. 1,000,000,000%. Okay? 1,000,000,000%. Yeah, I'm blessed. But one thing I was smart enough to do was surround myself with people who are better at what they do than I am. Because I don't know. I know what I know. And I know what I don't know. And I know Kevin, Ken, and Scotty are better at what they do than I do. That's the bottom line. So I'm blessed to have them, and I'm blessed to have every single person in this room. Well, Greg, I'll use you as an example. How much money have you paid trying to learn how to do this? Anyone on YouTube spend any money trying to learn how to do this? Want to pop in a price? We have had people who have gone to Online Trading Academy and spent $50,000 trying to learn how to trade. $25,000. And you know what they learned? 0.0. Our most expensive course is $700. That includes lifetime mentorship and this boot camp during the month. And we have payment plans that knock it down to $50 a month. And it's one-time fee. You never have to pay us another dime. And once we get the futures course separated out, I think I'm gonna offer that at $300 introductory price for a little bit. $100,000 someone has spent. Oh, you go, Velpy. Yeah, we try to make it as simple as we possibly can. All right. That's it, guys and girls, for my rules. Now, we are nowhere near done with psychology. Right? We've only just begun. But let's go over them again, okay? Stop order, bracket order on every single trade that we do. If we're trading stocks, we base it on the ATR. If we're trading the S's, 4-point is our maximum stop loss. And Qs, go by the ATR, but it's got to be a minimum of 20 points. Minimum. Okay? Oil, 10 cents. Look to make between 5 and 10 cents. Gold, I think 5 points is our maximum. We look to make between 1 and 5 points. And there's little adjustments to these things. Stocks, we're just going by the ATR, period. Just going by the ATR. Do not average into trades ever. Target and NQ, usually my first is going to be 10 points and then trail and see how much more we can get out of the second one. Because 10 points on one contract, you're making $200 MS. So 10 points on the first one and then see how much more you can get out of it. Keep in mind, guys and girls, that what we're talking about, okay, we're not going to get into any of the technical analysis, but things have to move a certain amount to hit one of our levels before we get involved in a trade, unless we are in a trend trade. I am good, Mike. Take 5 cents out of your first one and see how much more you can get out of the second one in oil. 2 points is way too tight a stop, Josh. Well, you tell me. If you've been journaling your trades, I guarantee you're getting stopped out of many more trades than you should, right? And you tell me. 2 points is way too tight, in my opinion. Okay, we do not average into trades, ever, 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 ever. Know when to stop when you're making money and know when to stop when you're losing money. Those are just the 5 basic, simple trading rules, not psychology. That we're going to talk about at 1:30 when we get back from lunch. Do not trade during lunch, okay? There is nothing to do. Nothing to do, nothing to say. We'll figure out if we're going to do any more trading when we get back. I'm going to say you're 100% right, Ken. Ken was just saying in our live trading room that he bets only 3 out of 10 people are joining their trades. Probably right. Most people are too lazy to do it. And it's so integral because I don't know how you can trade if you don't know what your hit rate is. You don't know how many trades you're making and losing on. I don't know how you can trade. Let's put it this way. You're not doing your job. That's the bottom line. And let me talk about that for a couple minutes. Okay. We are not a signal service. I don't believe in signal services. If anybody, please, in either of my trading rooms has a signal service that actually works, please let me know. Please let me know. We're not here to tell you where and buy and sell anything. Okay. First of all, I can't give financial advice. Everybody trades on their own. Disclaimer, 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 disclaimer. Okay. But we're here to teach you how to do this. I'm going to show you every single trade that I do. Everybody pushes their own buttons. But we're here to teach you how to do this. Period. Again, please, if anyone has a signal service that actually works, please let me know. The easiest thing in the world is to sit here and say, if ES gets to above 62.80, buy it. If it gets below 62.60, short it. Thanks for nothing. And they have no skin in the game, which makes it worse. Which makes it worse. Shabbat, we will talk about joining the private trading room after the boot camp is done. Okay? After the boot camp is done. We're going to talk about spending private time with Ken and Kevin and Scotty after the boot camp is done. This way, you don't know what you don't know right now, and you don't know if you need help or not. Okay? For anybody who is on YouTube, check out the courses. We're going to go take lunch now. I gave you my email. Before we take lunch, does anybody have any questions about anything that we talked about this morning? Because between me and Ken this afternoon, we are not going. This is the most important thing we're ever going to talk about. One of the things I like about Top Step X, can't cheat the journal. There you go. Kevin's working on a link journal. We would tie it to Tradeovate and it'll capture every trade you'll do. Oh my God. That's spectacular, Kevin. So Kevin's going to build something into our Tradeovate or Ninja that's going to track every single trade that we do. Boom. How cool is that? And it won't delete them if you lose the account. Wow, 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 wow. Value-added services in this room set us up. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. You know what, though? Everybody, it's okay. Yes, we'll be back on YouTube after lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30, Wayne. And Ken's going to do his psychology, which I can tell you this right now. I'm actually getting some blowback on. Some people don't want him to share this with you guys. But I said I'd give you a preview of the whole day, so we will. Because what we're giving you today is gold, Jerry. It's gold. But I'm a man of my word, so we will do it. Does anybody have any questions about anything that I spoke about this morning? Okay. We will be back at 1:30. No trading. What did I miss? You didn't miss any trades, Anthony. You just missed some trading rules.
Yeah, but y'all the cream of the crop, David. Over 100 plus 20 years, I'm here for anything that goes on. My internet literally, crashed. I had a few issues, so
Yeah, don't sweat it. We'll go over what I just talked about 10 times before the week is over.
okay, that's fine. Appreciate it. Appreciate
Yeah, don't sweat it. All right, everybody back at work at 1:30. Yeah, guys, this YouTube video is going to be posted after I finish, so it's going to be I don't know, 6.5 hours long. Okay, everybody back at 1:30. Thank you, Mary Jane. We aim to please. Do not trade. We'll be back. WSGTA.com is our YouTube channel, guys. WSGTA. Scotty, Ken, Kevin, if you're hanging around and people have questions, feel free to jump in. All right, we'll be back at 1:30.
Let me get a mic test from anyone. Doesn't matter who. Thank you.
Hello.
All right, so as soon as Dave comes back and makes me co-host and tells me to go, I'll go. So let's give it a few minutes.
All righty, ladies and gents, we are back in business. Ken's going to take over in a few minutes. And I'll tell you this much, guys and girls, don't like we missed anything, huh? It was garbage. Yowza. 82, 70.
I was AFK, but did you guys get the double top from the pre?
And what?
Look at the ES. Go back and look at 2 o'clock. Come on.
I told everyone not to trade during lunch. So we weren't getting
Yeah, well,
82.50.
82.50.
Perfect.
Yep.
Michael will
That
not
was
comment.
certainly
Yeah, Trump is
was.
still speaking too, and wherever the hell he is.
Yep. All right. You're going to have to make me co-host.
Guys, when Ken is done for the day, we are done for the day. We don't like to jam too much in, so however long Ken takes, that's the end of the day. I would not even think about trading unless Ken points something out. But again, most important day we're going to have here is this day. So
Really
pay
like
attention. Gosh darn it.
Yeah. Gosh darn it.
I got to move you up, Ken.
I don't know. You're the boss. I do what I'm told, man. If you make me co-host, I'll screen share. If you don't, I won't.
All right, I'll make you co-host. Stop
That's how it
yelling.
works.
Stop yelling at me.
I'm screaming.
That's it, guys and girls. So pay attention to Ken. Otherwise, I will see everybody bright and early in the morning. We don't like to jam too much into one day. First of all, this is going to take a while anyway.
It will.
Don't worry about trading for the rest of the day.
All right. So let's see let's just do a test first. Let me see if I get the screen up first. Zoom changed a little bit. All right. Let's see what we got.
Bump, 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 bump,
All
bump,
right.
bump,
Where is the
bump,
Zoom?
bump.
That thing.
Can do. Can do.
Where the hell is that?
Bump,
So
bump.
how do I get the chat now? Where's the chat?
Be able to pull it out.
Oh, team chat. Where's the team chat? All. Wow. Start chatting by clicking a left in the chat. DMs. Oh, I just log. Oh, that's right. So someone type something into chat. See if it works.
11111.
Yeah, I'm not getting any of that. Wow. Write new
You
content.
should be able to. You
Join
should have
chat.
participants and chat
This is so weird.
that you can pull up.
Yeah. A team chat.
Maybe if I make you
Add.
host.
No, shouldn't matter. Don't do that. I'll probably end up fucking up the meeting. Don't do that. That'd be like disastrous. Why on earth?
Oh, Nelly.
Okay, so just bear with me. Let's see. So that one. Oh, there's the chat.
Boom chakalaka.
Oh, got it. All right. We ready?
We are ready, guys and gals. I'll see everybody
All
early
right.
in the morning. Again, please
Let's-
pay attention to this.
Let's just make sure this comes out right because this is the first time I'm doing it this way.
Yep.
Are you seeing that properly? Like the main one? Like it's
100%.
in the big screen. All right. I'm not going to actually do the slideshow, I'm just going to do it from, I'm not going to like, go and make the official slideshow because, it's boot camp and we're not recording. Okay, cool. I'm ready to go when you are.
It's all yours, my friend.
All right, guys. So welcome to boot camp. Welcome to day one. My name's Ken. A little bit about me, very little. There's not a whole lot to tell. I've been with Dave for 5 years. I started doing this during the beginning of COVID. I had no idea what I was doing. I never day traded before. I've been investing my whole life. My educational background formatively is in psychology, and statistics, which kind of helps me with this a little bit, even though I've spent my entire career in construction, managing personalities on a job site. So, I'm doing this from the perspective of a dive instructor. And I mean that by scuba diving. All right. So I used to be a scuba dive instructor. Technically, I still am. But my methodology, if you will, for teaching this works as follows. First, I'm going to tell you what it is I'm going to tell you. Then I'm going to tell it to you. Then I'm going to show it to you. And then we're going to talk about it, ask questions that literally let me know whether or not we're doing this. Okay. So give me a 1 in chat if you're a new trader. And then give me a 2 in chat if you've been doing this for a while. And by new, I mean like a week or 2. So let's see where we go from there. Right. So there's obviously names I recognize. If you've been in the room a while, you don't really have to do this so much. Okay. All right. So basically, guys, all we're going to do today is talk about how to think about day trading, how to think about processing risk, how to think about behavior, how to think about consistency, and to give some degree of definition to some of the phraseology we've been using this morning, like discipline. Well, what is discipline, right? You can say the word, but what does it actually mean? All right. So first things first, here's a question I'll ask in chat. 1 is a yes, 2 is a no. Would you play a game for money that you don't know all the rules to? Yes or no? Pretty simple question. Would you play a game for real money that you don't know all the rules to? Okay. Most people are going to say no. So to those of you who did say no and who are trading new, are you playing a game right now that you don't know all the rules to? And the answer is most certainly yes, right? You're currently involved in an activity that is very complicated, can be extremely complex. And you're basically doing it without knowing all the rules. Therefore, you're playing a game for money you don't know the rules to. It's important. Is there anyone who's still unfamiliar with terminology when I say things like long and short and trim and cover and buy stop limit and sell stop limit and all the different terminology in the market, right? If you guys have any issue with that, that's a really good place to start. All right. The parlance or the language of the stock market. It's very hard to learn anything until you learn the language of the thing we're talking about. It's like when I teach diving, I have to explain concepts. Otherwise, they don't mean anything, right? Same thing goes for trading. Okay. So let's talk about what we're actually doing. All right. How to think about day trading. I put this together for the new options course. This is the first time anybody's seeing it other than Dave and Peter and Kevin. Okay. I'm not going to do it precisely the way I'm going to, the way I did it in the course. I'm going to do a little more ad hoc because we have a little bit more time and I can extrapolate on things and,
Futures course.
All right. But here's what I want you to look at conceptually. All right. To approach day trading effectively, you have to think of it not as a gamble, a game, or a hustle, but as the disciplined execution of a repeatable process. All right. It's a system-based endeavor. You're not here to guess. You're not here to feel. You're not here to hope. You're here to follow a framework, evaluate the performance, and adjust it over time through data. Okay. So this is quite meaningful. There's a lot of words happening here, but you got to think about it. First of all, it's systems-based. All right. Which means that it's methodologically step through. It's a methodological step through where you can step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. It's system-based, which means there's rules for everything we do. Okay. Do not take this the wrong way. Okay. None of you are traders in the sense that we're asking you to figure anything out about the market. Okay. This is like, imagine I bring you to a racetrack and I go, okay, here's the racetrack. Here's the race car. I set you in the race car. I show you how to use it. All right. But you still have to drive the car per the rules, per the track with the other drivers. And your job is not to kill yourself. kill everybody else on the track, and smash the car into the wall. You guys understand that? The analogy is this. You are being given a system. It's not incumbent upon you to try to figure anything out, but it is incumbent upon you to run that system with consistency of execution so that you have consistent and repeatable and reliable results. Okay. Think about it kind of like this. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're doing what's called a mathematical expectancy outcome, same as a casino. And we'll get deeper into this, right? But the way a casino works is like this. Casino has a game. They call it a game of chance. You have some percentage to win, some percentage to lose. The house, the casino itself, has a mathematical edge. All right. I hope everybody knows what that means. That means that the house is going to beat you some percentage of the time. Now, we don't know what that percentage necessarily is. Sometimes we do. Let's say blackjack on average, it's like 0.4 of a penny on every dollar. So every single dollar that every $100 that goes through their game, they know they're going to make 4 cents. Like they just know. Okay. So with that sort of a concept in mind, and you guys can answer this in chat, do casinos lose? Like hand to hand, individual hands. You guys can answer in chat. Like when you're playing against the casino, does the dealer at the casino lose? Yeah. Do they lose a lot? Like on and off, back and forth. You win, they win, you win, they win, right? It happens all the time. But again, guys, the way I want you to think about this is, does the casino care? That's the question I'm asking you. Does the casino care if it loses a hand of blackjack to you? Right. No, absolutely not. And why? I think we all know why, right? Because it wins in the long run. That's what we're trying to do. All right. So let's just get rid of the charts. Let's get rid of all of it. Okay. For 1 minute. And let's just reduce this down to a very simple concept. All right. And I'm going to put it into chat. All right. If you do X, I don't care what X is. X is an activity. Okay. If you do X and Y occurs some percentage of the time. Okay, everybody following that? If you do X, don't care what X is, and Y occurs some percentage of the time, and that percentage is over 50%, and it's reliable and repeatable, meaning you can do it, you can take notes, you can watch it happen over time. What if you know X produces Y 60% of the time? I'm asking you guys, and it's time for you to mark this stuff into chat. All right. And X is a trade and Y is a win. So if you trade a certain way, X, and you win 60% of the time, do you or do you not accept the 40% losers simply as a cost of doing business? If you're the casino, yes or no? You should, right? Okay. So for the people who are answering, who are conceptually on top of this, the logical extension of what we're talking about right now is you should not get upset about losses. Okay. Here's the reality, guys. Losses are the cost of doing business. If you run an office, you may have to buy office furniture. You may have to buy copy paper. You may have to buy chairs, pencils, whatever you use in an office. That's your cost of doing business. As traders, our cost of doing business is losing trades. We have to get through the losing trades, all right, without getting killed by them in order to capitalize and make money on the winning trades. Give me a 1 in chat if that makes sense. Have to get through the losers. You have to accept the losers as a cost of doing business. The trick here is to take your losses, number one, take them with a certain amount of grace, meaning don't get bent out of shape about them, okay? Learn from them, understand, don't necessarily try to figure out, well, why did the market go against me? You're not going to figure that out, all right? Just like you're not going to figure out why the market went with you. Just as an aside, is there anyone in here who is delusional enough? Put a 1 in chat if you genuinely think you know what the market's going to do. Ever in the history of ever. If you genuinely believe you know what it's going to do, not kidding yourself, but really you genuinely in your heart of heart know what it's going to do. No one's going to put 1 in chat because no one wants to admit that they're psychotic. Okay. Because that'd just be crazy. All right. Think about this. You have thousands of stocks, thousands, 5,000 plus. Then that's just stocks. Then you have different instruments. You have options, you have futures, you have all these different instruments. So let's say you have roughly between 5 and 8,000 different financial instruments that you could choose to buy right now. And there are currently millions with an M, tens of millions of market participants, all trading right now, live and in real time. Each and every one of them thinks they're good and right, and they're doing the right thing in the moment. Okay. So you have thousands of instruments being traded by millions of people using billions of dollars with a B. Okay. Think about that and ask yourself seriously, is there any way that anyone, anything, computer, AI, or anything, an alien, is ever going to get their handle around thousands upon thousands of financial instruments being traded by millions upon millions of people using billions upon billions of dollars, all of which is culminating in the quote unquote market, air quotes, a market moving up and down. The ES goes up and down because of the thousands of stocks that go up and down individually. It's in the aggregate. Okay. So it's really hard to get people to understand this. I don't know why, but you have just as much chance of figuring out the market as an ant does as it runs across the sidewalk, whether or not it's going to get stepped on by somebody. You don't know. You can't control it. All right. Which, if you're thinking about this properly, you're going to say to yourself, well, then what the hell do I do? What you do is you act like the dealer in the casino. You do your job, right? Your job is to push buttons based on certain criteria. That's all it is, right? So you're being given a system. That system has rules. It's your job as the operator of that system to abide by the rules. Discipline is your ability to do that repeatedly. Consistency is your ability to be disciplined on a regular basis. All right. But let's just talk for 1 second about, let me get in chat. I want a 2 in chat if you're not journaling every trade you do. And I mean, guys, just admit it, right? Like I don't know you, you don't know me. I'm never going to meet you. You're never going to meet me. I don't have an Instagram or a Facebook or every, and I mean every, I don't mean partial. I mean every trade. And that's for Alex. Okay. So for those of you who don't journal, and for those of you who won't admit you're not journaling, I ask you this question. I submit this question for your consideration. I'll even type it into chat. Ready? If you don't know the percentage chance you win versus losses, meaning how many trades out of, let's say, 10 do you win or lose on average? And I'll type this in, it'll all come up in chat. How do you determine your risk to reward? That's my question to all of you who don't journal or don't journal on a regular basis. It's an impossible mathematical question. How do you tell me how much you're going to risk versus how much you are forced to take if you don't know ahead of time how often you win versus how often you lose? Just marinate on that for a second. If anybody feels like trying to answer that question, I mean, by all means, someone sometimes decides to get crazy and jump. But think about that. Right. So now let's talk about, you can't, you absolutely can't. But that just goes to illustrate to everyone who's not journaling. Let me get this. Have you guys, anybody run a business? And I don't mean run it, owned it, manage it. Anybody supervise other people? Anybody manage a business, run a business, ever work at a deli, do stock, fold clothes? Does anybody ever do that? Give me a 1 in chat if you've ever run a business, worked for a business, were responsible for a business. Right. So think about the business that you were in and think to yourself, if I didn't have data, meaning if I'm selling clothes and I don't know what sizes sell, how do you know what to order into the store? If you sell, widgets and you don't know what color widgets sell when you're stocking your store, how do you know not to buy the purple widgets and buy the yellow widgets because the yellow widgets sell, right? This is all about data. It's all about business data. I'm not even off the first goddamn screen here, guys, Because what I'm talking about, all right, and I'm going to say it 8 million times, is this is a system. All right. You absolutely have to journal everything you do. Right. So let's talk mathematics. Well, let's get through this a little bit and then we'll start going. All right. So I want you to think of this as a gamble. People are going to tell you in your life, oh, you're a day trader, you're a gambler. No, you're not. Okay. Unless you think the casino is gambling. Does anybody think the casino is gambling against you, or are they just deploying a business model with a mathematical outcome that they can rely on? Answer that in chat, guys. Is the casino gambling, or is the casino just running a business model with a known mathematical outcome and waiting for all you suckers to come into the casino so they can take 4/10 of a penny off every dollar that goes through the game? Right? It's their business model. You have to think of this the same way. If you're not looking at day trading as a business model, mail me your money, punch yourself in the face, and save us all a lot of headaches. I said that again. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Okay. You cannot wing this. All right. If you try to wing this, you're just going to win some, you're going to lose some, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. You'll do it for a year or two if you have a lot of staying power and a lot of money, but you'll eventually give up because you're not going to see any upward momentum. All right. So process over everything. Behavior is king. Now, this is a true statement. How you behave will 100% determine if you're successful at trading. All right. There is no room for random behavior. You must be accountable to yourself. And I say here, find an accountability partner. What I mean by this is this. Find someone in your life, your sister, your brother, your uncle, your mother, your father, your cousin, your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, a coworker, or whatever. It's got to be someone who A, cares about you, and B, doesn't give a crap about trading. And what you're going to do is you're going to explain to this person what it is you're doing. More importantly, how you want to behave. And then you are going to report back to this person. Hey, I did this. Hey, I did that. And let this person be your accountability partner. Okay. Think about a casino. You got a dealer dealing blackjack, blah, 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 right? Now, that dealer decides to split his cards or hit on a soft 17. He's not, or she's not allowed to do that. What then happens is the pit boss comes out from behind their little station there and they grab the dealer and they say, okay, you're done. And they bring a new dealer in. So guys, are the dealers allowed to break the rules of the game, or do the dealers have to behave the same pre-scripted way every single time? Yeah. What's the answer? Someone in chat. Pre-scripted, or they can do whatever they want. Pre-scripted. Right. They're going to behave the same every time, because if they do it, then what's going to happen is the house edge works. The house has that mathematical advantage because of the dealer's behavior. Does everyone understand that? The only reason the house can maintain its mathematical edge is because the dealer is not allowed to grow a brain. Right? I don't want you guys growing a brain. I know that sounds terrible. All right? Just do the system. You have rules. The rules will tell you when to get in. The rules will tell you when to get out. The rules will tell you every time you press a button. If you can't point to a rule that tell you why to press the button, you press the button incorrectly. Okay. Again, you're an operator of a system. And that might be like discouraging. Oh, you mean I'm not a trader? Well, not really. We're not asking you to figure out what's going on with the market, because that's impossible. What we're doing is we're running a business. We're going to collect data about that business. If you're in sales, you're going to collect data about how often you sell X, Y, and Z. In trading, you are going to keep a journal. All right. I'm not going to get too into it. We'll do it later in the week, but we're going to give away. And you know what? I can do that now. Hold on one second. I got a bunch. Okay. So, hey, Kevin, if you're here, can someone put the journal into chat? Can someone do that for me, please? Let's put the journal into chat. And let's see, journal with P&L, journal for Bootcamp. Here's one. There we go. Journal for Bootcamp. Boom. There you go. Okay. So basically, I'll just open this one so you guys can see what it is. All right. This is what I put into chat for you. All right. This is a basic journal for Excel. I'm going to show you how it works. You can use it. First thing you do is you open it and you put in today's date. So today would be 8/25/25. All right. So boom, 8/25/25. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right. I'll do this as if I was trading today. Monday, I had 2 trades this morning. I had a momentum trade off the 1-minute chart in the pre-market, and I had a fib. I won both of them. 1-1. All right. Now let's talk about what's on the screen. Monday is going to show me just my hit rate for Monday. I won 2 out of 2. That means I have 100% hit rate. All right. Let me move this down. You guys understand the basics, right? It's basic stuff. Okay. Tuesday, tomorrow will happen. Wednesday will happen. Thursday will happen. Friday will happen. What I'm doing every day is I'm simply putting in, let's say tomorrow I lose 2 and win 1. 1-1. I lost 1. I lost another 1. All right. So if that's my day, I had a 33% win rate. All I care about for this basics is the purpose of what did I win and what did I lose? Okay. The question you need to ask yourselves, okay, is how often do I win versus how often do I lose? But the way you have to think about it is as follows, especially if you have tight stops. And you can participate in chat. This is pretty easy. All right. If you have a 60% win rate, 60%, and that's defined as on average out of 10 trades with a 60% win rate, how many trades out of 10 can you reasonably expect to win on an average distribution of 10 trades? Any random 10 trades, how many of those 10 do you think you're going to win? And how many of those 10 do you think you're going to lose based on a 60% win rate? Somebody type it into chat. How many are you going to win? This is incredibly important, right? Yes, you can reasonably expect to win 6 out of 10, right? 4 losers. Now, here's the next question. Do you know out of those random 10 trades, which ones are the winners and which ones are the potential losers? No. How could you, right? How could you know which ones are the winners and losers? But now, again, think about that. So you had 4 winners and you had 4 losers. All right. Chances are right off the rip, all right, your losers have canceled out the winners. Okay. So let's just assume that you had 4 losers and you had 6 winners. 4 of your winners got erased by your 4 losers. Everybody with me so far? Put a 1 into chat if you're following the basic math. You did 10 trades. You won 6. You lost 4. 4 of your winners got negated by the 4 losers. Net out of 10, how many did you win? Out of 10 trades. Net, presumably 2, right? Now, you are left with 2 trades out of 10. Here's what I'm trying to illustrate to you guys. What if you press the wrong button? What if you behave badly? What if you execute poorly? What if you have an internet problem? What if your software decides to shit the bed at that exact moment, right? I just gave you 5 or 6 potential things that could happen on those 2 trades. What happens? You don't know, right? So the takeaway here is you only have, based on your hit rate, that you don't even know yet. You have to know your hit rate. All right. But once you know your hit rate, and I'll make it really simple. Let's make it really super simple. 50% hit rate, guys. How many out of 10 on average you winning and losing? To make this make sense. 50%. 5, right? Right. So if you have a 1-to-1 risk to reward, what's going to happen over time to you? You win 5, you lose 5. You win 50% of the time, and you have a 1-to-1 hit rate, a 1-to-1 risk to reward. What's going to happen over the long term? Even. Richard says even. Exactly. You're winning half the time, and when you win $1, and when you lose $1. Let's play a game. Richard, you want to play with me? Because Greg and Richard, which one of you guys wants to play? All right, Richard's going to play. All right, so here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to play a game. It's the coin flip game. I do this every boot camp. It illustrates this point. All right, imagine this. Picture this. I don't think I can turn my camera on. It'll probably crash the computer. But think about this. So Richard is the guy I'm playing with. The way this game works is Richard and I are sitting at a table, okay? In front of Richard is a stack of 20 singles. In front of me is a stack of 20 singles. I have a coin. He has no coin. I flip the coin. He calls it, okay? I'm always flipping it. He's always calling it. When he's right, he gives me $1. When I'm right, when he's wrong, rather, whatever, back and forth. When he's right, I have to give him $1. And when he's wrong, he has to give me $1. Does everyone understand the basic rules? 50-50 coin flip game, no tricks. Okay, great. Richard, I flipped the coin up in the air. Call heads or tails, just figuratively. Doesn't matter. Okay, now for everybody, what were the mathematical odds? What were the chance of either a head or a tail? We're going to do basic statistics lesson here. Anybody can do it, 50-50. Perfect. Richard happens to answer. Great. So if I flip that coin, he's going to answer back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He can pick heads every time. It's not going to matter. He can change his answers, heads, tails, heads, tails. Are either one of us going to get anywhere over time playing that game? Or is it just mental masturbation, right? It's just mental masturbation. Neither one of us is getting anywhere. So let's establish what we're doing here. The 50% is your hit rate. That coin's going to flip 50% of the time one way or the other. You don't know which way it's going to be. That's what's referred to as a random outcome, okay? It's random. You don't know what the answer to the question is until the answer is shown. There's a 50% chance it could be one or the other. Great. Everybody understands that. The dollar is your risk to reward. He's giving me $1 every time he's wrong. That's what he's risking. I'm giving him $1 every time he's right. Okay. Now, if I now take that, say that I take that coin, all right, and I shave it with a metal file. I shave it, and I just know what I'm doing. Okay. And believe me, just trust me when I say, all right, Greg, or Richard, now the coin's going to flip heads 60% of the time. Okay. We're still going 1-to-1. We're still going $1 and $1. All right. But I've changed your hit rate only, not your risk to reward, just your hit rate. When I throw that coin up in the air, what are you going to choose? If you know 60% of the time, it's always going to hit heads. What are you going to choose? Heads. Are you ever going to choose tails? Ever, under any circumstances? Going to choose tails? No. All right. Everybody understand that? You know something's going to happen more than 50% of the time mathematically. Great. You have a slight edge, and that's all you need. Now that you have an edge, you need to combine the edge with an appropriate risk to reward so that your losers don't outperform your winners. Everybody understand that, right? You can't risk so much that you have to win 4 trades in order to offset 1 loss. You can't do that either, right? So you have to, number one, know how often you win. And second thing you have to know is, based on how often you win, you have to determine how much you can afford to risk versus how much you are forced to take in order to break even and make money. Give me a 1 in chat if you guys understand the interaction, and give me a 2 if you don't, because this is trading. Like, if you don't understand that this is how this game works, you're going to be just, no, MS, it is an absolutely rock solid number, because I don't care about the market. I care about our system and how you are operating it. How the market behaves is irrelevant. Okay. And we're going to get to that. And it's a good question, but what it does is it illustrates the hole that I have to fill in the thinking. Okay. The market is always going to be doing different stuff. All right. But your hit rate is over time going to become more and more accurate based on whether or not, number one, you can be consistent in your deployment of your system. And number two, if you keep accurate data of everything. Okay. So, and I'll just deal with MS's question. Let me just go down here for a second and let's address this. If I behave, MS, the same exact time this number hits the 200, right? If I have a set of rules that say I'm only going to make a trade when it, fits certain criteria, if I only do that when, say, 3 different checkboxes check and it comes in contact with the 200, why do I care what the market's doing outside of that? I have my rules. All right. And I'm talking to MS specifically, right? I have my rules. I want to know, if I do the thing, how often I get the result. I don't care what the rest of the market's doing because I can't control it. That's kind of going back to my first point. You have no idea what the market's going to do. Why would you try to control something that you absolutely can't get a handle on? You'll just make yourself insane. All right. So remember, you're the dealer in the casino. You don't care why. All right. And yeah, read what shit. All right. Right. A 1-to-1 risk to reward is very hard to achieve. The bottom line to MS's question, all right, is, does the dealer, when you go to a casino and you're sitting at a blackjack table, does the dealer care why you're splitting your cards? Does the dealer care why you're hitting on 20? Does the dealer care about any of that? Someone answer the question. Does the dealer care about what the player is doing? Yes or no? No. So why would you care what the market's doing? You can't control it. You can't stop it from doing whatever it's going to do. all you can do is your system and know what the mathematical outcome of your system is expected to be. Okay? And that's just all there is. That's just it. All right. Okay. So let's go back to this. All right. So process over everything, behavior is king. So with this game we're playing, let's just get back to it and finish. So when we're doing our journals, okay, we have a couple of things going on. We have our win rate and then we have our risk to reward. So when we journal, we want to know specifically on Monday, what is our hit rate? On Tuesday, what is our hit rate? Yes, basically you follow a rock solid system, but again, it's only rock solid. How do you, okay, that perfect. Does everyone see what MS wrote? Basically, we follow a rock solid system and doesn't care what the market does. Remove that entire sentence, rock solid system. Let's define that. All right. You only have a rock solid system when your data tells you what your hit rate is. Does everyone understand that? My hit rate is not your hit rate. Dave's hit rate is not your hit rate. I'm not pressing your buttons. Dave's not pressing your buttons. Give me a 1 in chat if you guys understand. Your hit rate is unique to you. This is why you have to journal. You may not be as successful with, say, a regular moving average trade as Dave is. You just might not be as good at it. But you might be really fantastic at trend trades because you might be a patient person. I don't know. Maybe you're an impatient person and you like far from moving average trades. That speaks to temperament. Everybody's different. Dogs are different. People are different, right? But your temperament is also going to determine how you behave. Money is going to have a lot of determination on how to behave. All right, give me a 1 in chat, guys, if you're an absolute like superstar in the simulator, but when you go to live, it doesn't work out. Like you can make $1 million a day in the simulator, and it's like amazing. But when it comes to real life, it just doesn't work out that way because there's no risk. All right. You just, there's no risk there. Let's go through these slides and we'll deal with it. All right, guys, this isn't about money. This is about process. All right. Money is a byproduct of deploying the process into the market with a mathematically provable edge over and over again to produce the desired result. Blah, 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 blah. It's not about money. All right. If I do the thing, the win happens X% of the time. I'm just going to keep doing the thing with the expectation that I'm going to turn the crank. I'm going to turn the crank handle, right? I'm pretending to turn a crank. You guys can't see me. But the money is just going to fall out the other. It's like a sausage maker, right? The money is just going to fall out the other side. All right. Does anybody play a sport? This is how you want to think about it. All right. If you play a sport or do anything competitively, ask yourself while you're engaged in the activity, running, baseball, football, track and field, it doesn't matter, a sport, golf, whatever. Are you worried about the trophy or are you worried about what you're doing? All right. Think about that. Most people are worried about what they're doing in the moment. Don't think about the money. Think about what you're doing. In trading, the money is simply a result. Too many people focus on the money, and that's what causes problems. People get like itchy. They don't, they get into trades, they get too much risk on, and they're going to lose, and they look at it wrong, and like, oh, I'm losing. Yeah, you're losing. So what, man? You're losing a trade. Big effing deal. Like if you beat yourself up every time you lose a trade, seriously, turn the computer off and go do something else. You're doing it wrong, man. Like you're not a good trader because you win trades, and you're not a bad trader because you lose. You are simply operating a system that you are deploying into an environment you cannot control. And you are trying to mathematically understand random outcomes based upon your behavior. I mean, if you think about all of that, it's pretty deep. All right. Journaling. We already talked about this. There's no option or an excuse. You can't run a business without information. You can't run a trading system without data, period. All right. If you're not journaling, you're gambling. You don't like hearing that? Tough titties. All right. Sorry, but if you're not journaling, you're gambling. Congratulations, I guess. Some people are, really qualified gamblers. Like people are good gamblers. But generally speaking, it's hard to be consistent gambling. If you're not journaling, you don't know what works and what doesn't. You're guessing. If you're not journaling, you can't find and verify patterns because you don't have any data. You don't know what time of the day works best. You can guess, but you don't know. Without journaling, you can't refine your system. What if you decide, like me, one day, you're like, oh, I want to try something new, this thing called fibs. Well, how do you know if they work if you don't journal? You can guess, but again, your brain's just not going to work. All right. And last but not least, and this is the most important part, you can't determine your risk to reward without knowing your win rate. You can't risk 1-to-1 if you lose more than 50% of the time. You will go backwards. Right? If you win 75% of the time, you can risk more than you take on your winners, but only to a certain percentage. Give me a 2 in chat if you understand that. Right? If you have a higher than 50% rate, let's say you have a 70% win rate, you win 7 out of 10. You're winning 3 net out of 10 trades, right? Give or take. Okay? Once you get to the point where your risk to reward is on the right side of your hit rate, right? The goal here is to sort of like visually take the stairs up one step at a time, just up nice and slow. And you want to avoid taking the elevator to the basement. How do you not give away those wins? You don't grow a brain. Don't get stubborn. All right. Don't not accept losses. Just accept losses. Anybody ever watch any sort of boxing, MMA? Give me a 1 if you've ever watched a fight of any kind. Does the winner get hit? Seriously, does the winner get hit? Of course the winner gets hit. But what is the winner doing? Minimizing the damage. Okay? The winner in a fight, physical confrontation, is minimizing the damage. That's your job. Think of it like that if that helps you. Okay? Right? Every time Mike Tyson used to go in the ring as a heavyweight, he would get hit. Yeah, true. They knock people out sometimes without them actually throwing a punch. But that's not the point. The point is, winning fighters usually get hit during a fight. It's just a function of, you're going to basically win more than you lose. That's what you're trying to do. All right. So we all agree there's no options or excuses. Back to the journal. I've given this in chat so you can take this. Simply put in the date. Put your winning and losing trades in. Right-click the cell. Include a note. Note. Momo off 1 minute. Note. Okay. This takes work, guys. If you're not going to journal your trades, go do something else. You're not serious. Okay. Don't waste my time. Fib. Short. Perfect. Okay. So now when I come in tomorrow, I'm going to read my notes. All right. If I screw something up, I only made 2 trades. They were both winners. But if I get a 0, I'm going to make a note. Did this, did that. All right. I have more winners than losers, but I let my losers run too long. Yeah, Candace, that's just a math problem. You do understand that, right? Yes, Bob, I only trade ES. That's all I do. I got 2 winners today. That's all I need. Right? I don't have giant goals. I want to make between like 300 a day. 300 works for me. Right? If I can make $300 a day on average, I'm more than happy with that. I have a perfectly, good, like, how'd you journal break-even trade? I take a break-even trade as a 1. I trade a break-even trade as a winner, as long as I don't physically lose money, right? Because the question is, did you lose money? No, that's really it. It's coming down. It's not a matter of if you won. It's the question is, did you lose, right? So did your cap stack take a hit? No, you're okay. And remember something too, if Dave hasn't already said it, when you manage a losing trade well, that's just as good. That's better than managing a winning trade because it means you know what you're doing. It means you can stay cool under pressure. It means that you can operate when the risk is on the table and when things are going against you. That's all that means. Just be cool under pressure, right? So this is how the journal works. You fill in your Monday, you fill in your Tuesday, you fill your Wednesday, your Thursday, and your Friday. By the time you fill in Friday, all right, you are going to have something at the end of the week that is a percentage. Now, obviously, this is just the 2 days, but let's fill it in as if, all right, winner, winner, loser. I'm just randomly throwing some stuff out, right? We'll just do terrible day there, and Friday's great, all right? So this representation, we had a great day on Monday, shitty day on Tuesday, mediocre day on Wednesday, shitty day on Thursday, banner day on Friday, and for the week, we're 65%. Does everybody understand how these 5 days cumulatively, some good, some bad, added up to 65? Okay? Okay. The reason we're doing this is because you can get bummed out on Tuesday. Okay? Oh, I had a 33% rate. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I'm going to cry into my Cheerios and be like just an insufferable pain in the ass to everyone around me because I feel bad because I lost some trades. Right? So now you're just going to be a pain in everyone's ass. No, because you did great on Monday, you did great on Tuesday. Your journal gives you a lens that you can look through this. You can look at it on a daily basis. Don't like the daily? Look at your weekly. Don't like your weekly? Look at your data sets. Do I have any former statisticians? Anybody who took statistics in college? Is there anybody in this room who understands what a data set is? I'm sure there's more people that don't, but does anyone here understand? Okay, good. So we're talking basic statistics, okay? Guys, what we're trying to do in statistical analysis, the reason why something called a data set exists is so we can get a handle on the percentage of a certain outcome within what appears to be a random series of outcomes. So look at all these trades over the course of the week, all right? Do you guys agree that every single one of these trades was a random outcome? Does everyone agree or disagree with me when they happened in the moment? Any one of these trades could have been winners or losers. We don't know, right? So by definition, the outcome is random because we don't know whether it's going to be a 1 or a 0. Cool. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to now start putting these into data sets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transpose all of this week into my first column, right? So on Monday, I had a winner and a loser, followed by first winner on Tuesday, 2 losers, followed by 2 winners, followed by a loser. Sorry, followed by another loser, a winner, a loser, a winner, and a winner. Okay. So out of these, I don't have a full data set here. Let's cheat a little bit. Let's just cheat to get this full. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. I need 6 more. So let's just do 1 more winner today, 1 more loser. That's a 1 and a 0. Guys, you'll understand what I'm doing in a second. I'm just filling in the data so we have something. And we'll do 1 more here. And we'll put 1 more there, and we'll put 1 more there, and we'll put 1 more there, and we'll put a 0 there, and we'll put a 0 here. All right. And we'll put a 1, and we'll put a 1. All right. All right. Again, don't worry about the pennies being dropped. So basically what I've done here, right, is I've taken my entire week, which I can look at on a daily basis. I suffer from migraines, by the way, guys. I don't know if you guys have any issues, but everyone's different. I'm married too. Some days my wife's in a good mood. Some days my wife's in a bad mood. I got animals in my house. Sometimes they're like maniacal little plushy dolls and they cause all sorts of hell and chaos. Sometimes I don't get the best night's sleep. Sometimes I wake up with a headache. Sometimes I'm dehydrated, meaning that I'm not a computer. My performance today may be affected by something in my life different than my performance yesterday, different than my performance tomorrow. All right. We are not computers. We're human beings. You're going to have bad days. There's days you're going to be sick. There's days you're going to be tired. There's days you're going to be hungover. There's days you're just not Johnny on the spot for whatever reason. Okay. So you have to understand that you're personally not going to perform the same out every day. There's environmental factors. Some days your computer might be acting up, your internet. So there's a million nuances and things that can affect these statistics. You can't control them. So let's just be as reasonable as we can. What can we control? We can control the way we behave, and we can control all of our trades being logged. Once we have 20 trades logged, we put that into a data set. Okay. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Monday, 75%, Tuesday, 50, Wednesday, 75, Thursday was a shit-tastic day at 25, Friday, 80. Week over 61% for the week. Does anybody think 61% for the week is good or bad? And can you make a living on 61%? Can you make a living on 61%? 61% is good, and you can make a living on 61% if you don't F up the 10% that you're winning. You can't give it away. You only have 10% to break even. You guys understand that? You can't behave stupidly. You can't hit on a soft 17. I'm just speaking in tongues, right? You can't decide to grow a brain. You can't decide to change the rules. You can't decide this is the one moment you think you know what's going to happen. All of that stuff is just diluting your edge. Every time you make a decision outside the bracket of the system, outside the framework of the system, you are changing your results. You are artificially creating a statistical anomaly, and you're really just screwing up your data. And what you're going to do next week is you're going to come in and do this. Look, copy right here, paste, grab all these, delete notes, clear contents. Where's the clear contents? Boom. Everything reset itself. And we're going to go next week, 9/1, and we're set up for next week, right? And then here's your next week. Fill these in until you fill it all in. When you're done with this, look what you're going to have. 20 trade data set. Add a 0 or a 1 to each cell in the data set until you compile 20. Then you see your hit rate for that set of 20 random trades. The idea here is you want to be able to say with the following confidence, Any random 20 trades, I'm on average winning X% of the time. You want to be able to answer that question. And I want you guys to understand something. Think about the implications. If you came in here every morning and you knew in your gut, bone deep, in your heart and soul, you knew you won 62% of the time, would you feel more or less confident about the decisions you're making? Would it be easier or harder to blow off the losses because you know if you keep behaving properly, it will work out in the end? All right. Is it easier when you know exactly you're more confident because you're not believing me? You're not believing Kevin. You're not believing Scotty. You're not believing Dave. You're not believing anyone. You're believing yourself. You kept the data, you did the work, you walked the miles, you have the outcome, you know what you're working with, and you can go into this thing with your eyes open and say, if I just do this thing, this is what's going to happen. And the minute, and you know when you should get mad at yourself, guys? When you behave stupidly. That's when you have a real, a reasonable reason to get upset with yourselves. Right? If you break the rules while you're in the middle of a trade and it ends up bad, you can take yourself to task and say, that's why I screwed up. If a trade goes against you, can you guys control the market? Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you control the market? Yes or no? No. So if you do a trade and it was per the rules and it goes against you, it's not your fucking fault. All right? Excuse my French. It's not your fault. The market just went against you. If it goes in your favor and you made money, guess what? It's not your fault. You didn't make it make money. Mathematically, sometimes it falls in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. And I know I take this entire process and really turn it into an extremely, like, I want to call it sterile thing, right? Everybody sees like YouTube and we're on Wall Street and driving around. And it's like, look, get rid of all of that. This is simply a numbers game, right? That's all this is. If you as a single individual want to try to get into the day trading game and you want to scalp money in and out of the market, you need to have a system that has a mathematical provable edge. You need to deploy that system out into the market on a regular basis, do it consistently, journal your results, understand what happens when you do X, what percentage of the time do you get Y? And then, and only then, once you figure that out, you can take that system and say to yourself, self, I know this happens 60% of the time. How do I make money with that knowledge? And then if you're smart, you go, okay, my risk to reward, I can only risk a certain amount versus I have to take a certain amount based on that math, and I can figure out. You can just go ask ChatGTP. Just anytime you want. You want your hit rate? Go put it to ChatGTP. If I have a 61.2% hit rate, what is my risk to reward profile to break even? It'll tell you. Or go get a calculator and learn to do math. All right? Last but not least, your lizard brain knows. Simulator is fine for learning what buttons to press, but trade real money as soon as you can. Dave said it earlier. You don't need to lose money to make to try to do this. These accounts cost 30, 40 bucks a piece. Okay. You can trade the MES. You have 2,500 trailing drawdown in Apex. And Kevin will get to what all that means. But there is a $2,500 trailing drawdown, which means you can lose $2,500, give or take, before that account blows up. All right. Trade MES. You can do 2-3 contracts at a time. You can build your brackets. You can learn to operate, and you're doing it in an environment where the wins and the losses are very small. I'm hoping you guys at the end of the day don't get excited about wins. How many do you got? Who gets excited about a win? Give me a 1 in chat if you get a pump. If you're like, yeah, I won. Yeah. You get that pump? Yeah. Well, I hate to tell you this, but your wins and losses are proportional. So every time you go, yeah, I won, you're going to go, oh, I lost. Right? Here's the thing. I tell people this. This is really simple. Let's do this. Just because I love this more than anything. Read this. Okay, this is truth right here. What you notice, what you give attention to, what you talk about, and what you get all worked up over emotionally is what you're inviting to your life, whether you mean to or not. This is not a horse race. The stocks cannot hear you. Rooting for them like you're at a horse race is not only stupid, but it is actually harmful to your psychology. If you get excited about wins, you're going to get equally disappointed in losses. This is a business. All right. When you go to work and you do your job and you do it right, do you go, yeah, I did my job right. Whoo. No, you just do your damn job. And when something goes wrong, you shrug your shoulders and go, shit, I got to go fix that. That's what this is. It's a job. Stop pretending like it's anything other than that. Right. Don't create something that it's not. All right. Let's really hardcore into this now. All right. there's no risk in the simulator. Your brain knows it. So it's easy to shoot your shot when there's no repercussions. Bottom line, trade real money. The simulator is good for figuring out how to not put the car into the wall, so to speak, right? So as long as you're not putting the car in the wall, trade real money. Use the simulator, figure out what buttons to press, figure out how your software works so you're not all thumbs. But after that, trade real money. Even if it's only $1, $5, whatever, you will behave differently when there's money on the line. Here's an experiment I like to do with everybody. Give me a 1 in chat if you've had this happen to you. Everything's fine, but you get to a certain amount of risk and you can't figure out why, but you start behaving differently. Whether it's $100, $200, like you get into a trade, things start going wrong and you're like, God damn it. And then you just did something. You're like, I don't know why I did that. I know better than that. I shouldn't do that, right? There is a trigger. Everybody has it. So find yours, okay? I am not going to pull out the psychology couch, put you on it and try to figure out what your relationship is with money. You're all adults. You all have very long-standing and complicated relationships with money. I can't help you with that. But what I can do is we can create a mechanical barrier where it doesn't affect you. And here's how you do it. So everybody can participate in this. No one knows anybody. I don't care how much money you have, okay? You look at me on a daily basis, you wouldn't think I have anything. I look like a hick from upstate New York. Don't be fooled, all right? But I don't care who you are. I don't care what you have. I really don't care. What I want you to do is think to yourself, what amount of money can I lose 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row where it doesn't bother me? All right. Now I'm going to start throwing things out. I want everybody in chat, just put a 1 in chat when I get to a number that if you think the following, if I was to lose this amount of money 4 or 5 times in a row, it would actually affect me. Like my heart rate would start to go and I would start getting annoyed. Okay. $5. Nobody at 5? $10. Any takers at 10? Cool. $20. 4 or 5 losses in a row bother you in the slightest? Okay. $50. Oh, we got a taker. All right, $50, guys. You just lost $50. You just lost 50 again. You just lost 50 again. You just lost 50 again. You just lost 50 4 times in a row. Anybody bothered by that? Cool. 100. 200. Okay. Everybody's different. What I'm suggesting is whatever your number is, dial it back and don't put on any more risk than that. So let's say you're $200, all right, and you're trading in the ES. Don't put more than $200 risk on, okay? Play in the sandbox that you're comfortable in, all right, and then move up. Oh, yeah, that's easy. So you just wait till next week. There is nothing. I forgot I was even on YouTube. That's cool. There's nothing in here that says you have to fill this out today. It could take you 3 months to fill all 120 trades out, right? What happens if I only do 2 trades on Monday? I don't trade on Tuesday, 4 trades. It could take me months. It could take you multiple months to do this. The point is you can see your day right here. The point is you take that across and you can see your week right there. The point is you then take your trades and bang them into a 20 data set. Just from a statistical analysis point of view, a data set of 20 is pretty good. All right. And think about what you're going to have. What happens on Monday? Great. I had a 75. That's just one day. And you can see some days are good and some days are bad. All right. But this column gives you more information than any one of these individual columns give you. Cumulatively, these 120, when you get out here, are going to give you more information than the subsequent did, right? So each one of these columns will tell you out of your average 20 what to expect. 20, 40, 60, 80, 120. By the time you finish this, your hit rate will be predicated on 120 trades. It may take you a week to do that, probably over trading. It could take you 2 months to do that. It could take you 3 months to do that. It just has nothing to do with anything other than how often you personally trade, which is a function of your rules and how often they set up in the market environment. If you have very stringent rules and they only set up once every 2 days, it's going to take you forever to fill this out. If you get 6, 7 trades a day, it's going to be a much faster process, right? So that's the answer. That's the best answer I can come up to the question, all right? But that's really all you're doing. When it's time, when you use them all up, all I do is I go like this. I copy the whole thing. I just copy it and I take it down here to wherever I happen to be and I paste it in. and I start again. And and just clear the contents, right? Just right click everything, clear contents, and start from scratch. And that's all I do to journal. And I have this for years and years and years. All right. And remember, your data is going to be based on you, not me, not Dave, not Kevin, not Scotty, you. Now, let's say, for example, you are doing different instruments. Again, this is a homebrewed thing. So if you want to spend money on a journal, feel free. But if, let's say you're doing 3 different, whatevers. Let's say you do ES, just color the ES blue, and then maybe you're doing CL, color the CL something else. That way, at least you can differentiate in your data between what. Let me ask you guys this. If you do this for a month and your data tells you your hit rate on the ES is 71% and your hit rate on CL is 49% and your blended average is 54%, what are you going to do with that knowledge? Somebody answer. What are you going to do? Stick to ES. But my question to you, Greg, is would you even have known that unless you were keeping a journal? Would you even know? No, right? So for those of you who are participating, hopefully, I'm going to assume that you guys understand the importance of this has come home for you, right? If you don't journal, you're gambling. That's it, period. If you don't gamble, you can't figure out your risk to reward. If you don't gamble, it's just a waste of time. Don't trade if you're not going to gamble. It's just a wrong-minded thing to do. All right. Those are the basics. Now we're going to talk about some foundational principles, okay? Number 1, you don't know what you don't know. I used to tell this to Kevin all the time because he and I talk about guitar all the time. It's the same thing, right? Avoid making assumptions or filling gaps in your understanding with your own narrative. The market does not reward creativity. It rewards consistency, okay? It's a very powerful statement. Again, this goes back to millions of people trading thousands of instruments with billions upon billions of dollars. You don't know what's going to happen. Don't be a narcissistic bonehead. You don't know, right? The market doesn't reward creativity. It rewards consistency. If you can get out here every day and you can not mess up the rules and you can execute like a machine and you can prove to yourself mathematically that you have an edge, you are going to make money, all right? Most people fail because they never understand what's being talked about today. They think this is about the market. They think it's about money. They think it's about longs and shorts and this. It's not about any of that. It's about having a mathematical, provable system that you can deploy into the market with consistency and discipline. Get the data back that tells you what happens when you do something. Know what that percentage is, and then do that thing over and over again like you're turning a crank until you get the money you want, right? Losses are the cost of doing business. We already talked about this. Get comfortable losing trades. Not only is it going to happen, it's going to happen all the time. It probably happens every day, okay? A well-executed trade that goes against you is no different than a well-executed trade that goes in your favor from a technical point of view, all right? And the goal, like I said earlier, you want to take the stairs up and avoid the elevator into the basement. Be patient. Be disciplined and operate your system. And remember what happens, right, to the dealer at the blackjack table who crashes out and decides to do whatever he wants. The pit boss comes out and yanks him off the table. You cannot do that, all right? Second foundational principle, don't play game for money you don't understand the rules to. It's moronic, okay? Don't engage in a money-based process you don't fully understand the rules. The rules are mechanical. They don't bend to emotion. They don't bend to interpretation. They either trigger or they don't. Black or white. It's a binary choice, yes or no. Execution is always binary. You follow the rule or you don't. You can lie to yourself about it, but you either followed the rule or you didn't. Now, nuance, Kevin's mentioned this. Nuance comes through experience, journaling, and review. All right? And that applies to your software as well, right? Know how to operate your system, understand how your brackets work, become fast, become accurate, know the language of what you're doing, learn the parlance of the stock market. All right. But nuance comes through experience. You want nuance? Do 1,000 trades. When you've done 1,000 trades, then maybe you can start messing with the rules. But until you can show me a journal that has a hit rate, you can show me that you can actually do this. Don't change anything. Don't start creating, new rules because all they're going to do is mess up your hit rate. Okay. Number 3, operate the system. Don't be the system. Okay. You didn't create the market. You didn't invent the strategy. Your job is to operate it faithfully. That means no improvising. Your journal and your data are going to tell you what works and when. Don't assume knowledge. Build it over time through documentation and feedback. right? Again, you're the dealer at the blackjack table. You stand on soft 17. You never split your cards, and you don't think about why the player is doing what they're doing. They're just doing it. Just deal and do your job. Don't worry about what the market's doing. You can't control it any more than an ant can control getting stuffed on the sidewalk. All right. If an ant does manage to get from like the street to the building across a 5-foot sidewalk in Manhattan, luck. The only reason they didn't get crushed is luck. Nothing they did stopped them from getting crushed. Nothing you did stopped you from losing a trade. Didn't matter. That's why you don't want to root for this stuff. It's just understand what's going on here. Number 4, you're going to specialize through data. If I haven't beat it into you yet, as you journal and gather your results, patterns will start to emerge. Now, I'm not talking about patterns in the market. I'm talking about patterns in your own process. As you keep your data, you'll learn which setups work better for you, what times work better for you, what strategies work better for you, and what instruments work better for you. All right. If you don't journal first and foremost, you're gambling. Again, some people become talented gamblers. Not many, some. All right. The clarity comes from reviewing your logged performance, not from some weird gut feeling you're going to get. Okay. You're going to address the concept of temperament. All right. Your own tolerance for risk, and you're going to fine tune your own methodology. All of that you're going to do through data. All right. And I hope you guys understand how important that is. All right. Process-centered realities. It's not investing. We're not building long-term positions. We're exploiting small, high-probability moves based on predefined system. That's it. If it feels like gambling, it's because without a system, it is. Right? But with a process and a measured edge, it becomes a repeatable business model, exactly the same as a casino. All right? I love it when people are like, oh, you're gambling. No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, day trades. No, it's not. It's because you don't understand what you're talking about, but you can keep telling me that, and I'm just going to keep telling you I'm not, right? But if I wasn't journaling, I'd have to agree. I'd say, yeah, I'm gambling. I'm a good guesser. I guess really well, right? You are the dealer, but you have no boss looking over your shoulder. You must be accountable, all right? And that's why journaling is important, and that's why the first thing I said is find yourself an accountability partner, someone in your life you can talk to when you behave poorly, someone who's not afraid to tell you that you are being a clown. All right. You need someone who can look you in the eye and say, stop with your excuses. You did the wrong thing. That's the person you want to be your accountability partner. Okay. We're not predicting the market. Okay. Trying to figure out what the market's doing is a waste of time. It's futile. All right. The market is not knowable in the moment. What is knowable, okay, is how your system performs over time based on data. Going back to MS's question, I don't care what the market's doing. I care about what our system in the market is doing. That's your edge, not prediction. This is super important. Okay. Here's your edge, not prediction, process repeatability. Okay. If you can repeat the thing over and over again, and you know when you do X, Y happens 62% of the time, and you can somehow manage to do X without stepping on your own feet, and you can do it over and over and over and over again, Y will be the outcome. It will be that percentage of the time, and you will accept the losses as the cost of doing business. And one day you'll turn around and go, holy shit, I'm a trader. Yes, you are. You're a stock operator is what you are. Okay. If you think you know, just stop. You don't. You can lie to yourself. People do it all the time, but unless you have a mental disorder, you can't fool yourself. All right. You don't know what the market's going to do any more than an ant knows if it'll get stepped on crossing a sidewalk. All right. Use that analogy, but it's the one I use all the time. Emotion. This is really important. Emotion is going to disturb the process. All right. We already talked about find where your line in the proverbial sand is. Understand yourself personally. The fact that I don't get torqued up until I lose about $1,500 means nothing to you. You're not me. Okay. My fingers don't turn into flippers, and I don't start hitting the wrong buttons until I'm pretty deep in the red because I've been doing this a long time and I'm not worried about it. Right. But don't get excited about the wins. Don't get excited about the losses. Don't get excited about either of it. Just do your job. All right. This is not personal. It's not a game show. All right. Emotional neutrality is the key to maintaining your system's integrity. I know that kind of has a weird rhyme to it, but you have to stay emotionally neutral. Let's talk about this for a minute. There's a couple of personality traits that I find people who do this well have. Okay. I'm going to tell you what some of them are. Fast and slow thinking. Okay. If you don't know what that is, you can Google fast and slow thinking. It's the ability to do both of those things simultaneously, to have a pretty good idea of what's going on in front of you, but still be able to process information quickly. All right. But not do it so fast that you're feeling rushed. All right. Creativity and original thinking. Very important. Okay. Emotional resistance or emotional maturity. Big one. If you can't handle losses, you're in the wrong game, kids. You will not be good at this if you beat yourself up every time you lose a trade because you beat yourself up every day. All right. Like there's a concept. Has anybody ever heard of the concept of investing in loss where you're actually, you're looking at the loss and you're saying, what did I learn from that? What can I apply from that? And even if it's the ability to just keep your temper in check, you know, count back from 10, breathe, don't get excited about the loss, let it wash over you, let it wash past you, water over a duck's back, and then just woosah, move on to the next trade. That's a win. That's discipline. All right. Every time you don't touch the keyboard as a reaction to something that happened on the screen, that's discipline. That's a win. Reward yourself for the wins. Okay. Reward yourself. Take time to celebrate the wins. And I don't mean like, yay, I want to trade. No, take the time at the end of the day to pat yourself on the back and go, you know what? I behaved properly today. I didn't get emotional. I didn't get scared. I just did the job. Right? Everybody deserves a win. Don't not give yourself that win. All right. But emotion disrupt the process. All right. And that's what I showed you before. What you notice, give attention to, talk about, that's what you're inviting into your life. All right. So try not to do that. All right. Discipline being the foundation. Has anyone ever heard the phrase insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? Most people have heard that. Okay. So I suggest so the corollary that I'm going to present, the other side of that is discipline. All right. This is how I look at discipline the same way, but it's the opposite. Discipline means executing your plan regardless of anything else, regardless of market behavior or your emotional state. Discipline means getting up and doing the thing. It means managing your risk. It means staying calm and doing the same thing the same way over and over again and expecting a particular outcome, right? So if insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, discipline is doing that same thing over and over again and expecting a particular result. Give me a 1 if you understand that. You have a system, you know something happens, you deploy that system well, and you are disciplined enough to see it through to the end, right? You guys following me on that, I hope? That's the way, you know, that's a pretty fine way of looking at this, all right? Let's focus on the system. The money's a byproduct of following the system. You're going to chase your process. You're going to chase your journal, right? You're not chasing the outcome. Again, I said it before, but I'll say it again. Most people fail because they think they're trading money. You're not trading money, folks. You're trading rules and probabilities. Okay? Does that make sense? Does anybody not agree with that? You think you're trading money? You're following a process that has very specific rules that has probability of outcome. That's what you're doing. You're trading rules and probabilities. Money is just the vehicle that you're doing it with. You guys understand that? Very important. You do the process correctly, the results will follow as long as you've journaled the results. All right. Back to it isn't gambling because we track data. Gambling inherently implies uncertainty, right? And uncertainty without edge. Here we know our statistics, right? If you journal and analyze your trades, you know what to expect over time. That data creates confidence. Confidence supports consistency. People ask me all the time, how do you stay in this game? You even though you know you're going to lose, you still have to be confident that you're going to win, right? Because you're being real. This is reality. You're going to lose trades. But if you understand that those losses are simply a component of the wins, it doesn't bother you as much. Again, everything in life is how you look at it, right? I've met some absolutely amazing people that are in miserable situations. I was in Turks and Caicos back in the early 2000s. There was this kid that worked there. He was from Haiti and he watched his entire family get murdered via machete. Talk about hardcore shit, right? This kid was 19 years old, watched his brothers, sisters, mother, father, entire family chopped to pieces. He came to work every day with a smile on his face. He lived on the north end of the island. He lived in a cinder block house with a metal roof, and he had a pump in the backyard, to actually pump water, and a giant pile of conch shells. And this kid was the happiest person you ever want to meet, and he had a miserable life, and he was dirt poor, and he had a smile every day because it was all about how he looked at life. How do you lose your fear of trading after losing accounts? Well, Arlene, let me ask you a question. How many accounts have you lost since you started with Dave? That's the first question I want to ask you. How many accounts have you blown up? 4 or 5? Okay, so you're looking at about $150. All right. Have you qualified any? Oh, so you've qualified. Have you taken money out of Apex? No, but you've qualified. How many? You have more than, you have a PA or more than one PA? You have at least one PA account? Cool. So you shouldn't be afraid of trading. I'll answer your question with a question. Are you journaling? And what is your hit rate? Okay, then you can't. Okay, Arlene, you don't have the right to ask me that question, right? Because you haven't even addressed it yourself. All right. So right now, I'll answer how do you lose your fear of trading? Don't gamble anymore. Start building your business model, start keeping your data, and give yourself the confidence you need to go into that face first. And if you lose a trade, you just shrug your shoulders and go, yeah, it doesn't matter because I win 6 out of 10. That's how none of this there should be no fear. There should be no excitement. I mean, honestly, be like Dr. Spock from Star Trek, right? It's like, just try to be as much of a robot as you can. You have enough to do running the system without interjecting emotions into it. All right. So my best advice for Arlene and for the rest of you, if you're, if you lose a trade where you didn't follow the rules, done. That trade in and of itself, don't even look at it. Don't even consider it because you're not trading. You messed it up. So here's what I would ask you. Try it for 1 week. Change your lens. Don't focus on trading to make money. Focus on trading for the purpose of trading and journaling. Make that your goal. The goal, here's your homework for the week. Your goal is not money. I don't care how much money you win or lose. What I care about is if you can properly journal and properly behave and execute your trades for 1 week without pressing the wrong buttons. That's the goal, right? Because once you can do that, you can go back to the money. You're going to find that the money, once you stop focusing on the money, once you start focusing on the process, the money kind of takes care of itself. Yes, that's true too. You don't get to selectively track your trades. That's the whole point. But don't beat yourself up for a trade that goes against you if you behaved properly. The only thing you really want to look at is if you did something wrong, right? So discipline is the foundation, okay? Same as insanity. It's just the opposite side. You want to do it over and over again and expect that result. The system is the focus, not the money. Money's a byproduct of the system, all right? We already did this. Chase the process. All right, we track data. All right, there we go. It's a business. Treat it like one. Every successful business runs on metrics. Your journal is your metric. Does anyone want to argue with me? Does anyone want to disagree that businesses don't run on metrics, on business data? All right, I don't care if you sell falafels on the corner, all right, off a food cart. Unless you know how many falafels you sell, you're not going to be able to stock the right number of products in your cart in order to not run out of falafels over the course of the day. You guys get what I'm saying? Right? If you don't have data, you don't have diddly squat. All right? You're operating completely blind. You're not serious if you're not journaling. And again, if you don't want to be serious, it's okay. Right? There's some people who just want to do this and come to the room every day and trade. They don't want to journal. They just want to play with it. Good, play with it. But don't BS yourself into something, believing it's something that it's not. That's all I'm suggesting, all right? Like everybody, I encourage everyone, treat your body like a carnival. You do you, right? I got no dog in that fight at all right? But what I do have a dog in the fight of is when people come into this room, I want them to be as successful as they can be. I want them to participate so that we're all feeding off of each other. That's what matters to me. The culture here matters to me, all right? So it's a business, treat it like one. Don't. If you're not going to be serious, then don't get serious. Your data is all that matters. Every trader's different. If I give the same trade, we've proven this morning. If I give the same trade to 10 people, oftentimes that's going to result in 10 different outcomes. You're not here to copy anyone. You're here to understand your own numbers and build your own edge. Your journal is your guide. Again, you're not me and I'm not you. I'm not pressing your buttons and you're not pressing mine. I do things behind the scenes you guys will never see or know about, and I'm sure you do too. Okay? That's just the way it works. I don't do a trade. I don't tell you guys about a trade that I don't put into the room ahead of time just because who wants to be that guy? All you're doing is feeding FOMO, right? And that's part of the culture. Just as a side, it has nothing to do with psychology. If you guys are going to be a part of this room and a part of this culture, I strongly encourage you to do so. But understand, we're here to cooperate, not not to compete with one another. All right. I can sit here all day long and make my money and put it to chat, ding, 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 ding. It's not helping anyone. All I'm going to do is feed FOMO. People are like, oh, well, who cares what you're doing? Exactly. If you put something into chat, oh, I just made $1,000. Did you share it ahead of time? No. Did anybody else get an opportunity to trade it with you? No. You're an a-hole. Don't care. You're feeding FOMO. Congratulations. You want a pat on the back? Here's a cookie. Now go sit in the corner. That's what I'm going to tell you, basically, right? We are a community. We want to work together. Exactly right. You're only as good as the next trade. All right. All right. FOMO is a sign you're off process. Now, everybody's heard of FOMO because it's the most common, fear of missing out. There is also fear of leaving money on the table, right? Anybody scalp their winners too soon because they're afraid of losing the money they made? Right? It's the same phenomenon as letting your losers go into the basement because you think they're going to come back just a little bit more. Again, you're trading without a plan. All right. That's what it comes down to. Your plan can change, but it can't change mid-trade. That's an important concept. Your entire plan and methodology can change, but when you're going to change what you're doing, you're going to change one thing at a time, and you're going to journal the outcome of that change. Because if I change two things in my system, I won't know which one of those changes made a statistical change in my results. So only change one thing at a time. Journal for at least 20 or 40 trades before you get a handle. Non-scouts when I trend trade like crowd, one can give back. Right. Yeah. I mean, some people, like some dogs bite, some dogs bark, some babies cry. You know, some babies are quiet. You know, guys, you're going to get through this. And, you know, I personally am a real big fan of the 1 minute Momo. And I take reversals outside of 2 standard deviations off of technical levels. Those are like my 2 primary trades. So I guess you would call it a regular moving average, but I only take it in certain locations. And I do 1 minute Momos. You're going to find after you do this for a while, there's going to be stuff that works best for you. And your numbers will also tell you, hey, if I trade this thing this way, I make more money. Don't do that. Like, listen to your data. All right. But chasing trades outside of your plan is simply an emotional response. Okay. It's not a systematic one. Valid setups occur repeatedly. They occur often. They occur every single day. All right. I think this morning we had, I put in two futures trades. I know there were at least another 1 or 2 futures trades, probably 2. Scotty had a nice one, I believe, on CL. And then there were at least 2 or 3 stock trades. So depending on what kind of game you're playing, there was money to be made this morning, right? And I guarantee you some people lost money too. All right. Which means that not everybody's following. So if you know, I'm not going to even ask who it is, but I'm guarantee you that people lost money this morning, right? So if you're chasing, you've lost faith in your system, or you don't have one to start with. Either way, trust the process-driven setups will continue to appear and trade them accordingly. All right? Okay. Trade real money even if it's small. We sort of talked about this. The sims are useful for learning the mechanics, but not for building emotional control. Real money introduces real consequence, and that's where your true behavior starts to emerge, right? Get into the real market as soon as possible, even with micro positions. Begin building an authentic process of discipline. All right. Random outcomes, measurable process. All right. Each trade outcome is random. This is a statistics lesson for those of you who understand. But your performance, and this speaks to you, MS, ready? Guys, this is super important. Each trade outcome is random. You don't know which ones win. You don't know which lose. But your performance over a series of trades is not random, right? With enough data, you determine your statistical edge. That edge is the foundation of your trading plan. Without a hit rate, you can't manage your risk. Without risk control, you can't build consistency. And without consistency, you can't build a business model. All right? The casino analogy, we already spoke about it, but casinos win with tiny edges, 0.5% to 2%. But it's over massive sample sizes, right? They don't care about individual wins or losses. They care about running their system consistently. You're doing the same thing. You're not a gambler. You're the house, right? But let me ask you a question. Does the casino put games onto the floor that aren't mathematically in their favor? Does any casino put games out for people to play that are not in their favor? No way. Right. Why? Why would they do that? Right. So why would you make a trade that you know isn't in your favor to win? Unless you're admitting to gambling. Just think about it. Just think about your behavior before you actually do it. And maybe sometimes you'll go, oh, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to make this trade because I don't have an edge. I'm just doing it for the sake of it. Then don't do it. No one's forcing, you know what? I don't have your hand. I don't have my hand laced in your hand and I'm forcing you to press buttons. No one's forcing you to press buttons. All right. Tighter stops, higher precision. Okay. This is an important thing. Has anybody had this happen? You had 2 contracts, you go long. Let's just say you go long. We trim one at a point and you bring your stop up to break even and boom, instantly stopped out. You made a point on the first one and you instantly got stopped out of the next one. Anybody have that happen? Happens all the time to me. All right. The ATR is there for a reason, right? The ATR is telling you basically the following. Self, yes, self. What can I expect the ES to move in the next 5-minute candle? Whatever the ATR is. That's what you can reasonably expect. That's the question you ask yourself. What can I reasonably expect the ES to move in this period of time? If you intend to stay in the trade, you use that ATR as your stop just to give you some understanding of an expectation, okay? But understand something. The tighter your stops, the more right you have to be, all right? Just look at the chart, all right? Up and down, all right? This is I hope everybody knows this too. Look at my cursor on the screen. The ribbon that goes across the top of Think or Swim right here tells you your open, high, low, close, and range of whatever candle you're open. So if I'm looking and I'm mousing over this candle, tells me right here on the R, all right? That's a 3-point candle. That's a 4-point candle. That's a 6.25 point candle. That's a 2.5 candle, right? Does everybody see that? You can kind of get a sense. All right. You don't have to give these things a mile. You really just don't, right? You just don't. You can use the, hold on a second. Let me get back to where I was here. All right. The tighter your stops, the more chance the price is just going to oscillate right into them. Do you guys know what I mean by oscillate? Give me a 1 in chat if you know what I mean by oscillate, or give me a 2 if you don't. What I'm getting at is, you see how these bars go up and down and up and down, up and down, up and down? Right. If your stop is too tight, just in the natural oscillation of the up and down, just within that natural range of the ATR, you can easily get stopped out on your second piece, right? So the idea is, you know, the way I do a trade is Dave will say, put money in the bank. Absolutely. What you do after that point, okay, is the question. If I break even, right? Let's say, for example, I get into something, it goes up, I take a point. All right. I bring my stop up to break even. It goes down. It stops me out break even. I made 1 point on one contract. An alternative to that is, instead of bringing your stop up to break even, you bring your stop up to 1 point below. So now if it does go against you, you're giving back that first piece. But what you're doing is you're allowing the price more up and down movement before it actually hits your stop. Guys, I mean, give me a 1 in chat if you understand what I'm saying. You can either keep the first profit and break the second one even, but your stop gets very, very tight. Or you can bring your stop to within the same money you just made and basically take the money you just made and pay for the opportunity to let the trade work. Okay? If it goes against you, it's a net flat trade, right? If it goes in your favor, you're going to make more money. And it's going to go, and more often it won't stop you out if you have a little bit more space. So just the whole point of that little thing was just to understand tighter stops means higher precision. The tighter your stops and take profits, the more precise you have to be. All right. And then the more precise you're going to have to be, the more you have to adhere to the rules. The less you can really start messing with things. All right. We already talked about losses being the cost of doing business. They're not failures. In your mind, guys, get right with it. They're just simply part of the equation. All good fighters, even the ones that win the fight, get hit in the face. All right. It's just that they took less damage than the guy that lost. No business operates without cost. In trading, losses are your costs. Your only job is to keep them under control so your winners can compound. View losers as information, not as a defeat. Again, if you haven't figured me out yet, guys, I'm trying to turn lemons into lemonade, right? You're going to lose trades. Shit's going to go wrong. Your internet's going to crap out. Think or Swim is going to poop on itself. You know, your computer's going to have problems. You know, you're going to have a bad, all of these things are going to happen. And at the end of the day, you just shrug your shoulders and go, okay. And just keep on trucking. Just put your head down and keep moving forward and keep journaling, and you'll be amazed at your results. Temperament is personal. Your process should match. Not every trading style fits every personality. All right. Said this earlier. Some people perform better with trend strategies, others with quick setups like the FFMA. Okay. There's people who hate the FFMA, and you'll learn about this because it just happens too quickly. Find what aligns with your personal psychology through experimentation and journaling, and then refine it into a process that fits you. All right. Now, some people mentally manage risk better than others. All right. Find out how you operate and stay in your lane. All right. I'll give you an example. Does anybody know what I mean in business when I say some people are A players and some people are just really good B players, but never step to the plate as an A player? Does anybody know what I mean when I say that sort of a thing? Okay. I am a amazing B player in the construction market. Okay. The guy I work for regularly puts on multi-million dollars worth of risk. Okay. And somehow he can manage to sleep through it and it's not a problem. All right. I've run my own company. I know where my risk tolerance is. All right. When I usually have that kind of risk on the table, I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I walk around my living room. I can't get back to sleep. I'm just not an A player because I can't manage that risk. All right. But I'm a fantastic B player, right? That's why I do what I do. That's why I'm a good consultant. Okay. Temperament is personal. You have to be honest enough with yourself to say, self, I'm good at this and I'm not good at that. Find out what's good and work with the tools you have. If you're not good at managing risk, you are going to have to take longer to learn how to manage risk. If you're really good at managing risk, sometimes you got to put a collar on that and not get too cavalier about it, right? But figure out how you operate. And again, if you haven't figured this out, the end of the day, the goal is to make this your system. All right. I guarantee you the way I trade is slightly different than Dave. I guarantee you it's different than Kevin. Kevin's different than me. I'm different than Scotty. Scotty's different than Kevin. Scotty's different than me. Scotty's different than Dave. Dave's different than Scotty. But we're all doing very similar things, but there are nuanced differences to the way we all operate because we are all individual people and we all think differently and we all react differently. And you just, again, a lot of people will say you will learn yourself as a human being during trading more than any other thing that you could possibly do. You're going to be happy. You're going to be sad. You're going to want to yell. You're going to want to cry. You're going to want to scream. You're going to want to jump up and down and wave your arms. You're going to want to jump off your roof. You're going to want to pat yourself on the back. Some days you're not going to even want to turn the computer on. Other days you're not going to be able to wait to turn the computer on. This is a roller coaster of emotions. So just be prepared for that. All right. And you'll notice we're not even talking about trading. We're just talking about how to think about it, right? And that's what all today is. Know your emotional thresholds, okay? We did this little experiment earlier. Everyone has a dollar amount where emotions begin to take over. Know what yours are. Simulate losing repeatedly and find that number. Just the number that sort of hits you different. That's your emotional stop. Don't exceed that in risk because you will behave differently, right? The goal isn't to rewire your relationship with money, but to place a mechanical barrier around it. If you freak out at $200 of loss, then for God's sakes, don't put on $200 worth of loss. If you can operate in an environment where you got $100 on the line, then operate with $100 on the line. That way the money isn't influencing any of your behavior and you can focus on the system. The idea here is to eliminate as much of your reaction to the money part of this as possible and focus as much of your intention and behavior on the process itself. Okay. Said the word process 8 million times. All right. Practical concerns. Let's talk about just a few practical concerns. Okay. Do you have a good computer? If you don't, you might want one. Do you have a solid internet connection? Very important. If you are trading on Wi-Fi, good for you. That's another failure point. I don't ever trade not hardwired. Does your broker allow you to trade the way you want? What does that mean? Okay. I use Apex. I use NinjaTrader because it lets me go long and short at the same time. It allows me to put, boxed positions in. They let you do that. Okay. Some people won't let you do that. All right. Do you have a plan if your internet connection goes down? Do you have an app on your phone? Can you get out of trades? Do you have a way to get into Rhythmic or however? All right. Is your user interface set up for maximum speed and efficiency? I don't know. Is it? Are you as fast as you can reasonably be on your system? Ask yourself, no, then get faster. Set up shortcuts, set up key bindings, whatever you have to do. And the last one, the most important one, are you journaling every single trade? If you're not journaling every trade, then I don't know what we're talking about. All right. So 3 o'clock in the afternoon, here's your takeaway. This is the process-driven practice. This is not a test of intelligence. Okay. Not a gamble. It's not a competition. Your job is to build, to run, and refine a trading system that works for you based on actual data, not feelings, not hope, not emotions, not predictions. Okay. Over time, with discipline and with journaling, your individual personal process will evolve into something uniquely suited to your personality, your goals, and your risk tolerance. All right. So let the process do the heavy lifting. Your job here is to execute it with consistency. All right. Again, you're not bad if you lose. You're not good if you win. It's just neutral. All right. You did not invent this. So why are you going to pat yourself on the back for doing, like, again, if I give you a car, right, and I say, here's the racetrack, and you manage to get around the car, around the track, did you build that car? Yes or no? No, you just drove it around the racetrack. It may feel fantastic and you feel good about yourself because you didn't kill anyone or yourself, but you didn't build the damn car. This is the same thing, okay? You are an operator of a system. Don't try to make this into more than it is, right? Don't get creative with this. There's no reason to, all right? So all we're doing is trying to get a handle on what is effectively a series of random outcomes, and we're trying to profit from that, right? Last but not least, and I've said it, we'll say it again, it's a business, all right? Treat it as such. Have a business model, have a business plan, keep business-centric data, use that data to make good decisions, track your results, and change what you're doing if you're not seeing results. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my version of the psychology of day trading. Anybody have any questions? And I'm not actually looking at YouTube because I can't do both, and I apologize. I'm not even on the YouTube channel anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay. All right. So that's basically what we're talking about. And, you know, guys, it's one of these funny things. When you first do this, I'm just going to give you a little bit of insight. I've been doing this for 5 years. I did this up until January 1st of this year, full time. So 5 years, 5 days a week, sometimes 6 with Sundays if we're doing futures, sometimes nights, whatever. 5 days a week, 6 to 8 hours a day for near 4.5 years. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what happens just from pure experience. At first, you're like, look at my cool computer. I got this light. I got that thing. You're focused on your screens. How many screens do I need? Whatever. And then you stop caring about how many screens you have. You stop caring about the lights, and you start understanding over time that it's not about your software or your computer or your charts or none of it. When you boil this down and you really get into the weeds on this, this is exclusively your ability to push the button at the right time and not push the button at the right time. That's all it is. And I know it seems like, oh, that's so super simple. It's incredibly difficult because you're trying to fight money and your own ego, and you're trying to, you know, whether you like it or not, and I can say you're still trying to compete with the people in the room, right? You want to make money. So, you know, all I can say, guys, is when it comes to day trading, all right, again, not investing. This is not about money. It's ultimately about money. But if you haven't figured it out, the money is where your behavior is going to change. That's really what's going to affect you. All right. I don't know if anybody has enough money that money doesn't matter, in which case you could probably trade. That's the beauty of it, right? If money actually didn't matter, you could trade with no fear, which is ironic because obviously money matters. And the reason why people trade with fear is because of money. It's crazy. So, all right. I'm not going to do fibs today. Dave has directed me to do that on Friday. one thing you can do to prepare for Friday. Who's interested in fibs on Friday? Give me a 1 in chat if fibs are a thing for you. I mean, they're basically a huge thing for me. One thing you guys can do, and it'll help you be a little bit faster. So here's some tricks. Thinkorswim, if everybody can see my screen, if I go to the trade tab in Thinkorswim, like right now I'm on charts and I use the flexible grid for what you see on the screen. And then I use the actual chart tab. You can see I'm moused over it. If I click it, it's just a 5-minute chart. You can see there's nothing but fibs on here. There's no technicals. There's no EMAs. There's no nothing. There's just fibs. Okay. So in Thinkorswim on the trade tab, oh, this is another thing. I can give this away actually. So does everyone see how my cursor is on all 6 windows simultaneously? You guys see that? All right. The idea here is so that we can check the time frames on all time frames at the same time. So if you look, this is my daily, this is my weekly, this is my 1 hour, this is my 4 hour, this is my 15-minute, and my 30-minute. And when I'm zooming around on my 5-minute chart, you can't see this, but I have this over in one of my left-hand, my side screens. If I'm zooming around on a 5-minute chart, I can just get to a point and then I can just wiggle my cursor and look at all 6 of these charts at the same time and go, okay, right here, look what I'm sitting on. I'm sitting on a 30.65 right down here in the bottom right corner at 61.97, so 64.62. All right. If I don't move my cursor, I can see that I also have confluence with my 4-hour 9 right here. You can see that, right? Everyone can see that. Super helpful. Remember, we're talking about efficiencies. If you can check 6 charts at once instead of going to 6 different time frames to find a level, this is going to be a lot faster for you. And if you can do it while you're looking through things, so there you go. I can see that I got my 30 EMA on a 1 hour, coordinated with my 9 EMA on a 4 hour, and my 65 on a 30-minute. Right. So I'll give this away Wednesday when I do this class on watch list and scanners. For those of you who are still doing equities like me. Yeah. All right. So let's just go back to this. So here's what you can do. If you go to the trade tab, any one of these, Forex trader, futures trader, active trader, doesn't matter, pairs trader, you can hijack these. So you don't have, just because it says active trader doesn't mean you have to use active trader. All right. Or you can go to futures trader and I have 6 windows in this, or Forex trader. It doesn't matter. Anything you put in here will work. So what I recommend is you create what I'm calling a whiteboard, right? Basically, you create a space where you can do fibs, kind of like this, where all you have is a big ass screen with no technicals and no anything to visually screw you up, and just have a completely separate chart, separate screen that's full size that you can do this stuff on. That'll really help you when it comes to the lesson on Friday. Because when I do my fibs, all right, I only view them on this screen. You'll notice that there's a drawing set down here. I don't ever do any technical analysis on this screen. I'm just using the screen to determine if I'm getting in or out of a trade. I do my actual drawing over here, right? And then I save it as a drawing, and then I overlay it on top of whatever chart I'm looking at, right? So I can turn my fibs off if I want to. And now I'm just left with what you guys normally have with Dave's technicals, right? But then if I turn it on, it changes. And now things look a little bit different. All right. So that'll be fibs on Friday. Everybody, if you can set something up, it'll make it a little quicker. Guys, enjoy the rest of your evening. Again, this is boot camp day 1. We usually lose a few people after this because a few folks will be like, oh, well, this isn't like, I just sit here and trade. No, this is a job. Like if you came here thinking that this is not work, I wish I could tell you that it isn't, but it absolutely is. This is a very challenging thing to do with your time. This is not something I recommend to people. It takes a while to get good at this. I will be forthright and say when I first came into the room, there was no futures. It was just equities. And I traded 1, 3, and 5 shares. So I was like Microsoft. I trade 1 share, 3 shares, or 5 shares. And I did that for about the first 3 months, right? Because I truly believe there's no reason to lose a lot of money to learn how to do this. And now with the Apex, you don't even need a PDT account. You can just, spend 30, 40 bucks on an Apex and you can just do it like that. So take your time, the fact that they are cheap accounts, don't treat them like disposable Bic pens. Okay. Because that's just going to build bad habits. Treat them like they matter, because of course they matter. All right. But don't get lost and say, oh, we have these cheap accounts. No, say thank you for these cheap accounts because at least I can participate in this game without having ridiculous amounts of money. Don't take those cheap accounts and then make the leap that, oh, not only does it let me get in the game, but I can be cavalier and I can behave any old damn way I want because they're cheap. You're totally defeating the purpose of the low barrier to entry. The low barrier to entry keeps you safe while you learn this stuff. All right. That's all I got. Everybody enjoy your evening. Hopefully we didn't lose you today because of, you know, the realities of this thing. Tomorrow we're going to actually start doing technical analysis. And what'll happen is you'll come in. I'll be here in the pre-market. Chances are I usually trade from about 5:30 to 7:30. If the room's open, I'm here. If not, not. And then I'll be back on Wednesday to do some watch list and scanners. And I'll be back again on Friday to do fibs. I strongly recommend if you bought the course, even the equities course, you make sure you watch the videos before the rest of the week. You will get more out of it. There's no question at all. All right. But, you know, and just be kind to yourselves, right? This is a lot of information. You're going to get a major information dump in a very short period of time. You know, we're all here to help. You know, between Scotty and Kevin and myself and Dave and Roman and all the regulars that are here, this is a hell of a community, guys. Like, I feel fortunate. Like, I feel I got lucky. And I mean, you guys can tell me this was the first trading community I found. Like, I didn't go anywhere else. And I've heard horror stories about like people that try to go to all these different rooms and these different places. I found Dave straight out of the gate. I don't know how, it just worked out. And, I'll tell you what, folks, you know, Dave is, yeah, it is practically a miracle. Dave, it was funny because Dave was very gracious. Think about this for a second. When I first came here, I never traded, right? I never did any kind of day trading, but I have a statistical and I have a statistical and a math background and I have a psychology background, which obviously makes this a little bit, you know, more inherently easy for me to grasp. But that being said, man, I've watched hundreds of people come and go, and you know, I'm going to tell you, most people who don't take this too seriously, and I mean that like in a good way, like don't take it too seriously. Take it seriously, like do the work. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Someone help me out. Don't take this so seriously that you beat yourself up about it. This takes time to learn. You have to have a certain level of grace that you give yourself, right? Because, you know, there's lots of stuff. There's ego involved. There's money involved. I'm going to tell you something too. If I come into the room, sometimes I feel obligated. Like if I don't put in a good trade, I feel bad that I didn't put in a good trade. I'm interested in this 64 level. I'm not going to trade this, but whatever. I actually do like this 92 quarter level. If you guys want to see where it's from, because the day is over. All right. I have two main fibs on this. I have the pre-market. So this is what's going on here is we're having what I refer to as an inside day. This was the low of the pre-market on Friday. That was the high of the open market on Friday. Everything since then has been inside this range. It hasn't made new highs. It hasn't made new lows. So when I refer to that as an inside or an outside day, currently it's still inside. So I don't really refib anything. I just use what's on the price action that's on the board. And we're going from what would have been the low during the FTSE session to the high, and then the low of our pre-market where the pump started to the high. Hey, good. MS just took a short out with 2 points. Did you post it? I don't care, but it's okay because it's a lesson. So no, it's cool. All right. But that's the idea. That's basically what we do for fibs. All right. And I'm going to get really deep into this. I know it looks like a lot of spaghetti, but you know, if you're around enough, you'll know that the spaghetti pays. So for what it's worth. All right. And we'll do some really objective, observable stuff. I'm a huge fan of objective, observable reality. I don't want you to believe, right, some bullshit. I don't want you to, right? Too much of this business I've seen. And again, I didn't go to all these different places, but I've been on YouTube. I've watched the clown show. I've watched the 22-year-old guys that are, you know, telling you this is how you make Lambo money. Like I've watched all of this. All right. Here's a few facts. There's no automated trading system. If you've ever been sucked, automated trading system. Let me ask you guys this. If someone had an automated trading system, would they sell it for $49.95 or would they just deploy it into the market and make an unlimited amount of money? Answer that question. Anybody? If you had an automated trading thing, would you sell it? Why would you sell it? Of course not. So it's like, genuine faux diamonds, right? Anybody remember that commercial from back in the 80s? Genuine faux diamonds? Like that was an actual thing. Genuine fake diamonds. Imagine that. People bought genuine faux diamonds. It's the same goddamn thing. So yeah, just there's no automated trading system that would be diluted. No one knows what the market's going to happen. All right. No one knows what's going to happen in the market. They just don't. And remember something really important, folks. Your losses are completely proportional to your wins. If you want to make $10,000 a day, you have to risk $10,000 a day. Just keep that in mind. All right. So with that, I'm going to bid you a fair adieu. Everyone have a great evening. We'll see you back here at 8:30 tomorrow. The room will be open before that. Everyone feel free to hang out, do whatever, have conversations, talk to each other. Yeah, Scott, are you doing anything after? Is anybody doing anything after 5 today?
No, so I'll be here for slow markets tomorrow, but I'm out of town Thursday, so that's the game plan.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's it. So everybody, we've been here since 8:30 this morning, so it's been a fairly robust day. Just out of curiosity, for the people who did trade today, green or red, where are people sitting on the day? I only made 2 small trades, so I got a small green. Small green, small green, small green. And guys, if you're red, don't be ashamed to say it and ask for help, right? Because if you think about it, if someone said, I'm red, first question I'm going to ask is why? And you're going to give me answers like, well, I didn't do the trades. I did my own trades. Well, there's a good reason. I didn't, whatever. I didn't follow the rules. Well, there's a good reason, right? There's always a pretty good reason. All right. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Some days the whole room will be green and you'll be red. Don't sweat that shit. It's going to happen. Right. Bad button presses happen. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Scotty was red in the pre-market. Golden CL just happened to move the needle for him. Now, Anthony didn't get anything today. So that's good, right? So most people are red or they didn't trade. And guys, not trading is good. No one's forcing us to do this. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop doing it now. Hold on. Let me stop my screen share. How do I can't stop my share now? Why? This is so weird. I swear. Am I the host? Get out of here. No, I'm not the host. This is so weird. I'm not so good with all this weird stuff that Zoom changed. Anyway, all right. So I'm leaving anyway, so hopefully my leaving doesn't shut the room down. So if it does, goodbye. If it doesn't, everybody hang out, but I'm definitely leaving. Have a great night. I'll see you in the morning. Oh, the new Zoom, you have to change the other Zoom tab. Oh, okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, you can ask. Yeah, absolutely. Who is that?
This is Royalty.
Hey, Royalty.
So the question is, for if you're using Wi-Fi, other than the Wi-Fi dropping or getting disconnected, what other risks are there involved with using Wi-Fi?
Interference. That's basically it. You can get lag, which will then affect both fills on both ends. So getting into a trade, you may not fill. Getting out of a trade, you may not fill. Getting in is being able to get out of a trade is worse. Because, I mean, the worst thing that happens if you don't get into a trade is, well, shit, you missed the trade, right? I mean, no one ever went broke not making a trade. But if you get in a trade and you lose it and now it's gone against you and nothing's working to get out of it, that's where it can be problematic. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, again, if you can trade, again, I'm not saying don't do it. Lots of people trade off their phones too. I can't do that. But, if we're just being pragmatic and we're saying, there's less chance of something going wrong if you're hardwired. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Simple as that. So if you can eliminate potential problems, again, I go back to like this. If I have a 70% win rate or 60%, let's say 60, all right? And I got 6 winners and I got 4 losers. I don't know which 6 are winners and 4 losers out of that random 10. It could be like 1, 6, 3, 4, 2. I don't know which ones are the winners and losers, but I do know that my 4 losers erased 4 winners. And now out of 10 trades, I only really have 2 left. Right. And then if I get an internet dropout on one of those, I just blew my opportunity to make money. Like, so the ones that go in my favor, I'm trying to eliminate as many possible potential problems with those as possible. That's all. So if you can eliminate one problem, that's one less potential problem. Stack the deck in your favor. Yep. All right, folks, enjoy the rest of your evening. Unless anybody's got more questions, I'm more than happy to answer them or just hang out and chat amongst yourselves.
Hey, who was that? What's his name?
Who, me?
No, the other guy.
Royalty?
Royalty. There you go. Hey, Royalty. What they tell you, I'm just saying they're right because I'm actually dealing with this issue right now as we speak. I was on the phone over the weekend. AT&T came out a couple of other times, and trust me, when they tell you that lag in that Wi-Fi, I ain't gonna say that's the reason why I'm down, but that internet connection is completely different. Don't let nobody tell you to stay on Wi-Fi. Get hardwired connected with that Ethernet. I'm dealing with that issue now. I finally got the Ethernet. They figured out the problem, but hardwired is the way to go.
See, and what Anthony just did was prove that until that goes wrong, when it goes wrong, that shit sells itself. Absolutely sells itself.
Ken, I am going to be here through MOC. If you stop sharing, I can pop a screen and walk through MOC so it's not black while we wait. Mm, mm. Yep. 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 How you like me now? All good, brother. The live meeting today, Danny, on YouTube, the question on YouTube, Danny. This was a preview of a 5-day boot camp that's going on right now that happens the last week of every month. David wanted all of you in the world to kind of see the depth and breadth at which we do this. And so it's my understanding, unless he changes his mind, that today was the preview day and the next 4 days we'll just be back in the room. But if you go to WSGTA.com, the website we put in the chat, you can sign up, get the recorded course, become a part of the program, get the Thursday night mentor call for life. You can sign up for boot camp and take it whenever you're ready because the voucher is good. And David will, you could join, watch the course 10 times if you want because you have all those videos and lessons for life. And if you come into the boot camp, let's say you join in August and you want to do boot camp in October because that works better for you, just use your voucher then. So when you sign up, you get a voucher for boot camp and you can use that whenever you're ready. But I believe that today was the only live day, but I've been proven wrong before. That's my assumption. We'll get your answer, Philippe. In general, we follow the rules. In the course from yes, there's videos on fibs in the course. You guys will get fibs from Ken. I know you. I'll say this. I know a lot of you guys are excited. Everybody always wants to push the envelope. This boot camp week is going to answer all those questions. Take notes. Be well rested and well fed. You guys are going to get a lot. And it looks like Ken's going to cover fibs on Friday. But if you go into your dashboard and you go into the mentorship call, there is a essential lessons section, and in there is Ken talking for like an hour and a half on fibs, and you can preview that, which will make Friday easier for you to understand because it'll be the second time that you've heard some of that. Friday will be a much deeper dive in fibs live with Ken. And just in short, to answer your question, when you find confluence, guys, take a look at my screen here. As you can see, just in short, let's say you're looking at the 55 or the VWAP. Which one do you take? The answer is you take the more conservative level when they're close together. But we have trade rules that determine how far this needs to be away for this to be considered as a reactive move or correction. So if we got the correction back to the 65 EMA at 64.72.75, I would take the VWAP level instead because it is the more conservative level. You'll get into that with your trade setups in the next few days. David will go over all of those things. But in short, that's kind of how it goes. We'll get into trade setups again as we go through the week. We're at 3:30 now. I expect maybe there'll be a bit of an algo move right before we get to MOC, and we'll see what MOC is, and we'll close up at 4 o'clock, and everybody can go and do what they do. For those of you on YouTube, here's the answer to all of your questions that you have about this, and what David showed you this morning is at that link, please. WSGTA.com. Yeah, trend came in the afternoon. This morning was not. This morning was just inside candle after inside candle. It's very difficult to trade, in my opinion. But it broke loose in the afternoon. I was just listening to Ken. I probably heard Ken say this whole thing and do this like 5 months in a row, and I still just tune in because there's always something that you hear, something that he said. Did you catch the trend, Kevin? Did you get on it? Or you just hindsight captaining the ship? Yeah, 100%. So look at it in hindsight, and this is very interesting. When you look at the chart in hindsight, what do you see? Oh, it was an easy trend. It was actually a very wicky, choppy, just downtrend. It resulted in a downtrend, but look at the wicks on those candles on 5 minutes ES. It wasn't a very smooth downtrend. It'd be like riding a horse on gravel. Yeah, very difficult to trade, I suspect. Now, if you were able to get a very key level, this is why, if you got a key level up here, okay. But if you pick the level down here and say, oh, I took the 9 moving average on the retouch here, you were this far in the money and it came back and touched you. So I think that the 54 experience of that is very different than the hindsight of it.
A guaranteed price of $397.
I can't mute him, Kevin. Maybe I can over you. I don't think Ken knows his mic is hot. Bear with me. Nope, I can't. Kevin, if you can do that, it would be helpful. I cannot do it. Only one of my machines is co-hosting. Gold hit fits from Friday to the finish. Sure. We were looking at this MBT last night. I was like, where is this thing? Here it is. We were looking at micro Bitcoin last night, and David popped it out, and I was like, well, I'll take it. I took it in a sim account, made like $350, and then realized that I was in a sim account, and I was like, yeah, you want to talk about emotional FOMO, revenge trade? I wanted it all, but alas. Micro Bitcoin, $111,000. That's crazy. Yeah. I think today was the best lecture Kim gave on this section. I think it's been nicely refined. It's very organized. I think he did a very good job also. Your best trades are accidentally in sin, Kevin. Amen, brother. So how was today? I know YouTube is still hanging on. Any questions? If we can answer on what you heard. But give us some feedback, guys. How was today? Was it interesting? Any epiphanies? Did you guys fall asleep? Everybody green today? Decent, very good. Well, you took that 9 moving average trade, yeah, MS.
I have it on one of my million screens. Just hold on a second. Hold on.
Okay. Am I going to try market close? What is that, tradertainment? I'm going to watch the market close. I'll be here for MOC. The issue I run into is that this is one of those days. Oh, I'm going to stick around Port Royalty just because I think, Ken's talk today was good. I think people are going to be watching. I don't have host, so I can stop sharing and I can do my thing, but I can't shut down the room. And I think it's nice to have a chart up and somebody able to answer questions. Wilson had trouble to find a trade on the MES because I was waiting for real 10-point moves. Bull, then I applaud you. If you're waiting for the rules to follow, and remember, that's the ATR, right? If the market's not going to give you, and this is a very important thing, if the market's not going to give you the move that you need, why would you force the trade? So as you take a look at the ES, for example, on 5 minutes, you get a 2.5 ATR. Guys, that's a slow market ATR. That's tiny. You want to see 5, 6, 7, 8, sometimes even 10 or 11 ATR on a highly volatile day. And what you'll find is that if the market's only giving you 2.5 points, stop asking it for more because you're going to hit your stop loss all the time. And so for you to say to me, hey, I only got a couple of trades because the market didn't give me the move that I needed, that is maturity, my friend, and you should celebrate that. So congratulations. Not every day is a trade day, guys. If I ran a restaurant, not every day is a day that I get a bus at lunchtime. Not every day is going to be a green day. Sometimes running the lights is more expensive than the food that I sold that day. Trading is not different. And that's what Ken was talking about earlier, that this is a business. Sometimes businesses have debit days where they're in the red for the day. And so you zoom out, look at the week, zoom out, look at the month. How are you doing? Profitability comes from a series of trades given certain rules, conditions, and statistics. And so as long as you are working the system and you're running your restaurant every day, showing up every day, time to make the donuts, then you will be there and you will be ready so that if there is a bus that pulls off the highway and is looking for a place to eat, my doors are open and their smiles are abundant. And so that's really critical to understand that not every day is going to be a green day. And imagine if there was a restaurant owner and he's like, well, I can't deal with this. The power bill is going to cost me $400. I want all of my employees to go out in the street right now and drag customers in here and we're going to force them to eat. Because when you're forcing trades, that's what you're doing. Don't be that guy. You're not going to have a good reputation. So some days are red, keep them small, accept it, come back, work the system. And you're going to find consistency starts with you, and then consistent results is the effect of that. So keep the red days small. If you make your profit target for the day, don't get greedy, just run your business. So good for you, Bull. Yeah, I don't have juice open though, Royalty. Let me see if I can get the numbers up here. Hopefully I don't create a rhythmic conflict when I open it. But if I can get juice up, I can see what the initial. Now, I don't know how accurate the MOC prints are, but Financial Juice will print them. So if I open up my Quant Tower, you guys see here I have Ninja open. I use Ninja quite a bit. But if I open Quant Tower and I get my Financial Juice feed, I will at least have some MOC input. But I'm not in a position to go and trade it today. I typically risk MOC with house money, so make some profit today and then take the risk. But when I'm at a lower profit day or a day I didn't take a lot of trades or a day where the market just really isn't giving me a lot of volatility, then MOC for me personally is just too risky. Why would I take a nice little green day and turn it into 5 minutes of hell and then sit around and have a bad night? So for me, MOC today is probably outside my profit margin risk because I'll risk giving back profit, but I'm not going to risk capital on MOC. Ergo, no trade for me. But I'll be here for it. You may have different risk tolerances than me. But again, I'm looking for that weekly P&L, and I'm just not interested in hitting myself with a hammer because it feels good to stop. Yeah, very good, Bull. That's awesome to hear, man. I know you've been working with this for a while, so good for you. I know not every day I'm that wise. I always sound that wise, but my behavior betrays my sentiment. Sometimes I'm an idiot, but not today. Look at that Christmas tree. Just out of curiosity. From the pre-market low to now, we've retraced 76%, 76.5% of the entire money made today, which was very difficult. If you were trading this, I bet we could go to a couple of discords today and hear all the noise about blown accounts. I mean, look at the bodies on these candles compared to the wicks. This was not easy. This Momo trade here was a false breakout. Was at 1.5. So even if you took every single breakout, maybe one or two of these got you a little bit, but this is not easy trading, folks. This probably wouldn't have been too bad if you were a good trend trader as you broke up here and we stacked. I'm not. So hindsight's 2020, but I don't see, here's the thing. I don't see any real liquidity sweeps. And when we did get swept, where we hit my favorite EMAs, the green one, the yellow one, and the white one, 30, 65, those are my favorites. That liquidity sweep, I would have really wanted to see, even if you got this move back up, I would want to see this liquidity sweep come up here and then resume this trend. And so that big pullback would have been a great entry, but the trend never manifested. It was the backside of the move. So staying out of today was absolutely the right call for me. There's just not enough oomph in the trend to suggest that this major sweep here would resume that trend. And with NASDAQ rebalancing tomorrow, who knows? Maybe people are out at lunch or maybe they're waiting for tomorrow. We just don't know. Toothpicks, that's a good analogy, Arlene. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tip two. Looks like gold's tipping over. Right back in that open range. Would we get like 4R out of this? So gold coming out this morning was nice. This was the trade that kind of fixed my day. And then you can see this trend move. So what we get, so this moves here. We got open range breakout, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 R if you were bad enough to, I'm not. I get up here in this money, I'm out. So this big sweep here was another attempt. So gold had the kind of oomph I want to see in a trend. And what I really want is that sweep back here more than trying to take it off the 9, because a lot of times you get on the 9, they get stopped out and you hate it. But again, once we rolled over around lunchtime, when David said volume was crashing down, he was spot on. And the rest of the day just kind of bled down, melted down. But this was not a bad trade this morning. Took that one. The other one was in oil, because I think oil was a far from moving average. Was that right? Yeah, right here in the morning. See where oil went above ADR side, got us a nice little trade there once it was up 2.5 ATR or 2.5 RR. And then it was a nice trend all day. So oil traders were making money, equity traders not so much. Equity traders worked for their money today, that's for sure. You think I modified what, Martin? Open range study for toss. So this open range study, Martin, what you're talking about here, where it's got the targets on it, that's just the targets. If you go into yours and right click properties and turn on the targets, you'll see them. But the targets are essentially, if you take the top or the bottom and you're stopping at the midline, distance to the midline is, so if you enter here, risk here, then 50% is 1R, 2R, 3R, and I just wrote the math. Right click your ORB study and click properties and tell me if you see all these targets down here, because I also gave you guys control of all your targets and your colors. If you have the targets and show targets, then you have the updated one. Give me a 1 in chat if that's true, buddy. No, it's not a big deal. I mean, I don't even think that David updated yet, so we'll get everybody synced up. Looks like that one. I would guess. There you go, Martin. No worries, brother. Kevin's getting some things organized, so it'll all get picked up. You guys have got you don't even know yet. I saw a movie once, a guy said, well, I think it was Matrix actually, when he said, hey, did you sleep last night? He said, no, not really. He said, you will tonight. That's boot camp. So make sure you guys are waking up, getting your coffee, doing your stretching, do your yoga, Tai Chi, whatever your morning Zen routine is. Be well fed. Take care of yourself this week. Your brain is, the ability to consume information is certainly based on how well you treat the body. So treat the body well, treat the mind well. What you guys are going to get this week in boot camp is going to make you sleep at night. It is dense. So that's my advice to anybody taking boot camp this week. You deserve it. And thanks for being here. 2 minutes to MOC. I'm watching here. I'll put it right over here for you guys. Excuse me. I'm sorry. There's your juice. That's your Quant Tower juice. You'll see MOC pop up right here on headlines in a couple of minutes. It'll probably be delayed. The numbers will probably be a little off. It's not like I have a terminal, but there it is.
We need Peter to give the slip.
Yeah, that's not okay. We don't want that. Get him in trouble. But I'll say that the numbers that come out here, it's just been interesting because, like the China Open's been muted lately. Tokyo's been a little more volatile than China. That's not normal for us. MOC's been a little muted. I mean, we went in an MOC trade last week and I jumped into it and I don't think the candle moved at all. Maybe 2 points. I was like, really? So the market's been a little muted. It's summertime. David's told you guys that. I think this morning he mentioned, another week or so. We got a big news day Friday, I think. So we'll go over all that. And then as we get into Q3 earnings season, that's my option season. So I'm very excited about the fall. And being an October baby, I like the cooler weather anyway. My season is upon us. Wearing leather on a motorcycle is okay because you're not blistering hot. Look at that oil fall down. You guys take a look at that oil move. Is interesting. But again, there's nothing really here to be jumping on. If you're in a long-term trade, congratulations. Let's manage it. But there's nothing here. Look at the volume. It's crushed. And yet the market continues to move down. So it's at the gold chart. So effectively the market opened. Let's tell them the open price. The market opened right there. And just be aware, the color of this line is the color of the daily candle, which means the daily candle just became a doji. Another lazy August day. You got it, brother. What'd they tell us? Yeah, look at these numbers. These are tiny numbers. We want to see billions and billions of numbers in there. So royalty, there's MOC today. There's nothing. It's just muted. Just save your money, survive the day. The war is never ending. You'll survive to another day. We'll all have a good time. Martin, aren't you in Germany, buddy?
Hey, Scotty, it seems like Dave's Thinkorswim loads faster than yours. Is that because he uses one screen and you uses 3 screens, or is this a figment of my imagination?
No, David's screen is probably because he's loading a screen and I'm loading 12. I've got 5 monitors and 2 of them are above my head. And Ninja's running, Financial Juice and Quant Tower's running. Plus, I've got Zoom going and I've got YouTube going. My system's just being overworked right now. This is not normal. But yeah, I've got a bunch of screens and a bunch of data feeds going on. Matter of fact, Royalty, when you were talking about being on Wi-Fi, this is exactly why you don't. My system is delayed right now because I'm running like 9 systems that are all broadcasting or downloading very large data. When I'm trading, I don't have all this turned on.
That's what I was going to say. I can't imagine Dave's got better internet connection than you.
You might. I'll say that I do put a bit of effort into my battle station.
But if I'm
Faster than other pages, huh? Go ahead.
If I'm working off a personal hotspot, I really need to just get hardwired, basically, what it comes down to, right?
Yeah. So a couple things on the tech, if you guys are wondering. So if you've got fiber running into your house and you're paying for it, and then you put a Wi-Fi hotspot on it, you're getting a third of the bandwidth you're paying for. So every time you add a device, every time you add air, you're choking the bandwidth. So think of it like I can't think of a very good analogy, to be frank, without sounding terrible, but it tapers, right? So if you've got a 4-inch cone, your computer is at the very point of that cone, and the bandwidth is getting thinner and thinner because the fiber comes in at, say, 900 meg down average, and then you hit a Wi-Fi router, and then the Wi-Fi router is putting that out at 300 meg, and then you're using a Wi-Fi network card that can only do 100 meg. And so for every device, you're cutting yourself off. And so ideally, you would have a line coming into your house, a single layer of security to protect your house, and then a hard wire straight through a switch, especially if you can get a gig backplane switch. They cost about $80 at Best Buy, and you put all your devices on there. And you could get into VLANs and all kinds of bandwidth prioritization, et cetera, but just the standard user, standard trader, if you're hardwired to your house, hardwire your computer. I think Kevin would even tell you to make sure your mouse has got a wire on it so your batteries don't die, right? Just understand what kind of strain you're putting under your system. But I wouldn't trade on Wi-Fi, to be frank. My wife does. My wife trades on Wi-Fi.
All right, my friend, I'm going to head on out of here. I got to go get a vampire draw, have my blood and draw. So I will see you probably tomorrow.
Sounds good, man. Take care now. But there's your role, Rosie. And I'll tell you, Rosie, if you've got questions about tech, things like that, just give me a call. I mean, I can probably tell you more than you need to know. But for me, my setup's my setup. My setup's pretty robust. It's not normal. But I do a lot of things that most people aren't doing. Matter of fact, I'm actually experimenting right now with on this one account right here, there's a trade copier that I'm experimenting with right now that I'd like to get involved in here that'll run multiple accounts. So I'm really interested to see. It's been working fairly well in my experiments. I've picked up a couple more test accounts because I keep burning up test accounts. I don't like to do sim. I think sim leaves you with gaps. I'm working on it now, Kevin. I've got a little over 50 trades ran through it, buddy. I'm loving it. I've already ran it through 4 different accounts and about 50 trades just to turn and burn and turn and burn. And don't get me wrong, the delta is like $87 green, but it's green because I'm just mark it in, mark it out, mark it in, mark it out using some eval accounts. So, but it's $87 green. I'm digging it. It's fun. But after the Quine Tower trade copier, oh my gosh, that was crazy town. It'll be green until it is. I know it. I was trying to break it, man. I was looking for bad spreads. I was looking for, terrible entries. Like I legit tried to take, like, I was like, I'm gonna try and trade like my mom. Just throw money up in the air and whatever hits the ground you keep, And it was nice. I haven't been able to get it to wreck down. It was against me $150 on one trade, but I just let it play out and it went in my favor. So I'm trying to take bad trades. I'm taking YOLO trades. I'm doing dumb things. But it's fun. I wonder if I have where's the apex? Let's see, that's the mastery charts. Here's master control. So on this one here, this was the old master control where I had yellow charts and purple charts, and then this copy trader here. And this has just been, I ran this across Top Step. I ran across, daytraders.com. I ran it across Apex, and the fills, like the ATMs it would place the stop loss, but not the profit target, and it was inconsistent. So I've done the Quant Tower. We got another guy that's doing Replicanto to look at that and see what its hits and misses are. So we've got about 3-4 trade copiers now that we're beating up to see which ones are good and which ones aren't. Yeah, Ken, I saw that on the juice. 1 billion. Okay. Let's go look at the. As a matter of fact, look at this. ES is coming up for a far from moving average trade right now. How exciting is that? Let me shut down this Quant Tower system. See if I can get my system performance back. Look at that beautiful thing. Bam. It's gorgeous. Now you see this candle here? As soon as that candle goes green, you get a 1 minute green candle.
I got it on the 6453. It was the 200 EMA on the 15 minutes chart.
There it is right there. I see. Upper moving average on the 200. That was golden. I like it. There's your 1 minute green candle. Lock in that. And what's really nice, you get a nice move up. The issue with MOC, and this is where the challenge comes in, guys, is that when MOC gets going in a certain direction, you really want to be going in the same direction that it is. Meaning that this reaction comes up, you got a couple of points. You're at 3.25 points right now at the 200. I love it. But this could easily turn right back around on you. So those automated trade setups like the Kevinator, he loves me for that, by the way. But you get something like this where it's gonna rip and say, give me 8. And as soon as it gives me 8, it's gonna run this very aggressive trailing stop move. This is a beautiful setup, actually. I've been trying to improve upon it, and I have so far failed. Research I did one I gave you had a super high results, just haven't had the time to let it. Now, from a execution strategy, Kevin, what I noticed I love about it is if I put a limit order on the leader, the follower is just waiting to catch a market order from it. So if the leader hits the limit on limit execution, the follower is given a market order. And then there's no ATM strategy on the follower, so it's exposed. But when I hit my limit order or my stop market on the leader, it submits another market order to the followers. And the problem I've had with other trade copiers is that they try to emulate the same ATM strategy in the same order set where they will copy the limit order. And sometimes those orders don't hit, they don't fill, sometimes they don't work. And so now you've got an order or an entire account that is exposed to risk you're not planning for. So I really like the market order nature of it. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Ironically, when I exited, my follower account made more money because the limit order hit, I got filled, the market order got sent, and the market slipped another quarter in my favor. So it got $12 more than the leader account. So I would say 6 of one, half dozen of another on the win-lose side, where sometimes the spread's going to bite you, sometimes the spread's going to help you. Is it, let's do 100 trades. Did 50 of them work and 50 of them slip? Well, net, that's even money. So I'm okay if it slips against me on the market order a little bit hundreds of dollars in the money as long as it slips in my favor once in a while, you know? You got to balance the scales. So far, this is my favorite one because it is so dumb, simple, just copy my orders. I think other platforms are trying too hard to make something flashy for the sake of selling it. And that might be biting them in their ass because I don't care how pretty it is. I care that it works its ass off, you know? But it's nice. I'm digging it, man. But if I blow my accounts, you're going to pay to reset them, right? Since you gave this to me, that's what I saw in the license agreement. All right, guys, we're a little after 4. I hope for everyone that's on YouTube, what you guys saw was a little bit of the crazy little world that is the green room. David's kindness never ceases to amaze me. So I hope you guys had an awesome day. I know Ken's chat was probably very enlightening for a lot of folks. So I hope there's some epiphany out there. You know, follow up with David at WSGTA.com. And if you're interested in seeing more, being more, with that said, I mean, it's just been a great day. So I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys following along. The questions are good. But Kevin, I know you got co on this and I don't, so I'm about to tie it up, my friend. You're welcome, Richard, anytime. Martin, Kevin. I feel like Romper Room. I'm pull up a little mirror and say, I see Kevin and Martin and Anthony. Now, guys, I appreciate it. It's been a great day. I am going to get running. I got some things I got to do, but we will be back live and in color pre-market tomorrow. So thank you guys for being here. Just last thing I'll say, guys, on my way out the door is we'll do boot camp tomorrow. We'll follow up with slow markets tomorrow night. And then Thursday, I won't be here. So if David does the room, maybe you guys can get slow markets going for the room. I just won't be here to quarterback. So I'll be in Northern Illinois for a few days, and then I'll be back on Sunday night, and we'll be off to the races. Talk to you guys soon.